This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Got Me Wishing by Casey Cox. Narrated by John Solo. 1. Fulton. I glanced down at the half cupcake I'm holding and let out a smile. The icy blue frosting is brighter than the peaceful lake I'm perched in front of, but no match for the bright summer sky above me. It's the 25th of June, and I'm doing what's become a tradition of sorts. Every year for the last 4 years, I start the day by doing a half shift at Vet Shop Boys, quite possibly the best vet clinic in the state of Virginia, if I do say so myself. After wrapping up by about lunchtime, I head down to Brookhaven's finest bakery, where Mrs. Evans tries to outdo herself with the gorgeous cupcake creation which she slices in two and proceeds to give me half. Then I head out to Lake Somerset. It's on the outskirts of town, so it's less busy and definitely less touristy than other lakes and beaches this time of year, especially on a sunny, cloudless day like today. A few people mill around, but I've got my usual bench all to myself. See, when you share a birthday with one of the most famous figures in history, like, say, Jesus, it blows. Big time. Being a Christmas baby guarantees that what's meant to be your special day inevitably gets overshadowed. It's a hectic time of year, so people are already stressed and on edge. On top of the impossibility of actually having a birthday party on Christmas Day itself, most people also decide to gift bundle, which means you get one extra special gift to cover both occasions. It bugged me growing up, but now, as a sensible and mature 34-and-a-half-year-old, I've come to accept it. Hence, the half-birthday, half-cupcake, half-workday vibe I've got going on today. Sure, it may sound a little weird to people who don't know me, and well, maybe it is, but that's just me. My name is Fulton Meyer, and I am a quirkaholic. I rifle through my backpack, searching for a candle. When I find it, I carefully plop it right in the center of the neon blue icing. A bit of the sugary stuff lands on my finger, and I scoop it up into my mouth. My eyes drift shut. Mrs. Evans has really outdone herself this year. I pull out a lighter I bought at a gas station on the way out here, but before I light the candle, I close my eyes and think about my half-birthday wish. I suppose a tall, dark, and handsome stranger is out of the question. Funny how that's the first thought that bubbles up in my mind. For the most part, I'm perfectly happy being single, but ever since my best friend Noah got into a relationship with a great guy recently, and as genuinely happy as I am for both of them, a small part of me twinges with a long-repressed desire for something like what he's got. Someone to come home to, someone to share life's ups, downs, and all-arounds with, someone in his bed to hold him, love him, make love to him. I shake the thoughts out of my head. I can't have any of that. No guy wants me in a romantic way. Can't say I blame them, really. Underneath my left-field personality and exquisite fashion sense, today I'm wearing a bright purple shirt with the words, "If cats could text back, they wouldn't," emblazoned across it. The truth is, I'm damaged. Badly. Grossly. In such a horrific way that no guy could ever want to be with me. Besides, love ain't all sunshine and rainbows. My friend Gus is still recovering from getting cheated on at his own damn wedding. We've managed to get him out of his slanket-wearing, day-drinking while watching daytime soaps phase and back into the real world again, but we've just replaced one monster with another. Now Gus is out partying like he's 28, and not his actual age of 48, almost every night of the week. We've devised a weekly roster to take turns going out with him. I was on duty last week. Noah is up this week, and next week it's Chase's turn. Speaking of Chase, he looks like he's got it all. He's a great guy, good-looking, smart, loves animals, and is married to a wonderful woman, Julie, yet they're going through hell trying to conceive. They're up to their 3rd round of IVF, and it sounds like a hormone-laden nightmare, and an expensive one at that, which just goes to show love is hard. Too hard. Especially when you throw in the added complications I bring into the mix. I'm rethinking my half-birthday wish of a sexy stranger more and more with each passing second. So what else does that leave? What is it I do want? I close my eyes as if trying to summon the thoughts to me. A few ideas drift by. A long life for all of my 8 cats, a never-ending supply of high-quality T-shirts on Etsy, both good options, but is this really what I want my half-birthday wish to be? I drum my fingers against my leg before finally settling on just being happy. I know it's vague and not very original, but it's actually the thing I want the most at the moment. My life basically revolves around my cats, my work, and my friends. My cats and my job are fine, but 2 out of 3 of my closest friends aren't. Gus and Chase are going through some heavy shit, and maybe that's starting to rub off on me. I mean, it's been at least a month since I've earned a "shut up, Fulton" from the guys. That's how serious things have gotten. With my half-birthday wish sorted, I light the candle and sing a quick and quiet happy birthday to myself. Closing my eyes, I make my wish as I blow it out. I rest the half-cupcake on my knees as I rummage through my backpack for my headphones. There's only one thing that could be better than biting into this delicious creation, and that's savoring it while listening to Christmas carols. I know it's June, but what can I say? It wouldn't be my half-birthday without Mariah Carey belting out a few timeless Christmas classics. I'm setting up the Bluetooth connection between my cell phone and the wireless headphones when a deep voice rumbles from my right. "Why are you holding half a cupcake?" The words startle me, and my headphones slip from my fingers. Worse, my knees jolt, sending my half-cupcake rocketing into the air before gravity does its thing, slamming the sugary creation into the ground, frosting first. I bow forward, staring at the squished half-cupcake. It's landed in a patch of grass and dirt, which only means one thing. It's R.I.P. time. That's when I spot 2 boots stepping into frame. I thumb my glasses up my nose as I peer over at the black leather R13 combat boots. They're like a scarier version of the Doc Martens I used to wear during my vet school days. The man's pants are a dapple gray, and as I slowly start to fold back up, my eyes continue tracing the hard lines of his body. Despite it being warm out, he's wearing a black biker jacket, a beanie, and tinted aviators. A russet beard covers his square jaw. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he's trying to cover his face like he's going incognito or something. But it's what he does next that surprises the crap out of me. Without saying a word, he lifts his glasses and places them onto his beanie. I don't even have enough time to see what color his eyes are other than a dark shade of something, because before I know what's happening, he's dropped to his knees. With surgical care, he picks up the half-cupcake, and then he starts blowing on it. It takes my brain a moment to register what on earth he's doing. Then it clicks into place. He's trying to dislodge the flecks of dirt that have settled into the blue icing. He's trying to bring it back to life. A chuckle catches in the back of my throat. This simple gesture from a complete stranger is oddly touching. Or just odd. It's too early to tell. Either way, I'm pleasantly intrigued. "Do you think it's been more than 3 seconds?" he asks in the same deep voice that startled me before, although this time there's a husky warmth to it. He glances up at me for a moment, and I can see his pinched expression before he returns to blowing on the half-cupcake. I snicker at his question. "I don't think that's an official rule, the whole 3-second thing," I remark. He stops mid-blow and faces me with a serious expression. "It most certainly is." I don't know if it's the way his low voice rumbles in the air or how committed he is to what he's doing, but whatever it is, I feel my cock stirring. "Weren't you taught about the 1924 Geneva Convention between humanity and the germ race?" he continues, his lips lifting around the edges. I shake my head, slightly shell-shocked and getting more turned on with every word that comes out of this man's mouth. It outlined that should any food matter fall or be dropped onto an unintended surface, humans were granted a 3-second grace period before germs could descend. I'm grinning so hard now I can feel it in my cheeks. Also, I'm pretty sure I'm fully hard as well. There's something about his silliness that reminds me of, well, me. He gets to his feet, still holding the half-cupcake in his hand. I stand, too. "Bishop Turner." He extends his free hand. I realize in the nick of time that my palms have gone clammy, so I quickly brush them down the sides of my khaki shorts. Fulton Meyer. Our hands clasp. The feel of his rough, calloused hand sends a zip of heat shooting up my spine. Eventually, he takes his hand away. "I'm very sorry about your half-cupcake, Fulton. I want you to know that I will be taking this matter all the way to the International Supreme Court, and I will not rest until little Bluey here gets the justice they deserve." There is so much yumminess to unpack in that sentence. My brain is tripping over itself, not knowing where to start. The way my name fell off his tongue with such a smooth timbre, his joke about an international Supreme Court. I'm 99% sure that's a made-up thing, right? And him not gendering the cupcake. Ah, be still my woke beating heart. His head dips slightly when he speaks next. You still didn't answer my question. Question? He asked a question. Shit, Fulton, drain some of that blood from your cock because your brain needs it right about now. Bishop shoots me a smile. He's one of those guys who have those big, wide smiles. It takes over his face and soaks into what I can now see are two dark chocolate eyes. He must be able to sense that I need prompting, so he repeats his original question. Why are you holding half a cupcake? Oh, right, that. I clear my throat and drop my gaze. It's my half-birthday. I answer a little sheepishly. I'm not hugely embarrassed by it, but it's not something I go around announcing to the world either. Hey. It comes out softly, yet like a command I can't ignore. My eyes lift. Bishop has got one of those perfectly symmetrical faces, split in the middle by a prominent nose. His eyebrows run thick over those deep brown eyes of his. His pillowy lips stretch as he asks, You're a Christmas baby? I nod. You got it. I expect to see... Actually, I don't know what I'm thinking he'll do next. Make a joke, politely excuse himself, slowly back the fuck away from a 34-and-a-half-year-old Mariah Carey listening freak show? A static heat simmers in the air between us, but I tell myself I'm imagining it. Any second now, this guy's going to turn around and leave. Brookhaven's not a huge city, but it's also not small enough of a place where everyone knows each other. Still, he doesn't look familiar. He's probably just passing through. Maybe he stopped by to use the restroom on his way to somewhere more exciting. Drink? Damn, he's been talking to me all this time and I missed it all. Except for the last word. Bishop folds his arms across his chest. You haven't been listening to me at all, have you? My chest threads with panic, but when I see his lopsided grin, I'm relieved he's not upset or offended. I readjust my glasses on my nose. Sorry, yeah. I drifted for a moment there. Too bad. He steps in a little closer, the whiff of a witty scented cologne teasing my nostrils. You dismissed my apology and my invitation. I run my tongue across the top of my teeth. Any chance of a do-over? Why is my voice suddenly so shy-sounding? I think I may be nervous. But why? Bishop's eyes consume me as he replies, What I said was that I'm sorry about ruining your half-cupcake, and since it's also your half-birthday, I feel doubly bad about it. I smile, enjoying the way he plays with words. It's subtle and smart and understated. And the invitation? I ask, allowing a speck of hope to flicker in my chest. At that, Bishop cocks his head to the side, licks his lower lip, and asks, Can I buy you a half-drink? 2. Bishop. I'm surprised at how nervous I am waiting for Fulton's response. He caught my attention from the moment my eyes landed on him. Even though it's a beautiful, warm summer day, he cut a lonely figure sitting on the bench by the lake. I'm in no hurry to get to where I'm going, so curiosity drew me to the walking trail near the bench. I figured I'd get a better look out at the lake, and maybe I'd steal a quick glance in his direction while I was there. I was pleasantly surprised by the view. The lake was okay, too. At first glance, Fulton looks a little nerdy, but in that Clark Kent kind of way, with his tousled mid-length ashy hair and silver-rimmed glasses running slightly askew across his nose. He's got a longish face with smooth, flawless skin. His eyes are a gorgeous shade of light blue mixed with green. Or the other way around, it's a little hard to tell. It might require a closer inspection to verify. As much as I'm trying to maintain eye contact with him as he considers my offer, my eyes keep traveling down. I find myself wondering whether he's hiding a Superman body underneath that chest-hugging purple shirt he's wearing. Nerdy dudes with muscled bodies are definitely my kryptonite. I suck in a few more shallow breaths until he finally responds with a smile and a nod. There's a gross, seedy bar just down the road. Perfect, I say. Something warm skitters through my chest when I see his smile deepen. I'll follow you. Great. I throw a furtive glance back at my packed-to-the-brim SUV. I hired a moving company to handle all the big stuff, but I wanted to take as many personal objects as I could cram in the vehicle for the cross-country drive. I see Fulton pull out in a sleek-looking silver hybrid, so I follow him down the narrow entryway that leads onto the main road. Now that I'm in my car, my senses have found their way back to me. What the fuck am I doing? The whole point of packing up my life in L.A. and moving to a place like Brookhaven is to keep my head down and my name out of the headlines. It's not that I want to go completely off-grid. I'm just looking for a different grid, preferably one that doesn't revolve around fake people, bullshit parties, and an industry full of assholes that are only interested in me for one thing and one thing only. Barely a few moments later, I see Fulton pulling into the parking lot of a seedy bar right next to an equally seedy-looking motel. I park next to him, and we get out at the same time. The look he throws me melts away any concerns I have. It's just a smile, but it's friendly and real. I realize there and then I've been missing genuineness in my life for so long that I'll take whatever sliver of it I can find. I'm also happy that, so far at least, it seems Fulton hasn't recognized me. I can tell the instant people do. It's usually accompanied by a look of elation or horror. Oftentimes it's both. If he does know who I am, he's doing a real good job of hiding it. We step into the place. I let him go ahead of me, and yeah, it's as much of a dive as it looks from the outside. The furniture is old, the paint on the walls is chipped, and the place reeks of stale beer, some sort of lemon-scented cleaning product, and unfulfilled dreams. I try to convince myself that this place is not an omen or some crappy metaphor for my life, and that me starting over and leaving my old life behind is the right thing to do. Fulton smirks over his shoulder. I didn't think it was possible, but this place is worse inside than it looked from the outside. It's carpeted, I point out, taking off my jacket. Sticky carpet. Fulton shoots back as we take our seats at the end of the bar. I'm sure there's a seedy joke in there somewhere. A flurry of warmth washes over me as he grins at my subtle crack. Not many people would even pick up on that. "What can I get you?" the bartender asks. Fulton orders a vodka and soda. "Just a lemonade for me, please," I tell the bored-looking barman. Flinging a dish rag over his shoulder, he saunters off to make our drinks. "You're not drinking?" Fulton asks. Shut up, nod, and simply explain that you don't feel like having a drink right now. I'm recovering, actually. 7 years sober. Idiot. Oh, that's amazing. Congratulations. The bartender returns, sliding our drinks in front of us with nothing more than a grunt. Wait, does it bother you if I drink? Fulton stiffens. Because I'm fine to have a soda. It's all good, I say with a smile, patting him gently across the back. It's the second time I've made physical contact with him, and just like with our handshake, I feel a surge of electricity jolt through me at the touch. I'm also moved by his question. Just like the sincerity that plays behind his smile, it's a small gesture, a thoughtful one, and it makes me realize just how much I need to create a life where these things are the rule rather than the exception. So tell me more about this whole half-birthday thing, I prompt. I watch Fulton as he speaks. Sitting next to him, this is the closest I've been to the guy. Even with the muted bar lights, I take my time to study him. He's animated when he speaks, using his hands to express himself as much as his words. I don't even know if he realizes he's doing it. He also has cute little mannerisms, like shifting his glasses up his nose, which he does every once in a while, and his eyes. Oh man, they have this glittery glimmer to them, and when they occasionally find their way to me, they soften just a fraction around the edges. I still haven't figured out whether it's blue or green that's dominant. It's almost as if the color changes based on the light. It's incredibly alluring. I lean in, listening as Fulton speaks. He veers from talk of half cupcakes and espousing the many virtues of Mariah Carey's Christmas album to the reality of having your birthday fall on the 25th of December. I hear a sadness creeping into his voice. It must suck to have what's meant to be your one special day of the year be consumed so completely by something else. A feeling tugs at me, urging me to find, say, or do something to make this day even better for him. But I have no clue what that could be. So, yeah, pretty pathetic, huh? Fulton winds up saying. Not pathetic at all. My hand lands on his thigh, and the warmth of his flesh reaches my fingertips through the material. Is there something else bothering you? His eyes snap up to mine. Shit, I'm sorry. I straighten. I don't mean to pry. No. It's okay. His voice almost gets lost in the thick air between us. He looks like he's about to say something but stops himself at the last minute. I take a sip of lemonade. I can see the uncertainty dancing across his features. Something else is playing on his mind. I've no way of knowing, of course. It's more gut feeling than anything else. I don't want to push, but a voice inside me tells me to give it one last shot. After this, if he doesn't want to talk about it, I'll move the conversation along to something else. You know, sometimes it helps to offload onto a stranger. I'm happy to listen, and I won't judge. Fulton considers my words as his index finger circles the rim of his glass. He nods to himself, brushing his palms down the front of his shirt. It draws my attention to it again, so I say, "Nice shirt, by the way." His cheeks flame in a gorgeous, dusky pink. "Thanks." He pauses for a moment before continuing. "It's fine. I'm fine. It's nothing." I send him a look that makes it pretty clear I don't believe him. "Okay, it's something." He takes a sip of liquid courage. "Hearing myself explain the half-birthday thing to you just now, well, it makes me sound like such a loser." "No." The word falls from the corner of my mouth, sounding more like a growl than I had intended it to. Fulton quirks an eyebrow. "What do you mean, no?" "I may have only just met you, Fulton Meyer, but I'm not going to sit back and take your word for it. If you really are a loser, I'm going to need to see your loser license or some other proof of ID, such as a membership to a Trump golf course or something to back up your claim." Fulton's gaze narrows for a few moments before he breaks out into a wide grin. "Okay, so maybe I'm not a loser, but—" I notice his fingers trembling slightly against the glass and fight back the urge to cup his hand into mine. We barely know each other. It's a big thing for him to even be considering opening up to me at all. He releases a weary breath, his shoulders slumping over the bar. "I think I'm lonely." The words stay suspended in the air before he adds, "Don't get me wrong, I love my work, but it can't be everything, you know?" I nod silently. "And work is pretty much the only reason I leave my house at all. I get everything from groceries to t-shirts delivered to my front door. I spend all my spare time with my cats. I have 8 cats." He turns to look me straight in the eye, as if he's waiting for some sort of nonverbal reaction from me. I simply smile and say, "I love cats." Fulton's face softens. "But 8 is a lot," he concedes. "I'm on my way to becoming a crazy cat dude." I snort at that, and it makes him laugh too. I sense some of the tension may be leaving him. "And no one's told me to shut up in at least a month, maybe even longer." I lean forward, frowning. "Wait, and that's a bad thing?" "Well, yeah." A wistful smile plays on his lips. "It's this running inside joke I have with my close friends. I say something weird or socially unacceptable or just me being me, and they say, 'Shut up, Fulton.'" He shrugs. "Guess I'm not in much of a jokey mood these days." I'm frozen on my stool, speechless. Fulton just poured his heart out to me. I don't know what to say to make him feel better. My heart hiccups in my chest. I hate feeling so helpless. I let out a huff of air as I gently trail my fingers down his forearm. He looks at me, blinking slowly. "Thank you." His words catch me off guard. "Why are you thanking me?" "For listening to me. Also, for not running away." I did think about it, I say, doing my best to keep a straight face. But I figured I wouldn't get very far, what with the sticky carpet and all. Fulton lets out an airy laugh, and I see the remaining tension roll off him. I laugh along with him, and in that moment I know for sure that I'm attracted to him. I can tell he's different, unlike anyone I've ever met. It rouses something deep in my belly, as well as a little lower. But it's more than just his beautiful color-changing eyes, friendly smile, and hairy muscled calves that I spotted when I followed him into the bar. Fulton is honest. This might sound stupid, but honesty is one of, if not the biggest, turn-ons for me. I've been through a lot of shit in my life, and what it always boils down to is dishonesty. Whether it's people lying to each other or themselves, it doesn't matter. People lie and bad shit follows. It's that simple. That's why I appreciate the way he opened up to me just now. It's also why I told Fulton about my recovery. I can't lie, and lying by avoiding the truth is pretty much the same thing in my book. I'm honest to a fault, even if it comes back to bite me in the ass, and believe me, it has on so many occasions. I'm surprised my butt cheeks don't resemble Swiss cheese. I'm glad you feel a bit better, I say, finishing off my lemonade. Talking always helps. I just wish there was some other way I could help you. A heat flares in Fulton's eyes. He leans over to me, tilting his head slightly. Did you have anything specific in mind? Actually, yes, I do. I swallow hard and pray to God I'm not misreading what's going on between us. Since it's your half-birthday, I don't suppose you'd be interested in a half-blowjob. Fulton's mouth flies open, but he quickly composes himself. His eyes twinkle as he gives me a good, slow once-over. I feel the weight of his stare. And yeah, I sit up straighter. I even suck my stomach in tighter. I admit I'm preening a little. And for the second time today, I find myself waiting with bated breath for Fulton to respond to my question. Yeah, I'd love that. His warm breath slides across my face and every part of me bursts to life. Great. Your place? I ask, since technically I haven't set foot on my property yet. The heat in his eyes dims. No, he says firmly, a little too firmly. He recovers, though. I noticed what I'm sure will be a super gross, almost derelict motel next to this place. God, I love it when you talk dirty like that. Fulton giggles, leaning in closer. I think the place might be so dirty that it's actually unhygienic. Whoa, too far. I pull back, smiling. He giggles again, and the lightness of the sound settles in my chest like a feather dropping to the ground. Let's do it, I say. I leave a 20 on the counter and, again, let Fulton walk in front of me as we leave one seedy place, headed straight for another. 3. Fulton. There are 2 things I never, ever, ever do with guys. Taking them back to my place is one of them. Taking my shirt off is the other. But if I was going to even consider breaking my first rule with someone, Bishop would be that guy. I mean, he practically deserves a medal after enduring the word vomit that poured out of me at the bar. I don't know why I did it. There's just something about Bishop that makes me feel like I can trust him, I guess. Even though he's got a few good inches on me and the outline of a body that looks like it's way bigger and heavier than mine, I feel safe with him. Looking up at the shitty motel we're standing in front of, on the other hand, safe is the last word on my mind. The bright red neon motel sign is faded and missing the O. The color scheme of the burnt yellow and brown brick facade looks like a 1980s nightmare the owners never woke up from. I don't mean to push, but are you sure you wouldn't rather go back to your place? Bishop asks, gently nudging against me as we take the monstrosity in. I never bring guys back to my place. Shit, the words shoot out of my mouth before I even realize what I've said. I mean, it's okay. Bishop gently taps his hand on my shoulder. You don't have to explain. I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. I'll go get us a room. I feel like a total dick as I watch him duck into the reception area. Now that I'm alone, I let out a breath I've been holding for who knows how long. I'm guessing it started sometime not long after we got to the bar, and I noticed Bishop had taken off his leather jacket. I could tell he had a solid frame by the lake, but shit, once I was sitting so close to him in just a plain white t-shirt, I could clearly see the guy is single-digit body fat lean and double-digit fucking hot. Then he revealed he was sober. Just like that. Up-front honesty is so rare these days. And even though I detected a hint of uncomfortableness from him as he made the revelation, I admire him for telling me. He didn't have to, and I sure as heck don't judge him for it. If anything, maybe him being so truthful right from the start explains why I felt safe enough to unload all my crap onto him. I honestly didn't mean for it to come spewing out of me like that, but I guess in retrospect I can see that it has been brewing inside of me for a while now. I confide in my cats all the time, which is great, but it's not the same as getting some shit off my chest with a stranger who's just passing through. I smile when I see Bishop returning, proudly twirling a room key in between his fingers. "Room 269, he manages to say with a straight face. That's a good sign. Sure is, birthday boy." With a wink, I fall into step next to him. When we reach the stairwell, Bishop motions for me to go first. It's the third time he's done it. Not that I'm counting and tallying his gentlemanly moves or anything. And like the 2 times before it makes my heart flutter in a way that feels unfamiliar. Not in a bad way, it's just not a sensation I'm used to. We step into the room, and yeah, it's as divey as I thought it would be. But when Bishop closes the door behind me, I'm not looking at, or noticing, or even trying to come up with a clever quip about how the carpet here really probably is seedier than at the bar, because once it's just the 2 of us in that room, a surge of panic rises in my chest. Bishop tosses his jacket and the room key onto a small table in the corner of the room. He crosses the floor until he's standing in front of me, bracing my arms and his hands. "Are you okay?" Even though my mouth has gone dry, I swallow and nod. This is definitely what I want. I'm attracted to him, physically for sure, but mentally too. He looks at me tenderly, patiently waiting for a response. I don't know what to say. How do you sum up a lifetime of pain and ridicule and self-loathing about your own appearance to a stranger you're about to receive a blowjob from? Okay, a half blowjob. Annoyance stabs at my chest. Why can't I just relax and enjoy this? Why do I have to ruin this moment by being so in my head about it? I know the answers to those questions all too well. Harry. Fucking Harry. I decide to shove those dark thoughts aside as I step into the warmth of Bishop's body. My fingers curl around the back of his head, scraping against his scalp. Bishop lowers his head. I angle my mouth, and then our lips meet. It's a soft press, barely more than a feather touch, but it's enough to light up every nerve ending in my body. We linger there for I don't know how long, before he parts my mouth with his tongue. Excitement rafts through my veins as he probes my mouth with a curious tenderness. I drag my nails through his hair and deepen our kiss. I'm just as hungry to get a taste of him as he is of me. His mouth tastes syrupy from the lemonade, and that's when I stagger back away from him. I cover my mouth. Oh, shit. What is it? Bishop's whole face is clenched tight. What's wrong? I've been drinking. You can probably taste it. With the gentle press to my lips, his index finger stops me mid-sentence. It's okay. Thank you for being so considerate. I appreciate it. But it really doesn't bother me. Are you sure? I'm sure there's a convenience store around here. I can run out and get some toothpaste and mouthwash. I'll even floss for you. He flashes me a massive smile, which, not gonna lie, takes some of the edge off. I still feel terrible that I didn't even stop to think that he'd be able to taste the alcohol in my mouth. I try to recall how many sips of the drink I took. 3, maybe 4? Still, even that's too much, right? I cross the room towards the door. He spins around after me. Where are you going? My car, I reply over my shoulder. I just remembered I've got gum. Not waiting for him to respond, I race to my car, rummage through the glove compartment, and inhale the 3 sticks of gum I find in there before dashing back into the room. Bishop's sitting on the bed, his hands resting in his lap, watching me as I enter the room, chewing my head off like a madman. I motion with my hand that I need a bit more time. I'm chewing like my life depends on it, trying to squeeze every last vestige of flavor out of the gum before spitting it out into the trash as elegantly as I can. I cup my hand over my mouth and nose and huff out a breath. It reeks of peppermint, but I think it's also succeeded in killing any lingering remnants of alcohol. Bishop pats his hand beside him. Before my ass even lands on the mattress, his arm is around my waist, pulling me closer to him. Thank you for doing that. You really didn't have to. No problem, I reply, nuzzling my head into his neck. We stay like this for a few minutes. The silence feels soothing. When I straighten up and see the fire stirring in his eyes, the vibe changes instantly. The crazy attraction I feel for him returns at full force, slamming into my chest and making me want him so fucking much. He must be feeling it as well, because before I know it, he's cradling my head and crashing his mouth against mine. There's an urgency to his movements, the way his tongue spears its way inside of me, the way his calloused palms tilt and adjust my head in a series of tiny movements until he gets me just where he wants me, the way a low, guttural groan travels from the back of his mouth and escapes from the corner of his lips. I close my eyes and surrender to this, to him, to everything we've done so far, and to whatever it is that's going to happen next. Part of me is scared, though. It's daylight. I only ever have sex at night because it gives me the option to keep the lights off. I've got nowhere to hide now, no way to keep Harry away. I pull back just far enough away to ask, "So, how does a half blowjob work exactly?" Bishop sends a trail of kisses, starting at my chin, across my neck, and ending on my earlobe before answering. If this is his way of biding time, he can take all the time in the world. We each take off one item of clothing. That's it. Then I blow you. I can work with that. You first. He lifts a brow. Oh, really? Yeah, I am the birthday boy after all. A throaty chuckle leaves his mouth. Half birthday boy, he points out. Bishop gets to his feet and peels his shirt off in one easy movement, revealing a torso that makes Chris Hemsworth look like he needs to up his gym game. My eyes roam over the mountainside of muscle, taking it all in. The sharp ridges of his broad shoulders, the veins that cascade around his impressive biceps, the smattering of hairs on his forearms. It's the only place he's hairy. The rest of him, that I can see at least, is nothing but an endless expanse of smooth, supple skin. A buzz thrums beneath my fingertips at the thought of being able to run my hands all over this exquisite specimen. I've never been with a guy this muscly, this all-out hot before, and I can't wait to find out what it's like. Bishop closes the distance between us. My palms float to his pecs, sinking into his warm flesh. I knead the soft skin, and a hoarse growl leaves him. I glance up. His dark eyes are fixated on me. He folds forward, sealing his lips over mine. A deep, burning desire rolls through me. My lips open. Bishop accepts the silent invitation, curling his fingers around the back of my neck as he invades my mouth with his tongue. My hands glide all over his torso while he deepens the kiss to the point where I'm glad I'm still sitting on the bed, because I'm pretty sure that from my groin down, I'm nothing but jelly. My groin itself, on the other hand, is nothing but concrete hard. Bishop edges back and stands up. His mouth breaks into a soft smile as he says, "Your turn." It takes a moment for the remaining brain cells rattling around in my skull to figure out what he's talking about. Right, it's my turn to take something off. I stand up and motion for him to take my position, sitting on the side of the bed. He moves quickly, gracefully, and I can feel the heat from his stare boring into my back as I weigh up my options. There's no way in hell I'm taking my shirt off, so instead I turn around to face him, tug at my shorts, and shimmy them down my legs. I then perform an impromptu dance number as I try to step out of them. It's kind of hard to stay coordinated with buckly knees. And is buckly even a word? And the man's taste still fresh on my lips. It's only once I've stepped clear of my shorts and am steady on my feet that I realize Bishop's standing in front of me, his hands having found a home around my waist. He was helping me from falling over. "Thank you," I whisper, leaning in for another kiss. I get one, but it's short and chaste, nowhere near long enough to quell the fire he's ignited inside me. "My pleasure. Now let me have a proper look at—" His words fall off a cliff. He moves back a few steps. His eyes have gone wide. Shit, something's wrong. I glance down at myself and cry out, "Holy Jesus fuck!" Shame floods my belly, and for what little it's worth, I cup both hands over my crotch. "I'm so sorry." The words come out meekly. I'm staring at the floor, deliberately avoiding Bishop's reaction. I can't even bear to think what it is. Disgust? Judgment? Does he think I'm a freak? I have no idea what's going through his mind. A sticky silence stretches between us for way too long until I feel his fingers skim across my hands. "May I?" he asks, gently pressing down, indicating he wants me to remove my hands from my crotch. I huff out a puff of air, my cheeks flaming so hot I'm surprised I don't self-combust. I know I can only answer his question after I see his face, but seriously, forcing myself to look at him feels like the hardest thing in the world right now. But I have to do it. There's no other way. I have to see his reaction with my own eyes. Like ripping off a Band-Aid, I tip my head up in one quick motion. What I'm met with is nothing like what I feared. A smile graces his lips, and there's both a softness and a fire behind his eyes. I nod and breathe out. Yes. Carefully, he wraps his fingers around my wrists and pulls my hands apart, leaving me standing there in front of him, wearing only manties. 4. Bishop. I wasn't expecting anything like this to happen today. The words rattle out of Fulton shakily. Yeah, he's not the only one. Does it freak you out? I respond straight away. Not at all. I angle my head to the side, trying to absorb everything I can about this 1-in-a-million man standing before me. It's no easy feat. I thought I got lucky with this irresistible combination of hard-bodied nerdiness, but this is something else entirely. Fulton wearing a bright red bikini brief with a frilly lace waistband and a sheer pouch is truly a sight to behold. There's so much I want to do with him. I want to trace my fingers along the frilly edges and tease his skin with gentle flicks. I want to gnaw at the growing wet mound with my tongue, savoring his pre-cum through the sheer material, and most of all, I want to stare deep into his eyes as he unleashes his hot release in my mouth. I shake my head, snapping myself out of fantasy land. We'll get there. At least, I hope we will. But before anything can happen, I have to check in with him. Fulton, I need to know. Are you ashamed or uncomfortable in any way right now? Because if you are, please tell me, and I will have you covered and dressed faster than Superman in a telephone booth. Fulton claws his teeth into his lower lip. He smiles just a little, just enough to dampen my concern slightly. No, I'm okay. It's just that I can see his throat bobbing. No one's ever seen me like this before. No one. He shakes his head so sweetly I can't control myself. The back of my hand grazes his cheek, swiping along the soft skin. I swallow hard, fully aware of how lucky and privileged I am to be the first one to see Fulton in this way. My eyes drift down briefly. Gotta say, this is one of the hottest things I've ever seen. I've never meant anything more in my life. My heart clenches when Fulton responds with a high-pitched, "Really?" "Yes, really. You are so fucking beautiful." I keep my voice low and calm, but inside my heart is jackhammering away against my sternum. I already like you and think you're one of the coolest, most intriguing, funniest, and sexiest people I've ever met. This, though, I take a small step toward him, brushing my palm down the front of his body over his shirt. This takes you to a whole new stratosphere. I see his cheeks reddening again, but he bites back whatever he's feeling and smiles through it. Slowly, I drop to my knees and then I chuckle. "What is it?" I peer up at him. "You have a way of getting me on my knees. First by the lake in an attempt to rescue your half-cupcake, and now this." Fulton smiles and shuffles on his feet. Just as I'm about to turn my attention to his crotch, he says something that strikes a fire deep inside me. "You look good there." My cock presses against my zipper, but I ignore the growing sensation and focus instead on what's right in front of me. "Can I touch you?" I ask. "Of course." "Thank you." I gently glide my fingers over Fulton's straining manties, the outline of his fully hard cock clearly visible. It hangs to the right, so I trail my fingers along the underside of it. It draws a series of small whimpers from him. When I reach his crown, I'm met with wetness. I lean forward, bringing the flat of my tongue to the red fabric. I squeeze the crown of his cock and lap at the pearl of pre-cum it produces through the fabric. "It'd be so hot to keep these on while I blow you. Would you like that?" I swear I see a flood of relief wash over Fulton at my suggestion, but that thought gets replaced by a desperate hunger when he nods and I hear him say, "Yes. One request, though." I look up into his eyes, beaming down on me. "Name it." If you're gonna suck my soul out of my cock, I need to sit down. Don't think my knees can handle it." I snicker, but gently guide him backward until his calves hit the bed. He lowers himself into a seated position while I shuffle forward on my knees. I spread his thighs apart and get myself comfortable in the space in front of him. If I have my way, I'll be here for a while. "Does this work for you?" I ask. The corner of his mouth lifts. "Yes. What about you? How's the carpet down there?" "Sticky and unhygienic, but I don't give a fuck." We laugh before my fingertips graze the top seam of his manties. I reach up a little higher, twining the hem of his shirt between my fingers when his hand lands on mine forcefully. I lean back, worried I've done something wrong. When I look up at him, his eyes have turned dark. His expression is unreadable as he guides my hand slowly but firmly away from his shirt. Something's definitely going on with him. The change in his demeanor happened when I touched his shirt, so I say, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. You can keep your shirt on." "That's what we agreed, right? One item of clothing to come off only." I can hear the pull of panic in his voice, and I hate that I put it there, even though I have no idea what I've actually done to elicit such a pointed response from him. But that doesn't matter. I know better than most people that boundaries are boundaries. They only have to make sense to the people who set them. "I'm sorry," I repeat. "Yes, you're right. One item only." I cup his groin in my palm. "Are you okay to continue?" He nods, and a wave of joy washes through me. "Good, because I haven't even started with you yet." Right after I say it, Fulton's fingers hook under my chin, forcing my gaze up to meet his. There's still a pinched look to his face, a heaviness swirling across his features. "Thank you," he whispers. I'm not sure what I just apologized for, and I don't know why Fulton's thanking me. All I know is that I want to give the guy a blowjob so fucking epic it'll banish all the pain in his life to the furthest reaches of the universe. I tug his manties down a little, careful to keep well away from his shirt, and his hard cock bounces out. I loop the underwear under his heavy balls, which pushes them out even more. "Does that hurt at all?" I ask. He shakes his head. "No, it actually feels good." With my fingers, I gently play with his balls. With my mouth, I begin to make my way down his length. My tongue flicks the underside of his meaty shaft as I take a few inches at a time, clamp down a little tighter, pull back before inching even further down on it. Yeah, I'm teasing him, but from the way his thighs are trembling and the moaning sounds he's making, I'm pretty sure he's into it. Fulton's got a Goldilocks cock, not too big, not too small. The size is just right. It fits in my mouth perfectly, gently nudging against the back of my throat when I've got all of him inside me. I build up to an even, steady pace, bobbing up and down the entire length of it. The sounds of moans and slurping fill the room. I've been on the receiving end of a lot of blowjobs. It's rare for me to be in this position, on my knees, blowing someone I've just met, but it's because I've been on the other side of this so many times, the one getting, not the one giving, that I realize just how special, how sacred being on my knees like this is. "Feels so good," Fulton groans, throwing his head back. I speed my movements up, slurping his entire shaft with a more urgent hunger, pulling down on his heavy balls even harder. I can feel his whole body rocking and writhing in front of me. His balls clench under my fingertips, and he heaves out a twisted, almost painful, "I'm so close." I plop his cock out of my mouth for a second, running my fist up and down in rough jerks as I say, "Good. I want you to come in my mouth." Fulton's pupils blow out. "Are you sure?" I stare him right in the eyes as I squeeze down hard on his slit to draw out a bead of pre-cum. I stick my tongue out and slurp it up greedily, our gaze locked the entire time. "I am." "All right, then." Fulton opens and closes his mouth a few times as color seeps up his neck. "Don't swallow, though. I want you to kiss me with it." Fucking hell. hell. The levels of dirty this man takes me to is the kind of kinky heaven I've only ever dreamed about. And believe me, I know a thing or two about kinky heaven. I get back to it, my mouth racing up and down against his hot flesh. Fulton's fingers land in my hair, tangling and curling and pulling it as his whole body tightens. He's racing toward the edge of the cliff. I can't wait until he flies right over it. Holy fuck! The words gush out of Fulton as hot liquid spills into my mouth. I do my best to control my breathing, collecting it all for him, like he requested. Once his body stops rocking and twitching and his breathing returns to normal, I pull back and scoop my head up. His warm cum fills my entire mouth. I send him a questioning look. A lot of guys lose interest after they come. Before I have time to wonder if he's one of them, he grabs my head with both hands and crashes his mouth into mine. His tongue invades me as cum spills out the edges, dribbling down my chin. Our tongues tangle, spreading his release between us back and forth, back and forth. It's my first proper chance to taste it, to taste him, and it's a wonderful blend of tangy and sweet. We keep kissing until, between the two of us, we've made every single last drop disappear. Sorry, I'm a bit of a cum fiend, he confesses. That's not something you ever have to apologize for. I brush my thumb against my chin, collecting some of the cum that spilled out before. I raise my thumb between our faces. Share it? He nods, and together our tongues dance around my digit, licking up his release. Our eyes are locked on one another the entire time, and I can't remember ever giving or receiving a hotter blowjob in my life. Once we're done, we scoot up onto the bed, lying on our sides so that we're facing each other. You know, at the bar when I said it can help to offload on a stranger, this isn't exactly what I had in mind. Fulton giggles. I'm not complaining. I swipe my fingers through a few slashes of hair that have clumped to his sweaty forehead. Neither am I. I am so blissed out it feels like I'll never come down off this beautiful ethereal high I'm floating on, but I come hurtling back to earth when Fulton pulls me in and whispers into my ear, "My turn next?" I freeze, and I'm sure he can feel it because his expression turns to one of concern. I clear my throat, forcing a smile to my lips. No, I'm all good, thanks. And just like that, the spell is broken. I get to my feet and pace around the room looking for my discarded shirt. I don't want Fulton to reciprocate. I don't need to get off today. Heck, I didn't even take my pants off and jack off while I was blowing him. No, this moment isn't about that. I don't want it to turn into something else. It was beautiful just as it was. Was. Yep. Past tense. I find my shirt crumpled on the floor and shrug it on. Fulton's looking at me, his brows threaded in confusion. Is something wrong? I can't bear to look at him, so I quickly collect my jacket and say, "Nope, just need to get going, that's all." "Oh, okay then." Such simple words, but the pain beneath them is unmissable. I'm being a dick, a coward. I'm acting like I'm fleeing from the scene of a crime. I don't want the time we've shared to be defined by my abrupt exit. So don't run. Stop running, Bishop. But I can't. This was special in a way Fulton will never understand, and as much as a part of me is wanting to stay with him, I can't. This isn't why I left LA and everything behind. For the first time in my life, I have a real chance to do what I've always wanted to do. I can't ruin the chance I have. Can't get sidetracked. Can't let Fulton figure out who I am. He'll judge me for it, like everyone does. Even when people say they're fine with it, they're really not. Happy half-birthday, I say meekly as I stride toward the door, feeling like the biggest piece of shit in the world. Goodbye, Bishop. I squeeze my eyes shut the second the door closes behind me. I choke back the emotion climbing up my throat and march over to my SUV. The car hums to life, and I hightail it out of the parking lot, tires screeching and all, off to start the rest of my life. 5. Fulton. Noah's big eyes are blinking at me slowly like he's trying to process it all.
Why would he do that?
Good question, I say, blowing lightly across the cup of tea Gus supplied us with. I've been asking myself that very same question for the last 2 days. I've just finished telling my best friend about how the navigation system for my half-birthday conked out on me and took me deep into what-the-fuck woods. I skipped over the details of the scenic detour into Manti Mountains and Come Kiss Valley, though. We're sitting in the staff lounge at the vet clinic on a rare break that we actually have at the same time. I hardly ever get to see Noah these days, but I guess that's to be expected since he and Hayes spend every waking minute they're not working together. I don't begrudge him that happiness one bit, though. Bright, late morning sunlight tumbles in through the big bay windows as we sit in a comfortable silence for a few moments, the occasional sound of one of us sipping our drinks the only sound that fills the room. Vet Shop Boys really is my second home. Heck, most weeks I spend more time here than in my actual home. I scored a placement here during my last year of vet school. Gus and I bonded straight away in that annoying older brother, hot and quirky younger brother kind of way. I love how passionate he is about animals, but it's the way he treats humans that really endeared him to me. He offered me a junior position after I graduated, and even though I've never worked anywhere else, I know that there's no better clinic in the city. Scratch that. There's no better clinic in the entire state of Virginia, period. We're mid-sized, and there's definitely room for VSB to grow and expand if Gus ever wanted to. I like how it is now, though. Large enough that we can provide proper levels of care to the animals in the area we serve, but small enough that it still feels like family. I take a noisy sip of my green tea. What should I do about Bishop?
You're asking me?
Noah snickers.
I'm the guy who waited 34 years to have his first one-night stand, and then I fell in love with the first guy I slept with, remember? I'm hardly an expert when it comes to these romantical things.
I raise an eyebrow. Romantical? Noah grins.
Thought you might like that.
I do. It eases into the cracks in my chest and soothes me. Noah isn't just my best friend. He's also the person who knows me better than anyone else in the world. Warts, quirks, and all. And he loves me anyway. We met while studying, and just like with Gus, it was one of those instant connection things. That means Noah's had front row seats to the calamity that my love life has been. He knows that apart from dating a few assholes in vet school, I haven't had a single serious, romantical, adult relationship. Ever. He also knows about Harry. Saw it all with his own 2 eyes. Noah pats my leg and sends a friendly smile my way.
How do you feel about what happened with this Bishop guy?
I breathe out a tired, heavy sigh. Honestly, he cants his head, giving me a look like he expects nothing less. I felt something for him. I really did. He was... My ability to form words drifts away as memories from 2 days ago come rushing back to me. It was all so unexpected. From meeting Bishop by the lake to having a drink with him to bursting into that motel room in a hurricane of sexual energy and lust and passion. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that something like that would ever happen to someone like me. It was passionate and fun and exciting, and I loved every second of it. I don't know how long I'm gone for before Noah gently jabs my side.
Earth to Fulton.
I'm still here.
Sure you are.
The grin he's sporting lets me know he doesn't expect more of an answer from me. Not that I'd be capable of giving him one anyway. I've spent the last 48 hours trying to catch the emotions coursing through me so that I can arrange them into words, but I can't. It's like there's no way to make any sense out of what happened. I thought everything with Bishop was going so well, and believe me, I know a thing or two about guys bailing on me. That wasn't the vibe I was getting from him at all. He didn't seem to mind too much when I swatted his hand away from my shirt. In fact, he respected it and moved on without turning it into a big deal. He also didn't freak out about the manties. I was probably the one more terrified, at least at the start. I wasn't lying when I said that no one's ever seen me like that. It's something I've kept tucked away and private, like so many other things in my life. I was scared standing in front of him wearing one of my favorite pairs of red lace underwear, but he had a way about him that made me feel safe. Wanted, even. Even the cum-kissing didn't gross him out. I get that it's a preference thing, and that some guys, well, most guys, aren't into it, but not Bishop. He was into it, fully into it, judging by how hard he kissed me back with his mouth full of my load, and how eagerly he swapped it back and forth between us until there was nothing left. So if he was cool with all of that, why on earth did he bail on me when all I did was ask if he wanted me to return the favor and blow him? It makes no sense. Do I give off I'm lousy at giving blowjobs karmic vibes? And if I do, what color would my bad at giving head aura cloud be? I'm thinking a stormy pink with dramatic splashes of purple and ebony, but I digress. I've played the events over in my mind these last 2 days, and the more I mull it over, the more confused I end up at the end of it. I genuinely thought, despite the fact the whole situation could have been lifted from an X-rated rom-com, that Bishop and I shared something special, something real, a moment in time where two strangers meet, come together and reveal a small but true part of themselves to each other. I know that's what I did, but clearly I was wrong. My barometer for picking up on these sorts of signs isn't just broken, it was put out of commission a good decade ago. I think that's what stings the most. I showed him a side of myself that's been lying dormant within me my entire adult life. I've siphoned off my sexuality, channeling who I am into other areas of my life, like my work, my friends, my clothes, and, yes, my cats, too. When it comes to those things, I am who I am, and I never pretend to be anyone else. But when it comes to sex, I'm so closed off. I have very clear boundaries, which can be summed up neatly as shirt stays on, light stays off. I have to. Yes, it's a defense mechanism, and yes, it totally sucks, but what choice do I have? I've been hurt and rejected too many times before, thinking, hoping, wishing that someone will see me and still want me won't make it happen. As it turns out, that's the heart of the problem right there. The second guys see me, they run. Bishop might have stayed a little longer than most, but ultimately he did what they all do. He deserted me.
Busy day?
Noah asks, steering the conversation onto more mundane matters. I take another sip of tea. One more surgery this morning, then consults, then I'm done. You?
Just consults, mainly. A house call on my way back home. That's about it.
A smile seeps into Noah's lips as he mentions going home. It must be a wonderful feeling having someone there waiting for you, asking about your day, caring about what's going on in your life. A feeling of longing curdles in my stomach. It's stupid and makes no sense since I'm a weirdo who's petrified of even inviting anyone to my house and having them see how I live. But who says emotions have to be logical? Damn Bishop for stirring up all these feelings I've worked hard to keep buried for so many years. Not wanting to get worked up about him again, I ask, "So how are things with you and Hayes going?" The way Noah's smile lights up his face and his body sinks further into his seat is all the answer I need.
It's amazing.
I'm so happy. You guys are great together. Hayes had been working at the clinic as our receptionist, but since his dildo lube soap business has taken off, he's quit to pursue that full-time.
We're busy as anything,
Noah continues.
Between my work here at the clinic and Hayes trying to get DLS off the ground, we don't get a lot of spare time.
How do you guys manage that? Noah's green eyes sparkle brightly.
We make every second we have together count.
That's a very good philosophy.
It is.
Happiness swells in my chest for my friend, right next to that tiny tug of longing. Noah runs his hands through his hair, which he's grown out a little now. I can't help but wonder if that's Hayes' influence rubbing off on him. Hayes is gorgeous and has shoulder-length blonde hair that I know drives Noah wild.
It means we can still do what we want, you know?
He continues.
We don't have to give anything up. I love being a vet, and I know how important Hayes' new business is to him. So it's nice that we give each other the space we need to do the things that make us happy as individuals. It makes us stronger as a couple.
I'm happy for you both, and I'm excited to see Hayes start his own business. It's just a shame we lost him as a receptionist, though. I say into my tea. Everyone here loved him. The staff, the clients, even the animals perked up around him.
He does have that effect on people. And animals.
Noah chuckles, and I can see the pride he feels for his boyfriend written all over his face.
After a long time searching, Hayes has finally found the thing he wants to do with his life. He's truly happy. I'm sure Gus will be able to find someone to fill the role.
I agree. We ease back into our familiar silence. After a few beats, Noah turns to me and asks,
"So how did you and Bishop leave things?"
I give a shrug, trying to remember. I said bye, and he maybe said see you later, although to be honest, maybe he just hot-footed it out of there. That whole ending part is a bit blurry.
Guess that's what happens when a sexy stranger sucks the soul out of you through your cock.
Noah Walters! I feigned shock, my head darting around the empty staff lounge. Language, please. We laugh.
"I'm sorry it didn't end on a better note,"
Noah says, getting to his feet.
"But it is nice to see you smile again. It's been a while. Anyways, I gotta go."
"I'll catch you around." I finish off my tea slowly, taking in Noah's last words. Has it really been that long since my best friend has seen my smile? I consider it. Yeah, I guess it has been. Pushing to my feet, I throw the teacup into the trash and head toward the surgery. In a way, Noah's right. If nothing else, I got a fun experience out of my short time with Bishop. I should be happy with that. It has made me feel better. Apparently, I'm even smiling. And hey, I'm a big believer that if I'm meant to see Bishop again, the universe will find a way to make it happen. Guess this is one of those things that just wasn't meant to be. That's what I'm still telling myself 8 hours later when I slump my tired ass through my front door. I drop my keys and wallet onto the cabinet in the entryway before trudging zombie-like into the living room and collapsing on the couch. Coffee Bean and Wasabi prance over to me, both elegantly leaping up onto the sofa and sidling up beside me. Wasabi lets out a contented purr as I shower her with gentle scratches under her chin. I fling my head back, catching Poppy gliding along the ledge by the front window. He's my latest addition, an onyx black spirited loner. He's about 8 years old, and there's no telling what he's been through. It took him a while to adjust to being around 7 new brothers and sisters, but he's finally comfortable in his surroundings. It feels good to be home. This is my sanctuary, the place where I can shut off any of the bad stuff that happens out there. But try as I might, I just can't seem to push thoughts of Bishop out of my head. He's jostled himself into prime position, my thoughts never venturing too far from what happened 2 days ago, my mind looping on a constant rotation around the one question that won't leave me alone. Why on earth did he leave like that?
6.
Bishop. 2 months later.
The late summer sun beats down hard, the glare catching on my watch. I move my hand down the steering wheel slightly to avoid the reflection hitting me straight in the face. I've gotten to know my way around Brookhaven pretty well over these past 2 months, but I still need to pay careful attention when I'm driving. Moving here has been a mixed bag. Life hasn't exactly been easy, but I guess that's to be expected when you do a reboot on your life at the age of 32. I'm doing my best to focus on the positives. Brookhaven is a lovely coastal town. Even with the swell of peak tourist season, it's got a friendly, laid-back charm that I can see myself settling into. The weather is perfectly warm without getting ridiculously hot like LA does. I've sweltered enough on the West Coast to last me a lifetime. I also haven't been recognized. Yet. Another handy bonus. Not that I go out a lot. My main trips into town are for groceries, and I spend a lot of time at the supply warehouse, but that's really about it. Suits me fine, really. Having a massive social circle doesn't guarantee happiness, or even friends who have your back when the going gets tough, as it turns out. I let out a heavy breath as my thoughts drift to the other side of the equation. The negatives, and damn, there's been a few of those. I suppose it's my own stupid fault for buying a property sight unseen. The animal shelter part is actually okay. It's just like the online listing depicted. It's a 10-acre property on the outskirts of town made up of a small reception area near the parking lot and 2 long rectangular brick buildings. Each one consists of 2 rows of cages where up to 60 animals can be situated comfortably. I've spent the past 2 months dealing with the minor issues that needed fixing, like giving the walls a new coat of paint, fixing up the feeding trays, which had become worn, and making sure the cages were secure in parts where they had started to come undone. I'm by no means a handyman, but it's a job that's pretty basic. I can handle it. The yard was hugely overgrown, and that's been my main focus. I can't afford a ride-on mower, so I've had to cut the 4-foot grass with a walking mower, which is about as much fun as it sounds. Thankfully, it's summer. so I've been trying to convince myself that it's a good way to get some exercise while working on my tan. With the work left to do on the animal enclosures and the yard, I figure the shelter should be ready to start accepting animals in the next month, maybe 2. That part of the plan I was expecting. I knew I'd have to allocate some time to get the place up to scratch since the shelter hadn't been operational for about 4 years. What I wasn't expecting was the state of the house. To the right of the parking lot, behind a white picket fence that's more ornamental than anything else, is a house. The previous owners lived on the property and managed the shelter. That's what appealed to me about the place, and it's what I intend to do as well. I had no idea what happened between the time the previous owners moved out and now, but that house is in a bad way. So bad that it's unlivable, and trust me, I've tried. Unfortunately, things like electricity and running water aren't just nice-to-haves, they're essential, and this place is missing them. But it's the stale, musty stench that permeates throughout the entire 2-story house that's the real killer, and the reason why it's not fit to live in. Lucky for me, I know a thing or two about having to get creative with living arrangements. I indicate and change lanes, catching a glimpse of some of the items I've got clogging up the back seat. I've stored some of my stuff in the animal enclosure, but I like having my personal things near me. Larger things like furniture arrived a few days after I did. The movers brought them into the house, but I doubt they'll be usable once the stink seeps into them. I know nothing about running an animal shelter, but it's been a dream of mine ever since I was a kid. So I worked my ass off, saving every dollar I could to have enough money to buy a place outright. Even though I barely scraped by in high school, I ended up going to night college to study both business and marketing. Shelters don't typically make a lot of money. Heck, the majority run at a loss, propped up by donations. So I knew I needed a buffer. Plus, I also expected that I might have to do some repairs up front. After buying the shelter for a fair price, I worked my butt off for another year, and in that time managed to save up another $50,000. That's not a whole lot, but I figured it would be enough to get me started at least. Too bad a sneaky motherfucker managed to clear out all my savings accounts a week before I made the cross-country trek. What's worse is that said motherfucker is my older brother, Roman. A twinge of empathy battles with the rage roiling in my gut. I understand addiction all too well, believe me. I've been to hell and back with it myself. But come on, stealing from your younger brother, the only real family you have left in this world? I find myself grinding my teeth so hard it makes my jaw ache. I remind myself to take a breath and calm down. The traffic in front of me is slowing, so I ease my foot off the gas and pay a little more attention to the road. So yeah, my first 2 months in Brookhaven have been so busy that I barely had time to think about Fulton. Okay, that's a bald-faced lie, and I feel bad for even trying to make myself believe it. Fulton and I may have only spent a few hours together, but I've replayed every last detail in my mind over and over again in the hopes that I never forget anything about our short time together. I can still remember the way his body jolted when I startled him, sending his half-cupcake flying into the air. The easy and fun conversation we struck up that spilled into the bar, then to the motel, and I'll never, ever forget the sight of him standing in front of me in his red lace manties. I swear, hand on heart, that Fulton Meyer is the most beautiful man I've ever laid eyes on. That image alone has imprinted in my mind so hard it's fueled half the jerk-off sessions I've had since our encounter. The other half have been consumed by fantasies of what else I could have done with him, and still want to. Not that I'd expect Fulton to treat me with anything but contempt if our paths ever did cross again. After the way I ran out of the room, leaving him alone like that, I deserve everything bad he has to throw at me. The traffic grinds to a halt. I wind the window down, peering out to see what the cause is. There doesn't appear to be an accident as far as I can tell, but just as I pop my head back into the car, I spot it. An animal walking unsteadily on its feet by the side of the road. Everyone's slowing down to gawk at the poor thing, but no one's doing a damn thing to help. Since I'm already in the right lane, it's easy for me to swerve off to the side when I get nearer to it. As I get out, I can see it's a mid-sized dog. Its coat is a muddy gray, and it's limping. I take a few slow, steady steps toward it. Hey there, girl. I keep my voice calm and low as I take a guess at the dog's gender and continue moving toward her. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. 2 big, round black eyes don't leave me for a second as she keenly observes me approaching. I spot her bushy tail wagging softly out of the corner of my eye. That's a good sign, right? Means She's not scared or about to attack. Despite owning an animal shelter, I don't have the faintest clue what to do next, which makes me feel like a complete idiot. I mutter something to myself that it'd be nice if one of the people driving by did something more useful than just slow down and stare, but yeah, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. I run my hand through my hair, unsure how to handle this situation, when a silver car pulls up behind mine. Oh, thank God. Another pair of hands, and maybe someone with some idea how to get the poor girl to the nearest vet. I hear the door slam shut, and as I turn to face the car, my heart leaps into my throat. Shit. It can't be. My breath hitches, my chest tightening as the man inches toward me. He's focusing on the injured animal, but when he does eventually twist to face me, the shock hits him with full force, too. "Bishop!" he exclaims. "Hey, Fulton. What's going on here?" Good fucking question. My heart is stammering. I'm unsteady on my feet, and yet my heart is also doing miniature cartwheels inside my chest that this twist of fate has brought Bolton and I back together. But since I figure he's talking about the animal and not me, I reply, "I don't know. I pulled up a few minutes ago. I think the poor animal might have been hit by a car. They don't appear to be aggressive, but I was struggling to figure out what to do next. Guess we should probably call a vet, huh?" I'm disarmed by the quick grin that swipes over Fulton's lips. Those same sexy lips I loved kissing. But the moment is brief because, oh right, there's an injured animal we need to be dealing with. Fulton turns his attention back to the dog, slowly making his way closer. I hear his gentle words as he approaches. "Hey boy, or girl, have you been hurt?" I watch in awe as he continues moving forward, his tone soft, his demeanor friendly. It looks like Fulton knows exactly what he's doing. Meanwhile, I feel about as useless as a knitted condom. "I'm going to call the Brookhaven Vet Clinic," I sing out. I've got their number in my phone, but as I reach to dial, Fulton yells over his shoulder, "Don't do that!" He's reached the dog and is crouching in front of it. He stretches his arm toward it. The dog, which I'm officially nicknaming Scrappy right now since I'm sick of thinking of it as some strange anonymous animal, I can tell she, yes, I'm sticking with the placeholder gender I've assigned her for now, too, is a fighter, even as she draws back slightly. Fulton doesn't waver, though, keeping his arm out in front of his body. He's too far away for me to hear what he's saying, but I can tell he's talking to Scrappy, probably in an attempt to reassure her that he's a good guy. My fingers hover over my cell phone screen. "Why not?" I call out. "I think she might need medical assistance." Fulton doesn't reply immediately. Scrappy is now cautiously sniffing his fingers. I decide to keep my mouth shut, stay still, and not call the clinic until Fulton is in a position to answer me without frightening Scrappy. It takes a few minutes, and as I stand back and watch him establish trust with the animal, all the bad feelings of how I ran out on Fulton come crashing back to me. My jaw clenches at how crappy that was of me, that I took the easier option of running away literally rather than staying. But if I had stayed, things would have changed. And what we shared was so perfect. I didn't want anything to ruin it. Gah, it's a no-fucking-win situation. Fulton's voice snaps me back to reality. He's now a few feet off to my side, holding Scrappy in his arms. I almost drop my phone at the sight of him standing there. Sunlight dapples through the leaves behind him, creating an almost halo effect around his face. The fact that he's rescuing an injured dog only adds to the angelic illusion. My throat is suddenly dry as I say, "How's Scrappy doing?" Fulton lifts a brow. "Scrappy?" I decided she needed a name. I shrug. I also decided she needed a gender. Well, you're right about the gender part. He angles his head slightly as he looks at me with those mesmerizing blue-green eyes of his. And yeah, I can work with Scrappy. I lift my phone. "I'll call the clinic." "No need." A smirk, or wait, is it a smile, plays on his lips. "Firstly, I hate to be negative, but I've heard bad things about them. Secondly, Brookhaven Vet Clinic? Please, that's such a boring name." Before I can say anything in response, Fulton steps closer toward me. I can see he's taking care to keep Scrappy as still uncomfortable as possible. "I've got this." I'm confused. "Wait, Fulton, I really think we should call a vet." That smirk smile thing he's got happening grows on his lips. "Let me save you the phone call. I'll take her straight to the clinic I work at, the much more imaginatively named Vet Shop Boys." "Whoa, You're a vet? I push the question out right as I answer it in my own head. No, the man just drives around the outskirts of Brookhaven rescuing animals from the side of the road so that he can pretend he's a vet. Idiot. Sure am, Fulton says, adding in a little tongue click. So I can take it from here. Thank you for stopping to help, Bishop. That was very nice of you. There's something about the way he says my name that transports me to the moment I was deserting him in the motel room. There's an unmissable tone of hurt in his voice then, and if I'm not mistaken, a small undercurrent of pain still lingers in his voice now. Hey, you're not getting rid of me that easily, I say, the irony of my words not lost on either one of us. I own the animal shelter out on Fairview Drive. I'll follow you. For a brief moment, Fulton says nothing, just stares me straight in the eye. Electricity snaps between us. Fulton's lips purse, but he gives a small nod as he dips his gaze to Scrappy. Fair enough. Follow me. The traffic is cleared up completely now that there's nothing for folks to slow down and gawk at. As I follow Fulton to the clinic, I can't help but smile. Yes, I'm still worried as fuck about Scrappy and hope she's all right, but I'm relieved she's in good hands. I try to relax a little, unclenching my jaw and slowing my breathing down. A bubble of happiness wafts over me as my mind wanders back to that day 2 months ago with Fulton. What we shared was special. I know deep in my gut that I'm not imagining that. Even though the circumstances are far from ideal, I'm glad we ran into each other again. As I tap my fingers against the steering wheel, I can't help but release a small smile. My mind is swirling with all sorts of silly thoughts, like wondering how often our paths might continue to cross given our lines of work, or whether there's even a tiny sliver of a chance that something more might develop between us. But it's my last thought that has me holding on to the steering wheel with a white-hot grip to keep from careening off the side of the road completely. I wonder what mantis Fulton's wearing today. 7. Fulton. My mind is racing 1,000,000 miles an hour, and as I check my speedometer, I realize, so am I. My foot eases off the pedal while I eye Scrappy, who's sitting in the passenger seat. She seems to be settled and managing reasonably well with whatever pain or discomfort she's in. I can't believe I'm calling her Scrappy, but I guess I can add that to a whole bunch of things that have gotten me all worked up, and they're all tied up to one man, Bishop Turner. There's the fact that he pulled over when no one else did. Seeing an injured or stray animal on the side of the road is intimidating for most people. I get it. It's not that folks don't want to help out. It's just that they're scared or worried that they won't know how to help. Bishop said that he didn't know what he was doing before I turned up, and still he didn't let that stop him from at least trying. And am I hearing things, or did he slip in that he owns the animal shelter out on Fairview? I've been desperately crying out for more shelters in Brookhaven for a while now. The few we have are good, but the issue is there's not nearly enough of them, and they're always at full or near full capacity. Last year, I had to put down so many animals that I literally lost count. Many of them could have gone to a shelter instead, been rehabilitated, and potentially found new families to love them. It's always heartbreaking to put an animal down, but it's even worse when the reason for it is preventable. But why would Bishop buy a shelter, especially when he doesn't seem to know a hell of a lot about animals? It doesn't make any sense. I'm still a little torn by what happened on my half-birthday, but the more I've thought about it these past few months, the more I've chosen to focus on the good side. I had a great day, met a hot-as-fuck guy, and got a half-birthday blowjob that was easily twice as good as any I've ever had. Sure, Bishop tailed it out of there like his ass was on fire, but so what? He made my day special. Maybe it's better that we kept things brief. At least that way there's no chance of screwing up a perfect memory. Between sticking to the speed limit, keeping an eye on Scrappy, and glancing into my rearview mirror to check Bishop still behind me, I feel like I'm in some sort of surreal daze as I hurry back to the clinic. But when I pull into the parking lot, my brain snaps into gear. I spring into action, and a few minutes later I'm giving Scrappy a thorough examination. I've called in a new vet, Tyler, to help me. It's always good to have a second opinion. I've filled him in on the few scant details Bishop gave me. It's not a lot to go on. At first I thought Scrappy might have been hit by a car, but based on an initial sight-only assessment, nothing seems to be broken. That leaves a few more options, including one very bad one that I pray is not the case. We should run some x-rays, I say to Tyler, just to be on the safe side.
When he doesn't say anything, I look over at him. The guy is fresh out of vet school. He's basically a taller, lankier version of me, but with crazier hair that doesn't look like it's ever been acquainted with a comb, and obviously he can't match my exquisite fashion taste. I haven't had the chance to spend much time with him, but from the little snippets of him that I have seen around the place, I like the guy. He's loud, outspoken, crazy passionate about animals, and wherever he lands on the LGBTQIA+ rainbow, he's clearly out and proud as fuck. The joys of being a Gen Zer. Tyler scrapes his teeth along his bottom lip, seeming uncharacteristically despondent for a moment. I hate to be the one to bring it up, but who's going to pay for it? Damn, he's right. I readjust my glasses. This has got to be one of the worst things about being a vet, the money side of things. When an owner brings their pet in, things are pretty clear-cut. They need a service, we provide it, and they pay for it. But we also have people who bring in animals that aren't theirs, like Scrappy. She has no collar or ID chip, but she's injured and needs care, so who pays for that? Gus is an incredible boss, and he would never let an animal suffer or be in pain, but medication, staff hours, x-rays, it all costs money, and ultimately, if there's no one here to pay for those costs, it comes out of his own pocket. That's why I'm really excited by the prospect of a new animal shelter in town. If Bishop can make it work, it's going to be a game changer. Shelters are usually happy to either cover costs or do a 50-50 split with a clinic, but he's outside in the waiting room. I yank off my gloves. You keep examining Scrappy. I need to speak with Bishop. Sure thing. I head out to the waiting room, and when I catch a glimpse of Bishop, my breath staggers out of me. The memory I've been clinging to of Bishop doesn't do the man justice. He's even more attractive than I remember, and now, without the panic of an injured animal to attend to, I take a moment to study him. He slunk in a chair on the far side of the waiting room, his black baseball cap pulled low. He's wearing a sleeveless gray t-shirt that shows off his howitzer-scale guns to perfection, and faded blue jeans. I notice the pants because his right leg is tapping wildly against the floor. It's as if he's worried about Scrappy. And damn if that doesn't melt my heart like mozzarella on a pizza. Bishop leaps up when he sees me and rushes over. A deep frown crinkles his forehead. How's Scrappy? Is she going to be okay? We're examining her now. Don't know much at this point. Okay. He dips his head, his eyes searching mine. What can I do? What do you need? Something warm and pleasant skitters through me at the concern in his voice. I hate to say it, but money. Are you prepared to cover the costs for Scrappy's care? Of course, he replies without a split second of hesitation. He slips his hand over mine. Do whatever you have to do, just make her better, okay? My eyes fix on his face. I nod. Great, thanks, I need to go back in. Of course. He lets go of my hand, but the warmth of his touch stays with me as I scurry back to the consult room. About an hour later, Tyler and I have done a thorough examination, run some x-rays, cleaned Scrappy up, and reached one depressing conclusion as to what caused her condition. Abuse. For the life of me, I will never understand what motivates a person to hurt an animal. The cruelty is beyond comprehension. I scrub my hand down my face as I wander down the hallway toward the staff lounge, my mind trying to push back the image of the knife scars that crisscross Scrappy's belly. Scars that were put there by some fucking evil asshole taking their shit out on a poor, defenseless animal. Fulton. The deep voice bounces off the walls, and I spin around. Bishop, what are you still doing here? I walk down the hallway to him since he's stuck in place next to the staff only beyond this point sign. Of course I'm still here. His tone is a little gruff, and I realize my remark might have come out wrong. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I just thought you'd leave and wait for us to call you. You don't have my number, he points out. I know you run the shelter. I shake my head. I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound like a grouchy dick. He lifts his hand as if to comfort me, but pulls back sharply at the last minute. Is everything okay with Scrappy? There are a few people in the waiting room, so I motion for Bishop to follow me into an empty consult room. I barely close the door before white-hot tears start gushing down my face. Fuck, I am so sorry. I try wiping them away furiously, shocked at how much I've let this affect me. Sadly, we see all sorts of abuse way too often. While it always has an impact, extracting some toll. Rarely does it make me bawl like a baby in front of someone I hardly know. Bishop steps in, then back. I'm looking at the ground, so all I see is his boots coming closer than retreating. He does it a few times before finally I look up and ask, "What are you doing?" His face is so pained it looks like he's on the verge of having a mild seizure.
"Trying to figure out if it's okay to hug you."
Something about his words pierces right through me. I stare deeply into his eyes. Worry clouds his face, and he just stands there and blinks, looking almost a little dopey. That's when I totally lose what little self-control I have left. "Yes," I breathe out. "You can hug me." My tears continue to spill out as Bishop's arms cocoon me, encasing my shaky body against the warmth and stability of his.
"Oh, God, I am so embarrassed."
I choke the words out as I shudder and sniffle and possibly snot all over his chest. He says nothing, simply continuing to guide his hands slowly up and down my back.
"Believe it or not, I actually am a professional," I manage to huff out.
His spine stiffens.
"Hey."
Bishop takes a small step back, twining his fingers around my neck. His eyes narrow into razor-thin slits.
"You have nothing to be embarrassed about. Showing emotions, having emotions is not a sign you're unprofessional. It's a sign you're a decent human being, you hear me?"
If Bishop's rumble was any lower, they'd have to send a search party underground to find it. I gulp, managing to heave my head in a nod at the same time. I lean in again. He gets the hint and gives me what I'm needing. Another hug. I'm still at a loss for why this has affected me in the way it has. It's also more than a little disconcerting that this is the second time I've allowed myself to be this vulnerable in front of Bishop. I don't know what it is about him, but I feel so protected when I'm in his presence. I nuzzle my face against his chest. I can feel his heart hammering away under the tear-stained shirt, and it's strangely soothing. I know Bishop said I shouldn't feel ashamed for showing emotions, and he's right. For just a brief moment, I let myself believe it, trusting his words and letting his arms give me the security that's been sorely missing in my life for such a long time. 8. Bishop.
I stare at the screen of my cell phone. I've just sent Fulton one message. "How's Scrappy doing this morning?" But my thumb hovers over the send button for the as-yet unsent follow-up I'm toying with. "And how are you?" I feel an unfamiliar scratchiness in my chest. I don't know why I'm getting myself so worked up about it. It's just a simple 4-word message. The guy did break down in front of me yesterday. It'd be rude not to check in on him and make sure he's feeling okay this morning. I'm mindful, though, that Fulton might be feeling embarrassed. He'd said as much yesterday, and while I'd reassured him he had nothing to feel bad about, I wonder whether my words have stuck with him. The memory of cradling him in my arms sure as hell has stuck with me. Rather than seeing Fulton as feeble, unprofessional, or anything else that's considered bad, I'm blown away by how he lets himself feel his emotions. In the 2 instances we've met, both times he's opened up to me in a way that is deeper than any guy has ever done with me before. It's nothing short of amazing. He doesn't need to worry about me seeing him as weak. I think Fulton might be one of the strongest people I've ever met. My phone buzzes, and I can't help smiling when I see it's from him. He gives me a detailed update. Bottom line, they'd like to keep an eye on Scrappy for another day or so, just to make sure there's no delayed trauma. He also told me about the horrendous scars she's endured on her belly. They'd like to monitor them as well, to make sure they don't get infected. I click back on my unsent message, erasing it, and tap out, "No problem. Whatever's best for Scrappy. I trust she's in safe hands with you." Then, with a weird, giddy feeling brewing inside me, I decide to go for it, and tack on, "And how are you?" Screw it. Worst case scenario, the guy can tell me to fuck off, and I can apologize for making him feel bad. Best case scenario? Now what would that involve? Manties. Now why did my brain go there? Thinking with my other head, another thought comes to me. Him. Just him. Unfiltered, unabashed, just the way he is, Fulton Meyer. He's such a unique, intriguing guy, and the fact is, given he's a vet and I run an animal shelter, there's a good chance our paths may keep crossing. At least I hope they will. I'm starting to wish I hadn't chosen to partner with Brookhaven Vet Clinic. Doing online research from the other side of the country was hardly ideal, but I wanted to be as prepared as I could to hit the ground running when I got here. No courses came up when I Googled how to run an animal shelter, but I pored over every article, discussion forum, and book I could find on anything even remotely related to the experience of running a shelter. One piece of information that kept popping up over and over again related to the value of working closely with a vet clinic due to the natural overlap between both businesses. Brookhaven Vet Clinic is the largest clinic in town and seemed friendly and knowledgeable enough when I called them a few times with my initial inquiries. They seemed keen to work together, although I'm slightly concerned about Fulton's comment that they don't have a great reputation. I make a note to ask him more about that the next time we see each other. My cell pings in my hand. I'm good. I stare at the screen for a moment, smiling. I notice the typing dots appear, then disappear a couple of times. A few moments later, another text comes through. Thank you for asking. I resist the urge to push. I'm glad he's okay, or at least that's what he's telling me. Can I check in with you later? I ask. After Fulton agrees and we wrap the conversation up, I shove my phone into my pocket and get out of my SUV. As I make my way toward the house, a car drives up the gravel driveway. I've booked an appointment with a repairman. What's wrong with the house is obviously beyond my ability to fix. Heck, I still haven't even figured out what the hell the problem is that's responsible for the putrid stench. I greet the man and explain the situation to him. He asks to take a look inside. While he's doing that, I go for a walk to clear my head. It's funny. On the one hand, I see the potential of this place. I can imagine it filled with animals, teeming with good-hearted people interested in giving them a second shot at a good life. I can envision the place growing to a point where I need to bring on staff, maybe even have some volunteers. I really want this to be a safe haven and the best animal shelter in Brookhaven, but then the doubts that are never too far from me niggle away in the back of my mind. You're not smart enough. You have no idea how to run a business. You know nothing about animals. You're only good for one thing, and you left that behind in L.A. I've berated myself with these thoughts so many times they're starting to win and weigh me down. I stop, lean against the brick wall of one of the animal enclosures, and think back to the time when the dream of owning an animal shelter was born. The childhood memories fortify me, and with a steadying breath, I head back to the front of the house as the repairman walks out. Did you find the issue? I ask. He forces a smile, jotting down a few notes on his clipboard. Issue? As in one. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Mr. Turner, but a burst pipe in the upstairs bathroom has wreaked havoc on the house. It's destroyed pretty much not only the interior of the bathroom wall, it's seeped down through the flooring, affecting a good chunk of the downstairs part of the house, too. You've got a massive plumbing issue, which has led to structural damage, which has then created a mold and mildew problem that's going to take some serious effort to repair. Sounds expensive. I scrape the back of my neck nervously as I watch him scribble together a quote. It's just a rough estimate, he says, handing me the paper. Great. Thanks. I'll look at it once he leaves. If I'm going to faint with shock, I'd rather do it privately. We shake hands, and once his car is out of view, I glance down at the figure and let out a frustrated groan. It's more than I expected. A lot more. I shake my head. I'm screwed. Fixing the house is going to cost me money I just don't have. What the fuck do I do? My financial woes keep me in a weird funk for the rest of the day. The only bright spot was a text from Fulton in the early afternoon with an update on Scrappy. She's fully regained her appetite and her wounds seem to be healing well. It's still light at 5 when I finish fixing one of the broken cages in the animal enclosure. I flick my phone out of my back pocket and dial Fulton's number, thinking it'd be nicer to hear his voice than texting again. Except I must have accidentally pressed the wrong button because when Fulton answers, I don't just hear him, I see him too. Hey, he says with a smile. Oh, shit. Well, it's lovely to see you, too. I chuckle. No, sorry, I thought I was calling you. His left eyebrow ticks up. Yes, you did just ring me. I can confirm that you are not hallucinating. I mean, I didn't realize I'd tapped the video call button, I explained with a laugh. Fulton's walking around, so the vision is a little shaky. He finally sits down, and it looks like he might be in his bedroom. Want to hang up and call again? He asks. No. The word rockets out of my mouth forcefully before I can catch it. I lean against the wall in the enclosure. Unless you want me to, that is. Something plays across his face, but I can't tell what it is. Curiosity? Happiness, maybe? I'm fine. I just got home from work and was about to jump into the shower. My brain should focus on the first part of what he just said. Him arriving home after a day in the clinic should prompt my brain to ask about Scrappy, which is, after all, the reason for my call in the first place. So why is it that the only thing I can think about right now is the sight of Fulton naked and wet in the shower? Bishop? Huh? I just said that Scrappy is doing well. She's a good-natured animal despite everything she's been through. I can hear the breath he lets out after he says that, see the heavy emotion seeping from behind his eyes. That jolts me straight out of Fantasyland and back into cold, harsh reality. I'm so happy to hear that. Fulton brightens. Me too. We'll monitor her overnight and give her one more thorough examination in the morning, but it looks like we're on track to be able to release her tomorrow. Would you like me to drop her by? And full disclosure, I'm asking because, yes, I'm hoping I may be able to convince you to give me a grand tour of the shelter while I'm there. I grin. I'm convinced. I'd be happy to show you. Great. Great. Fulton adjusts his phone, setting it back from his face a bit. My eyes drift to the shirt he's wearing. I can only make out the first few words. What's the rest of your shirt say? Oh. Fulton's head bobs down and his phone follows the movement. I get a better glimpse of what he's got on. It has, "Seriously, I'm not kitten," scrawled across it in a big white font. My grin widens. Nice. Thanks. With the way Fulton's angling the camera, I can make out more clearly that he is indeed sitting on the edge of his bed. In a flash, I'm taken back to the last time Fulton was sitting on a bed like that. His eyes were roaming my body hungrily. I feel my cock twitch in my pants. It's been God knows how long since either one of us has spoken. I know what's going through my head, but I'd kill to know what he's thinking about. Am I keeping you from No. He licks his lower lip, adjusting his shoulders slightly. We may be separated by a screen, but little sparks of electricity float between us. My insides swell with heat. Suddenly I'm very, very happy I inadvertently turned this into a video call. Fulton adjusts his grip on the phone so that his whole face appears close and clear on my screen. He really is preposterously handsome, easily one of the most beautiful people I have ever seen in my life. As he nudges his glasses up his nose, I notice how long and slender his fingers are, and what I wouldn't do to have them sliding into my ass, getting me ready for his cock to impale me. It should be weird that we're basically just staring at each other on a video call in complete silence, but for whatever reason, it's not. A half-curled smile rises on Fulton's lips. I want to crash into those lips again, suck them so hard my taste will linger in his mouth long after I'm gone. Fulton. He blinks. His chin trembles. At the very bottom of the screen, almost out of view, I spot his Adam's apple bobbing around like crazy in his throat. Yes? His voice carries a raspy edge. My heart pounds heavily in my chest, but fuck it, I'm going to do it. I have to ask the question that's been on the edge of my mind, the very tip of my tongue all day long. Fulton, I begin calmly, raking my hand through my hair. What underwear are you wearing? 9. Fulton. Bishop stares at me, grinning wolfishly, waiting for me to respond. I poke my cheek with my index finger. I can't remember what I've got on. For some reason, my voice comes out all soft and purry-like. It's as if I'm trying to seduce him or something. I glance up right into the camera and coo. Would you like me to have a look? His head nods so damn hard for a second I think Brookhaven is experiencing its first earthquake in recorded history.
I make a show of glancing down and having a proper look. Oh, yeah. I plant a huge grin on my face. I like that pair. It's so sexy.
That's just cruel.
I hear Bishop whine.
I'm launching an official complaint with the United Nations Mantis Division.
I burst out laughing.
You do that.
Is it wrong that I'm enjoying this so much? I look straight into the camera and give an impish shrug. I don't know what's come over me or even how the conversation has veered in this direction, but at some point over the past few minutes we've gone from professional to very, very personal. And as I sit on the edge of my bed, trying my best to project a sexy confidence while my legs are bouncing off the floor nervously, I can't help but wonder where this is all heading.
I want to see.
There's a pleading in Bishop's eyes that makes him near impossible to resist.
Please,
he adds, his voice dripping with need. Okay, make that completely impossible to resist, but the thought of delaying his gratification does seem like it could be a little fun. See what? I say innocently, batting my eyelashes. The growl that emerges from Bishop flies out through the screen in my cell and vibrates through my chest, sending a rush of excitement coursing through my veins. But it's the next word that tumbles out of his mouth that makes me come completely undone.
You.
No one has ever made me feel more wanted, more desirable than Bishop Turner. The heat flaring in his eyes, the way his jaw is twitching as he waits with bated breath for my next move, the way he's focused so intently on me, like nothing else exists in the world. I've never experienced anything like this in my life. It feels so unbelievably good. I clear my throat and remind myself that this is very real, this is happening, and if this goes where it looks like it's heading, it means there's a high probability that I'm going to get off and keep my shirt on, and all without bringing him back to my place. That's a win-win-win in my book. I shove aside thoughts of how pathetic that actually makes me and palm my erect cock through my pants. Why do you want to see me? I'm more interested in teasing Bishop than prying for an ego hit, but I am also genuinely curious. He's a drop-dead gorgeous guy. I'm making an assumption here, but I can't imagine he'd have trouble getting anyone he wants. Why does Bishop seem to want me?
Because you're special,
he answers. Oh?
Because the parts of you I've seen are nothing short of breathtakingly beautiful. Your face, your eyes, your hairy calves.
I'm expecting him to stop, but he keeps going.
Because I like how your thighs trembled when I took your cock in my mouth. How you moaned and dragged your fingers through my hair while I swallowed you down to your base. How you unloaded your sweet cum in my mouth and made me kiss you with it.
Okay, I am officially leaking. God, what is it about Bishop Turner? I'm either on the verge of crying or orgasming every time I'm with him. The only silver lining is that the two haven't collided and occurred at the same time. Yet. And I pray that they never will. I decide to put him out of his misery. I walk over and place my phone on top of the dresser. With my back to it, I take a few steps so that my whole body is in view. I peek over my shoulder. Bishop has brought the phone so close to him all I can see is an extreme close-up of his face. Smiling, I unzip my work pants and slowly, deliberately begin to drag them down my legs. As I bend forward slightly, I hear a throaty,
"Holy Jesus, you cannot be serious."
I step out of my pants and lift the back hem of my shirt ever so slightly. Today, I'm wearing a burgundy jockstrap. I like it because it's a mixture of sporty and sexy. It's made from a sheer stretch lace and has a beautiful paisley pattern on the front, whereas the back, well, the straps are so thin you can barely see them, meaning Bishop is currently ogling my bare naked ass.
Can you turn around? Please.
I make sure my shirt is tugged all the way down before I do as Bishop asks. After I've spun around, I take a few steps, moving closer to the dresser so that he can get a better view.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
I can feel myself blushing, but I do my best to try and let the compliment soak into me. I don't believe it, and I know that if he ever sees all of me, he'll never say it again. But right now, in this moment, with me standing in front of him like this,
I accept his praise. I can officially die a happy man now, he mutters to himself. I giggle at the extreme close-up view of him on my phone screen. Any chance you can time your death until after we've jerked off? He's holding the phone so close to his face that I can actually see his pupils dilate. Is that what you want? I nod. It is, if you do. My breath hitches in my throat. The last time I suggested I wanted to reciprocate, Bishop bolted. Part of me is scared he will again. That whatever button my request triggered last time will set off in him again now. I can see the muscle in his jaw twitching madly. He nods and possibly bumps his head into the phone because he pulls it back away from him slightly. I would love that. I can see his right shoulder flexing, and just the thought of what he's doing spikes my arousal even more. He's taking his cock out to jack off, watching me jack off. I've never done anything this remotely hot in my entire life. Well, except for that certain thing I did on my half-birthday. My heart thrashes wildly in my chest as I slide the jockstrap down my legs. When I next look up, I'm met with a pair of hooded eyes staring intently at me. Bishop lifts his hands to his mouth and swipes it slick with his tongue. He then lowers it, and I see his shoulder working in overdrive. Somehow, just knowing he's getting off is hotter than seeing it. I snatch the phone off the dresser and rest it against a photo frame that's on my nightstand. While there, I rummage around in the top drawer, find some lube, and drizzle a large amount of it over my fingers. I lie back diagonally on the bed, facing the nightstand, and begin to work my lube-slicked fingers over my cock. It's so hard, it's aching, and I wish with everything I have that Bishop was here right now to help relieve me. The feeling of his mouth as he engulfed me burns in my memory. A surge of heat laps at my chest, and I quicken my strokes. I can hear small puffs of Bishop's breathing emanating through the phone. Fuck, you look so hot. He groans loudly. You do too, I whip back. I do that thing I do whenever I start to feel like I'm getting close, flicking my wrist as it glides over my crown just to give it that extra little push as I near the edge. I can feel my orgasm calling out to me, beckoning me closer. With perfect timing, Bishop grunts out, "Oh man, I'm getting close. So fucking close." I can hear the pent-up strain in his voice. It looks like he needs this release as much as I do. His gaze lingers on mine, pinning me with a torrent of emotions. Desire, exhilaration, fear. Come for me, Fulton. His throaty words drive me over the edge. My balls clench tight, and then with an almighty force, I'm coming in hard, body-rocking spurts all over my hand, my shirt, my thighs. I manage to catch my breath and peer over at Bishop. His arm is still moving, but at a much slower pace than before. Did you come too? I huff out. He shakes his head. No. I wanted to do nothing but watch you. I let out a contented sigh. Thank you. But now it's my turn to watch you, okay? He nods, and I smile when I see his shoulder flick up and down much faster. There's no way I can get hard and join him again, but that doesn't mean that I can't still do something to turn him on. I scoop some cum off my thigh and raise it toward the camera. See this? I coo. Oh, Jesus. Bishop's face contorts as he watches me play with it between my thumb and index finger before I feed the sticky release into my mouth. It's so fucking hot. I continue dragging my fingers through more pools of cum that have landed all over me, holding them up so the Bishop can get a prime view before licking up every last drop. Oh, it tastes so good, I moan. And at that, Bishop's face grimaces, and part of me is scared he's having a heart attack. He shudders and rocks and squints half painfully, half almost comically through his release. Fuck, he grunts when he's done. I don't think I've come that much in years. A warm feeling settles over me. I'll take that as a compliment. Bishop pulls the camera away, and I don't miss the sheen of sweat that lines his forehead. You should. That was incredible, he mutters. Thank you.
No, thank you, I reply with a smile. I guess I'll see you tomorrow when I bring Scrappy over. Bishop looks like he's still not fully recovered yet.
Perfect.
How does around lunchtime sound?
Sounds good.
He straightens the camera slightly.
I'll see you then.
10. Bishop.
I flick my eyes over the repair quote I received to address the calamity of house issues, my eyes skimming over each line item written down in bright blue ink. I can feel a dull headache forming in the back of my head as reality hits me hard. I'm stuck. I just don't have the funds to fix up the house. I toss the quote over onto the passenger seat and pinch the bridge of my nose. My only option at this point is to open the shelter and start making some money. The animal housing side of the property is ready to go once I fix a few minor remaining things. While I'm realistic enough to not expect to be pulling in anywhere near the kind of money I was making in L.A., having some cash flow coming in is better than nothing. By sitting on my hands and waiting for a miracle, all I'm doing is dwindling what little remaining savings I have left. I exhale sharply. I'm not ready. I'm in way over my head, but I'm also backed into a corner. This is my last remaining viable option. Open the shelter, start rehoming animals, and pray for the best. When I spot Fulton pulling in a little while later, I quickly scamper out of my car so that it doesn't look like I live in my SUV. Even though I am, since the house is a no-go zone. He doesn't need to know that. The last thing I want is for Fulton to see me as a loser. I already feel like enough of one as it is. He pulls up not far from my car, and I throw a nervous glance over my shoulder as I wait to greet him. The windows of the SUV are tinted dark, but if he takes a proper look, he'll be able to make out that it's crammed full of all my stuff. I make my way over to his car. Fulton gets out and smiles. There's a brief feeling of awkwardness, a reminder that registers in my brain of what we did yesterday and how good it felt to see him let down his guard. Fulton's got a freaky side, and I fucking love it. But when he pulls me in for a hug, any lingering tension melts away in his arms. I inhale, taking a whiff of his natural earthy body scent, and enjoy the warmth of his body. We pull away, and my eyes fall to his shirt. It's a button-up. It's nice, a deep, rich forest green, but it's also the first time I'm seeing him not wearing a funky t-shirt. "What is it?" he asks, noticing where my eyes are focused. I wave my hand. "It's nothing." "Tell me." There's a lilt in his voice, a hint of something deeper that makes me blurt out, "You're not wearing a funny shirt. I thought that might have been your thing." Fulton snorts. "Funny shirts are totally my thing, but I don't wear them every single day. Sometimes I like to wear more traditional garments." He flashes me a grin, in all of its own accord. Seriously, I'm just an innocent bystander. My mind slides into, I wonder what kinds of things he's talking about, territory. I clear my throat and do my best to keep my thoughts on the ass at hand. I mean, task at hand. Damn it. "How are you?" I ask. "I'm very good. Thank you." His voice carries a tremulous note, and it's endearing as all hell. "How about you?" I feel a smile tugging at my lips when I reply, "Good. Now that I've cleaned up the mess I made yesterday in the enclosure." Fulton's cheeks flame, and there's nothing I want to do more than claim his mouth in a hot, torrid kiss. But he's here on business matters, I remind myself. Again, I tip my head toward his car. "And how is Scrappy doing today?" "Better. Let's get her out and see how she does here." "Let's do it." I follow Fulton around the car, my thoughts snapping in anger as I recall all the horrific details Fulton told me about the abuse poor Scrappy has endured. My fists ball by my sides, my heart pounding in a seething rage. I swear to God, if I ever find the fucker who hurt her. As Fulton goes to open the door, I force myself to calm down. Dogs can pick up on people's mood and energy, so I shove all thoughts about asshole abusive pet owners aside and focus on all the love and adoration I plan on lavishing on the beautiful girl. I'm standing a good 10 feet away to give Scrappy the space she needs. Fulton gently removes the animal carrier from the back seat of his car and carefully places it onto the ground. soothing her with words I can't hear the whole time. When he lifts the side door up, I see Scrappy's black nose push out first, sniffing the air. A few moments later, she takes her first tentative steps. It's the first time I'm seeing her all cleaned up. My eyes flick down to the bandages that cover her entire underside, but I'm determined not to focus on that. Instead, I take in her inquisitive big black eyes and her thick, multicolored, curly gray coat. Scrappy is a mid-sized dog, and a mutt through and through. I can see bits of terrier in her, even a little chow-chow given how woolly her coat is. When Scrappy sees me, her white-tipped tail flutters from side to side. I know it's unlikely, almost impossible, that she recognizes me from the day I pulled over when she had been dumped by the side of the road, but a part of me wishes that she does. I stay where I am, but crouch down. "Hey, girl. My name is Bishop, and I'm going to look after you. Would you like that?" She doesn't respond with words, obviously, but she teeters closer and closer until I can reach out and let her get a good whiff of my hand. Her dark nose goes into overdrive, sniffing around my fingers and up my forearm. "Here." Fulton steps carefully around Scrappy and hands me a leash. "See if you can get this on her." I let Scrappy sniff the lead before bringing it closer to me. This draws her in, too. "Would you like me to put this on you?" I ask, keeping my voice gentle and calm. "If I put this leash on you, I'll be able to take you and Dr. Dr. Meyer, on a little walk." "Hey," I hear Fulton protest, but when I twist my head to look up at him, he's grinning. "What?" I shrug. "I think Dr. Mantis has a nice ring to it." "Yes, but not in front of the children," Fulton jokes, feigning shock as his eyes bulge at Scrappy. "She's fine, aren't you, girl?" I give Scrappy a pat while keeping my eyes trained on Fulton. Besides, there will be no kink-shaming in my household, thank you very much. It happens so fast, but I swear something sparks behind Fulton's eyes when I say that. I'm distracted by a lick and Scrappy looking up at me with her doe eyes. Okay, this is it, my chance to put the lead on. "I won't hurt you," I promise as I clip the leash onto her collar. "There. Is that good?" I stand up and give her a moment to get used to it. "Would you like a tour of the place?" I ask Fulton. "Yeah, I'd love that." "Great." I give a gentle tug on the lead before giving Scrappy a clear command. "Come." I have no idea what her history is. Fulton says that she's not microchipped, so there's no way of tracking where she's from. Given that she's sustained human-inflicted injuries, I'm thinking that might be a good thing. She breaks into a comfortable stroll beside me, so I take that as a win. At least she understands that one command. I point ahead to the first animal enclosure and make sure Scrappy and I are walking between Fulton and my SUV. Thankfully, we're also far enough away from the house that he can't smell whatever the hell it is that's reeking out of it. I'm meant to be giving Fulton a tour of the animal shelter, so why does it feel like I'm navigating the guy through an obstacle course of my life's fuck-ups? "How much land do you have?" he asks. We come to a stop. 10 acres. See the fence line there? Fulton comes in closer toward me and follows to where I'm pointing at. "Right." I see his gaze tracking the fence line that borders the perimeter of the property all the way until it disappears out of view behind the house. "Nice," he says, and we resume our gentle stroll. Apart from the house, there are only 3 buildings on the property, but if things go well, there's plenty of space to expand. Fulton nods, listening. I like how we've shifted gears. Yes, there's an undercurrent of something swimming under the surface, but there's also a level of professionalism and what feels like genuine interest brewing between us. I like that feeling, too. I point out the small admin office as we walk past it and head over to the first of the 2 enclosures. "So what sort of experience do you have with animals?" Fulton asks, eyeing off the enclosure. "None, really," I admit, scratching the back of my neck with my free hand. "It's been a lifelong dream of mine to start a place like this. I've spent a lot of time doing as much research as I can into it, and I know there are various business models for how a shelter can operate. This one will be a safe place for animals, mainly domesticated animals such as cats and dogs initially, and maybe other small animals like rabbits and birds down the track. I want to create a place for them to heal and recover before hopefully matching them with their forever family." This looks really good," Fulton observes as we step inside and walk side by side down the narrow corridor. "I'm almost finished getting it ready," I say. "There are just a few more locks I need to fix up, and the flooring in one corner needs a little work, but I should be ready to start taking an animal soon. Fulton stops, and I come to a halt next to him, too. His eyes have more of a green hue today as they dart about the place. He gives a nod. I'm impressed. I can't help but preen slightly at the compliment. Thanks. Let me show you the other enclosure, if you like. I'd love that. Fulton smiles at me, and it takes every ounce of self-restraint I have not to reach my hand behind his neck and drag him in to kiss his face off. But, professionalism and all that. What sort of business model are you thinking of operating under? He inquires, falling into step beside me and Scrappy as we walk between the two buildings. I plan on keeping it simple. Scrappy stops to scratch behind her ear, so I wait beside her. My hope is to have the capacity to take in every animal in Brookhaven that needs care. I've partnered with Brookhaven Vet Clinic, so they'll be responsible for providing all the necessary medical care. Once the animal is ready, I'll have hopefully promoted the shelter well enough that I'll have a wait list of suitable pre-screened applicants for them to go to. Fulton gives a solid nod as we step inside the second building. Nice enclosure. Good amount of space and light. He's busy checking the place out while I'm busy checking him out. Discreetly and professionally, of course. I smile. I like seeing him in work mode. Such a difference from less than 24 hours ago when he was in full-on sex mode. Stop thinking about Fulton in underwear. Stop thinking about Fulton in underwear. You're wincing, Bishop. Is something wrong? Crap. No. Nothing at all. I clear my throat. Glad you like the place. We step outside, and I point toward a large red maple tree back toward the parking lot. The midday sun is shining brightly. I feel stupid that I can't even offer him a drink of water, but there's no way in hell we can go anywhere near the house. I had a silent prayer that he doesn't ask to use the bathroom either. What's a polite way of telling someone you'd prefer it if they relieved themselves in some shrubs outside instead? Hey, you said something the other day about the Brookhaven Vet Clinic. I start once we reach the cooler shade of the tree. Is there anything I need to know? Please, Fulton, I'm so new at this. Any advice you can give me will be really helpful. I hear a thin line of uncertainty when he speaks. Just be aware that there are various ways a shelter can partner with a clinic. Make sure the terms work for both parties, okay? And also, make sure they're as responsive as you need them to be. I've heard they can be a little sloppy in following up on things. I nod, taking it all in. Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. No problem. Fulton looks around. From what you've shown me, you've got the place looking real good. You should be proud of yourself. I let out a relieved breath. Thank you. That means a lot, coming from someone like you. Showing Fulton around here somehow makes it all the more real, and the task of actually opening and running an animal shelter all by myself even more daunting. I'm worried I'll fuck it up, I confess. You won't. Fulton closes the short distance between us and touches my jaw, bringing my eyes to meet his. I won't let that happen. I'm here to help you. The hairs on my forearms freeze. Thanks. I mean it. I've been crying out for another shelter, a place just like this one, actually, for a really long time. If you need any help, anything at all, you just let me know, okay? I take a breath and feel some of the tension in my shoulders easing. Okay, thank you, I will. And at the risk of being a little cheeky, if you ever decide you'd like to partner with another clinic, I can get you a meeting with the owner of Vet Shop Boys. Cheeky. Now why did he have to go and use that word? Stop thinking about Fulton in underwear. Stop thinking about Fulton in underwear. Why do you keep making that face? Fulton asks with a snicker. Because you said cheeky, and it made me think of your... A light, airy laugh tumbles out of his mouth. I wondered if you were going to bring that up. I lean against the tree. Fuck. I've wanted to mention it about every 2.3 seconds since you pulled up, but, professionalism and whatnot. Fulton skims his palms down the front of my shirt, his lips drawn in that intriguing smile smirk thing he does. And whatnot, indeed. Are you flirting with me, Dr. Meyer? The edges of his mouth curve higher. Oh, you're not speaking with Dr. Meyer. You're dealing with Mr. Mantes now. My hands glide around his waist and I pull him closer with a sharp tug. Oh, is that so? Before he can answer, I do what I've wanted to do since I first laid eyes on him. I claim him with a kiss. My tongue plunders into his mouth, thrashing and tangling wildly with his. He grabs my ass and squeezes so hard I'm pretty certain forensics would be able to lift a set of his fingerprints off it. It's just a kiss. We've done more and gone further than this before, but it's not just any kiss. Maybe it's because we're fully clothed and in daylight and in front of Scrappy, but it feels like something more. Like maybe, just maybe, there's a shot that this could be a beginning. I cradle his face in my hands. Have dinner with me on Friday. Tendrils of fire creep up my back as I wait for his response. How does Fulton always manage to get me so on edge, waiting with bated breath for him to answer whatever question I've asked? And why the fuck would I not give this tenterhooky feeling up for anything? A pretty pale pink smudges his cheeks. Okay. Yeah. I'd like that. 11. Fulton.
Oh, it is 100p a fucking date, Devos, Tyler declares, slamming his hands down dramatically onto the large dining table in the staff lounge. A couple of vet nurses sitting in the sofas on the other side of the room look our way, but it's Noah, Chase, and I sitting opposite Tyler at the table who are the most stunned, since none of us seem to be fluent in Gen Z speak. Noah scrunches his nose up. 100p? Devos? A tired-looking Chase pitches in. Tyler treats us to an overly dramatic eye roll before splaying his fingers on the table. He opens his mouth to speak, and I have a feeling that 3 millennials are about to get schooled by a Gen Zer. 100p, he repeats slowly, shifting his eyes between us. 100%?
Oh, yeah, I hear it now,
Noah says with a grin.
That's actually kind of cool.
And Devos? Chase asks again. Tyler shimmies a shoulder. Male form of diva, term of affection. I nod. Right. Cool. And just to confirm, the dominant form of language remains words and hasn't been replaced by emojis and exaggerated eye rolls? Noah chokes out a laugh around the sandwich he's chewing, and Chase snickers, while Tyler looks like he either doesn't get my attempt at humor, or if he does, he doesn't find it amusing. It's so hard to tell with these young kids. I've just finished telling the guys about my visit to Bishop's shelter yesterday, sticking to the Dr. Meyer version of events and steering well clear of the more X-rated Mr. Mandy's edition. You really think it's a date? I repeat the question that took us down a brief Tyler-led detour. Jesus, Fulton. Chase jumps in. He lifts a finger with one hand and, with the other, acts like his hand is a phone he's pressing to his ear. He mock listens for a few seconds before announcing, Yep, I've got the International Space Station on the line. Even they can see it's a damn date from up there. I slink back dreamily into my chair. Guess it's a date, then. What's happening with your face right now? Tyler asks, leaning forward and aiming a squint so intense at me that for a second I panic and wonder if I've got food stuck in my mouth. What? I can see your teeth. Tyler jolts back, bellows out an exaggerated gasp, and covers his mouth. Oh my God! You're smiling. Hey, I smile, I shoot back a little defensively. I've worked here for 3 months, and nope, never seen you smile like this before. Wear the funk out of some snazzy shirts, yep, but smile? Dude, that's a no on a scale that Melania usually reserves for when the Don wants to get a little frisky. And there goes my appetite, Chase says, pushing his plate away. I wave my hands in the air excitedly as I utter 3 words for the first time that I hope will herald the dawn of a new era. Shut up, Tyler. I glance over at Chase and Noah, smiling way too proudly for something so juvenile. What do you guys think? New catchphrase alert? Noah's brows lift.
Really?
I nod. Yes, I think it's time to pass on the baton. Tyler's normally smooth Gen Z forehead crinkles. Now I'm confused.
Long story, I'll explain later,
Noah says to him. Chase lets out a massive yawn by leaning closer to him. I didn't want to say anything, but you haven't been looking like your usual fresh self lately. What's up, man?
Gus is what's up, that's what, Chase barks back. What do you mean? Noah asks right before shoveling the last of his sandwich into his mouth. I'm exhausted. It's my week to be his wingman, and we were out until 3 in the morning last night. Well, this morning. I'm 35 years old. That makes me too old for this shit. Plus, up until 2 months ago, I thought an Ariana Grande was a European sports car. Now I'm able to sing along to any one of her songs. A smirk plays on Tyler's lips. So what I'm hearing is that you're actually more of a Swiftie? Shut up, Tyler. I say it again loudly. See? I face Chase and Noah. It has a great ring to it, right, guys? Noah doesn't allow himself to get sidetracked by me. He finishes chewing, takes a long sip of water, and says thoughtfully, You know, we all thought it was a good sign when Gus came out of his month-long slanketed hideaway, but it sounds like he's replaced being a hermit who day drinks and watches daytime soaps obsessively with becoming a party boy. I know we're all taking turns going out with him each week, but maybe it's time for it to stop? I swear I'm an Amazon click away from buying my own goddamn slanket and locking myself in my bedroom. With the serious look crossing his face, I don't doubt Chase for a minute. We agreed to monitor Gus more closely, and if he keeps partying at this rate, we may have to step in and say something. Tyler gets to his feet. Boomers, man, he mutters to himself as he takes his plate and rinses it in the sink. All three of us are left with mouths wide open. Please tell me he was referring to Gus and not us when he said that, I say. I think we all look the same to him, Noah chuckles. Even though Gus is almost 15 years older than us, and just for the record, not actually a boomer. Chase grumbles something under his breath as he gets up to leave too. I've been meaning to catch up with him and see how he and Julie are going with the IVF treatment. Partying until 3 a.m. can't be good for his swimmers. I make a note to check in with him one-on-one later. So, Noah leans back, folding his arms behind his neck once the guys have left. You and Bishop, huh? I can't help but grin. I feel like it's not all that long ago that you and I were sitting in this very room talking about you and Hayes. He smiles stupidly at the memory. Yeah. Then his mossy green eyes narrow in on me. But stop deflecting. Do you think this could be the start of something real? I twirl my fork in my fingers, considering his question. Noah's the only person in the world I would ever talk to about a private thing like this. Discussing a date is one thing, but a relationship? I haven't had a chance to see a lot of him, what with our crazy schedules, but he's been making a real effort, calling me every couple of days to see how I'm doing. I've been filling him in on Bishop and what's been happening, minus the super private stuff. You know me better than anyone, I finally mutter. You know I have a weird life. Quirky, he corrects, and I smile. I'm not saying being weird is bad, it's just a lot for someone to deal with. I live with 8 cats. I work 60 hours a week. I'm stuck with Harry. Noah places his hand over mine. The right guy won't think it's a lot. He'll think it's just the right amount. But before we talk about Bishop, I want to know about you. Are you even open to the idea of dating? You're always saying you're happy being single. I shrug. I'm happy-ish. That's true. Look, I don't subscribe to the bullshit notion that life can't be good without a partner. Being alone and being lonely are two very different things. I've been alone for a long time and have done some great things with my life, things that I am proud of. I love my job. I worked hard, saved, and put a down payment on my own place a week before turning 30. I like to think I'm a decent person, admittedly one who may need to smile a bit more, but lately the balance has started to shift. And yeah, loneliness is slowly but surely creeping in. I'm scared, Noah. I know you are. Trust me, until I met Hayes, I thought all men were dogs who would end up leaving me heartbroken. But here's the thing. If we let our fears hold us back, there's no room for love to take us forward. That's very deep for a weekday lunch. It's also very true. He stands, but before he goes, Noah gives my shoulder a squeeze. Think about it, Fulton. Try and imagine what it would feel like to let yourself go and let someone in. The next evening, Noah's words echo in my mind as I'm standing naked in front of the full-length mirror in one of my spare bedrooms getting ready for my dinner. Not a date. Sort of a date. Oh, okay, probably a date. with Bishop. As always, whenever I see my body like this, I'm consumed by Harry. Fucking Harry. Some people have scars, and they look cool or badass or are accompanied by some wild, adventurous tale. I was volunteering at an orphanage in Africa when an avalanche struck. Thankfully, I managed to rescue all 30 orphans. Or I packed up my life, bought a motorcycle, and had an accident on the ride from one coast to the other. I don't have a story like that. What I do have is a series of hideous scars, burn marks, and rough skin that run up a good portion of my back, creep over my shoulders, and cover my entire chest and stomach with ugly, discolored, and uneven blotches. I suffered second- and third-degree burns to over 60% of my 7-year-old body and the fire. But I have no right to complain. At least I got out alive. It happened in the middle of the night. My parents, older brother, 2 younger sisters, and I were all fast asleep in our 4th-story apartment. Our downstairs neighbor, Mr. Terrell, fell asleep on a sofa with a lit cigarette in his mouth. The fire spread fast. My parents managed to save my younger sisters and me. Tragically, the wall to my brother's room caved in on itself before my father could get to him, trapping him and, ultimately, consuming him. Dad suffered the worst damage, trying to fight the flames to reach Denham's room. I'll never forget the insufferable heat. But more than that, the roaring sound of the fire as it engulfed the entire apartment in minutes. And every time I look at my torso, it's right there for me to see. Memories that have been burned into me, an ugly and painful reminder of the worst thing that's ever happened to me and my family. That's why I love wearing funny t-shirts or bright-colored clothes. It's a way of cheering myself up, making myself feel and look normal, and distracting myself, albeit temporarily, from the pain that lingers and will never leave me. How can it, when I'm faced with it every day? It's also why I wear funky underwear and manties. It didn't start off from a sexual place. Wearing something that's so eye-catching helps me see past the scarring, the blemishes, the disfiguration that not even multiple surgeries and skin grafts could completely remedy. Of the 5 guys who have ever seen me naked, 4 of them pulled back in disgust and left. As in, literally got up, mumbled some bullshit excuse about needing to leave, and then bolted. They couldn't handle the sight of it, so there was no way they could have sex with me. The 5th guy? That'd be Noah. He accidentally walked in on me getting changed one day when we were in vet school together. He didn't balk or sour his face with a look of disgust. He also didn't pity me either. He cried as I told him the story, and then he hugged me. No one finds me attractive. And you know what? I can't say I blame them. It's a lot to take in. Hell, it's taken me years, and it's still a struggle. Funky shirts and sexy manties help. A lot. And if I'm being completely honest, so does Bishop. There's something about the way he looks at me that puts me at ease. He brings out a different side to me, and I like it. Not that I'd ever show him Harry. I don't want him to run off like all the others, hence the need for my strictly enforced shirt stays on policy. It's the only way I've ever gotten laid. I go back to my room and stride over to my dresser. Pulling open the top drawer, I tap my fingers along the edge. I rifle through my extensive underwear collection until a bright blue and extremely skimpy number calls to me. I step into it and slide it up my legs, loving the gentle friction as it grazes along the hairs of my upper thighs. The good thing about manties is that, since they're designed for men, there's enough room for the boys to breathe. I tried wearing actual women's lingerie once and hated the feeling of being so squished in. Plus, having one ball dangling out the side was not a hot look at all. I wander back to the mirror in the other room, taking another look at myself. A smile eases across my lips. I feel better now. I don't expect to have sex with Bishop tonight. That's not why I'm wearing it. This is for me. It's my little secret, and only I get to decide who I share it with. I continue getting ready. Bishop hasn't told me the name of the restaurant we're going to, but he assured me it's nothing stuffy or fancy. I have a feeling it'll probably be one of the restaurants that line the promenade. That's a pretty good option for a date. I mean, whatever this is. I opt for a pair of tight black jeans and a well-fitting blue t-shirt that says, "Live long and prosper."
I also grab a light jacket just in case we decide to go for a stroll after dinner. Summer's coming to an end and the night air can carry a nippy chill. It doesn't take me long to finish getting dressed. I slip on a pair of black sneakers, give myself a final once-over in the mirror, and take a deep breath as I head out for my, I hope this is a date, with Bishop. 12. Bishop. I'm not looking for love. I'm not looking for love. I remind myself as I wait for Fulton outside the restaurant. A new start, yes. Love? No. But, hypothetically, if I were to be interested in someone, it'd be someone like the guy I spot wearing a ridiculously tight pair of black jeans and a funky blue shirt walking down the street toward me. I'm going to try and ignore how physically gorgeous Fulton is, but damn, the way the late evening sunshine lights him up, he wouldn't look at a place strutting down a runway in Milan. It baffles me he doesn't realize how heart-flutteringly beautiful he is. I'm also going to shove aside the dirty thought that pierces its way into my mind, the one that's got me clamoring to find out what he's got on underneath that dark denim, because my favorite things about Fulton aren't exclusively tied to the way he looks. That just happens to be an added bonus. What I like about Fulton runs so much deeper than his appearance. I really feel like we're striking up a connection. He's unique, smart, passionate, open, and kind. And something about that collection of qualities intermingles with me in a way that's making me desperate to get to know him better. As a friend, that is, because I'm not looking for love, right? Oh man, the only person I'm kidding here is myself. This is a fucking date, and all three of us know it. Fulton, me, and the kaleidoscope of butterflies that have taken up permanent residence in my chest. He reaches me, and for a second my brain goes blank. Thankfully, Fulton once again knows what to do, pressing a gentle kiss to my lips. I close my eyes and savor his taste. Is it possible to get turned on by the faint aftertaste of peppermint toothpaste? Hello, I murmur into his mouth. Hello yourself. I can feel the curve of his mouth stretch into a smile, and I want nothing more than for time to stop and for this kiss to repeat on an infinity loop. But we are in public, and it's only the beginning of the night, I remind myself. You look incredible, I say when I finally manage to peel my mouth off his. He gives me an appreciative glance up and down. Thank you. So do you. You hungry? Fulton arches an eyebrow. I'm getting there. We walk up to the door and I open it for him, letting him pass ahead of me. Gentlemanly? Perhaps. A chance to check out his fucking hot ass? Definitely. Dinner is going swimmingly. I chose a restaurant by the promenade because I've been here a few times and I like the area. It's a little touristy, but once the warm weather fades, I can see it being a beautiful place to come for a midwinter stroll. Like always, the conversation between us flows naturally. We're keeping things light, and I'm enjoying how easy it is getting to know each other. Fulton was a little surprised when I told him I was a vegetarian. He blushed again when, "But you're so fucking big and muscly," shot out of his mouth. We both laughed. I explained that I loved animals too much to force him to suffer just so that I could chomp down on a greasy burger. Besides, I informed him, there were plenty of other ways to get protein to help me stay so fucking big. The amused eyebrow he shot up at that remark let me know he caught on to the double meaning. Dessert? Fulton asks once we're done with our meal. Sure. I could share something. He nods, smiling. Sounds great. You choose. I peruse the menu and settle on a banana split. Is that okay with you? Perfect. We're about 3 bites in when something weird happens. There's a shift, and just like the worst thing to do if you ever get stuck in quicksand is to keep moving, the more the conversation continues, the deeper the awkwardness gets. It starts off with what should be a relatively simple question. What made you decide to start an animal shelter? Fulton asks. You've said it's been a lifelong dream, but where did the dream come from? I finish chewing and wipe the corners of my mouth with the napkin. Childhood. I've always liked animals. Shit, none of that's a lie, but it's not the whole truth either. Not by a long shot. I don't know why I'm caught so off guard by a relatively standard first date question. I haven't talked about my childhood in a very long time.
No one's been interested enough in me to ask. What about you? I decide to change the subject. Did you always know you wanted to be a veterinarian? Something dark shoots behind his eyes, and he stops eating too. Yeah, pretty much since I was a kid. I've always loved cats. His eyes widen like he said something he shouldn't have. My mind scrambles trying to make sense of the shifting tectonic plates around us. I don't know what's happening, but something is definitely changing. How about family? I say, crossing my fingers under the table that I'm not stepping into a potential minefield with this one. Big, small, close, distant? I've got 2 younger sisters. Fulton's face twists. And I had an older brother. Oh shit, past tense. Before I can offer even a weak sorry, he says, And you? I have an older brother. I keep my tone neutral, which is hard since every time I think about how he fucked me over and turned the start of my life do-over into a shit show, rage rises inside of me. What about your parents? Dead. I spit out. At least they are to me. Oh. So yeah, things are going from bad to worse and fast. I can't for the life of me figure out how we went from having a really lovely evening to wherever the fuck we've ended up now. A thorny feeling chokes the air between us. We're still talking, but what I wouldn't give for an awkward silence right about now. I don't get it because I feel like we're both being honest with each other, but it's also like we're holding back, or maybe I'm projecting because I know I'm holding something back. I blow out a heavy breath. It was stupid to think that I could avoid bringing up my crappy childhood, my addiction, my life in L.A., It's all fun and games until someone discovers you're a retired porn star. But I can't help getting the feeling that Fulton's not telling me something either. It's weird. And then just when I think things have plummeted to weird rock bottom, it gets taken to a whole new level. Hey, Fulton! I hear someone call out. We both look over, and 3 men are approaching our table. Fulton smiles, and his face relaxes a bit. Hey, guys. He introduces me to his friends and colleagues, Gus, Chase, and Tyler. We're just having a quick bite to eat before hitting up a hot new club. It's not hard to miss the excitement in Gus's voice as he informs us of their plans. It's not a hot new club. Chase plants his hand on Gus's shoulder. It's the tired-ass prickly pineapple, and we're only going because you want to abuse our bottomless margarita policy. And you only want to go, Chase, so you can dance your ass off to some Ariana Grande. Tyler chimes in, and all the guys laugh, including Fulton. I'm not in on the joke, but it's good to see Fulton enjoy a light-hearted reprieve like this. Maybe meeting his friends will be the interlude we need to steer our own conversation back into lighter territory, but no, that would be too easy, wouldn't it? You know, Tyler looks at me, inching a step closer. You seem awfully familiar. Have we met before? I let out what a giggle would sound like if a giant stepped on it. I don't think so. I get recognized all the time. That part isn't a lie. I can't help it. I must have resting waiter face or something. That part is. Tyler pins me with his gaze for a while longer. Yeah, okay then. He leaves it at that, but he doesn't sound entirely convinced. I offer him a timid smile. That's when I notice that Chase is looking funny at me, too. The expression he's wearing is one I recognize instantly. I've seen it on men as they pass me by in malls with a wedding ring on their finger, or guys pushing baby strollers on the sidewalk. It's the, shit, I'm straight, but I've just walked past the dude I jerk off to look. Anyway, we don't want to intrude, Gus announces with a clap. It gets Fulton's friend's eyes off me, but does nothing to quell the panic bubbling in my throat. It was nice to meet you, Bishop. Have a great night. And if you're out and about, you know where to find us. In the club until midnight, in the gutter by 2, Tyler adds with a dramatic eye roll before throwing one last glance my way and then heading off with his friends. They seem nice, I say, trying to keep my voice even and not give away any signs of the pinpricks of tension stabbing through my veins. Yeah, they are. Are you okay, Bishop? You seem a little frazzled. I breathe out through my nose and raise my head to meet Fulton's warm eyes. I know I'm not meant to be looking for love, but I've definitely stumbled upon and I can't lie to him. I just can't do it. And I'm not going to be dishonest by skirting around the truth either. Even if nothing more happens between us, there's a good chance our paths will cross given our lines of work. I have to be honest with him. More than that, I want to tell him the truth. If Fulton chooses to judge me for it, well, at least I've stopped whatever this thing is before it goes any further. I think that's known as a silver lining or something. Steadying myself with a few fortifying breaths and trying to get out of my own damn head, I reach across the table. May I? Fulton's eyes drop down and he nods. I take his hands in a gentle hold, rubbing my thumbs over his knuckles. I like you. He tugs at his bottom lip. I like you too. That's why I want to be upfront with you. Okay? The word leaves his lips shakily. This is it. The moment where my two worlds collide, the past crashing into the present and possibly killing all hopes of a future. In L.A., I had a very different life. I worked in an industry that I think it's safe to say many people, or some people at least, have a problem with. Fulton nods without saying anything. My heart rattles as I look him straight in the eye and say, I used to work in porn. I performed under a stage name in a number of productions. I started when I was 25 and I retired just a few months ago. If that's an issue for you, or if you have a problem with that, I don't. He cuts in. 13. Fulton. I don't. I repeat slightly more forcefully the second time I say it. Bishop's eyes have blown out wide, and he's carefully studying me. Maybe he wasn't expecting such a strong reaction. I didn't mean to interrupt him, but I knew where he was heading, and I wasn't prepared to let him go there. I'm the least shamey person you will ever meet, I offer by way of explanation for my sharp response. I swear to you, I would never judge a person for what they do for a living or what they do with their body. The only people I'll ever shame are those who shame others, but even then, I'll try to circle back and... Oh, shit, I'm rambling. Sorry, you go on. Bishop's lips look like they're on the cusp of a smile. His face softens a touch, and he continues, Thank you for saying that. I'm not a man that likes to hold back the truth, but I have to admit that part of the appeal of Brookhaven was that it was a fresh start, and until I met your friends, no one's recognized me here so far. I knew the time would come eventually, and I don't have a problem with it, just, please, know that I'm not a dishonest person. I was simply enjoying us getting to know each other as new people and not in the shadow of my past life. I flip our hand grips so that now my fingers are caressing his palms. Thank you for telling me. And I want you to know that it doesn't change how I see you or how I feel about you. Bishop's throat bobs and it sends a rush of heat through me. Do you really mean that? Of course. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask me? I shake my head. No. Oh? I don't want to treat you or what you've just told me as some kind of spectacle that needs dissection. I sink back into my seat. Trust me, I know what that's like. I see a funny look cross his features as I go on. But I would like to know more about you, about your whole life, not just one part of it. And I'd like you to tell me whatever you feel comfortable to share. I'm here, and I'm listening. Bishop takes a moment to speak again, but when he does, his voice is low. Wow. No one's ever said anything like that to me before. I lean in forward, licking my lips. Maybe that's because you've never met anyone like me. His fingers tighten in my grip. Not maybe, Fulton. You are definitely a one-of-a-kind man. A comfortable energy settles back over us. Things dipped into some really fucking strange territory for a while there. Most of the dinner was going along fine. More than fine, actually. It was wonderful, free-flowing, and he's the kind of person that's just so nice to be around. I can't recall how we stumbled into the tricky terrain we fell into earlier. I'm just glad we seem to be back on track now. As I take Bishop in, I notice how heavy his breathing has become. His chest is heaving, and I can see the weight of his thoughts. I get it. It's hard to open up to someone. No one knows that better than me. I don't expect him to pour his heart out to me. even though part of me wishes so badly that he will. If he does, it's a gift I plan on treasuring. It's a sob story as old as time itself, Bishop announces behind a tired smile. Dad bailed on Mom when I was about 2. He was a drug addict. She followed about a year later, also an addict. My older brother Roman and I got knocked about the foster care system. Sometimes they'd place us together, other times they couldn't. He heaves out a breath. I try to keep my face neutral and my mouth shut. Bishop doesn't want my pity, and besides, there aren't any words that can truly convey how much my heart is breaking for him right now. I got beat up a few times by so-called carers, people who were entrusted to look out for me and keep me safe. He twists the napkins between his fingers, and I notice his jaw is ticking. But you know what the really terrible thing is? I shake my head, even though it's a rhetorical question. Oftentimes the men who would beat me would also mistreat their animals. Even as a kid, when it was happening to me, I'd tell myself over and over again that one day I'd grow up, I'd leave, get out of there, and never look back. But those animals... His voice breaks, and it splinters a part of my soul. Animals are defenseless. They don't grow up one day and have the ability to escape the situation they're in. Our eyes lock. His are heavy with pain. That's when the dream to run my own shelter was born. To do something to save animals in whatever small way that I could. I reach for my water with trembling fingers. It's amazing that such a beautiful thing could be born out of such a brutal experience. A fragility catches in his voice. That's the way life is sometimes. We fall silent until the server strides up to the table. "How are we doing with the dessert?" she chirps. Bishop and I peer down at the sludge of ice cream and mangled banana floating in the bowl in the center of the table. "I think you can take it away," I offer with a smile. Once she's gone, Bishop picks up where he left off. I somehow survived my childhood largely unscathed, or so I thought. I turned 18 and stopped being the state's problem. Roman was already out in the world doing his own thing, so I was out on my own. 18. That's really young. Bishop nods. Tell me about it. And I was a young 18, too. I didn't do well at school. In fact, he dips his head. I never graduated from high school. The whole time our hands have stayed connected, and I use his admission to squeeze down tighter around his fingertips. I can hear the shame in his voice, and I want my touch to assure him that there's no need to be, and that I'm not judging him for anything he's telling me. Anyway, I jumped on a bus and headed out to L.A. with a duffel bag of clothes and about $100. A small gasp slips out of the corner of my mouth. Oh my God. It didn't take long for me to fall into a bad way. I was homeless right off the bat, and I stayed that way for a few years. Bishop takes another sip of water, then actually smiles. I think I developed a pretty good strategy to cope with it. I lean closer. Go on. I found work at a gas station. I only ever did the graveyard shift because it kept me off the streets at night. On nights when I wasn't working, I joined one of those 24/7 gyms. I would hit it up, sometimes spending the whole night in there just training. That's actually pretty clever. Bishop's smile deepens. You gotta do what you gotta do to survive. Over time, I managed to snag 2 lockers at the gym, and they housed all my worldly possessions. Well, a few of them I had, anyway. My days were spent at the beach. If you walked past me, you'd think I was just a lazy Cali bum under an umbrella wearing ridiculously oversized sunglasses. He cocks his head to the side and explains. But I was sleeping. I match his smile, struck with an admiration, an awe for the strength Bishop had to find within himself to get through the shitty hand life dealt him. I don't know if I would have been able to handle the situation the way he did. Things weren't great, but I was scraping by, and then I hit the clubs. At first, it was exhilarating. I'd always known I was gay, but I'd never been in places where it was not only accepted, but celebrated. I feel his fingers twitch beneath mine. But then things got out of hand. I took it too far. The partying, the men, the drinking.
What happened? Bishop shakes his head.
A miracle. I met an older guy called Elias in a club one night. It turns out he'd seen me around a few times. He was throwing a pool party at his place out in Palm Springs and invited me to come along.
Did you? Bishop nods.
Hell yeah. I was in full-on party boy mode at that point. I wasn't going to miss that. Plus, he gave me a place to crash for the night, too. Anyway, at the party, he took me into his office, and I was pretty sure I knew what he wanted from me.
My face tightens, so I quickly try to return it to neutral.
I dropped to my knees in front of him, and...
Bishop pauses. And what? He lets out a deep chuckle.
His wife walked in.
Huh?
Turns out Elias is straight, but also one of the most successful producers of gay porn in the world.
Now that's a twist I didn't see coming. I huff out with a chuckle of my own.
You and me both. After I apologized profusely to him and his wife, Elias made me an offer that night. He'd take me on, sign me as an exclusive for his next 3 projects on one condition.
What was that?
I had to get clean. He had a strict sobriety policy with all the performers he worked with. He made a call to the director of a rehab facility in North Arizona right in front of me. I can still remember the way he looked right down the middle with that no-nonsense look of his as he asked, "Am I booking you a place?"
What did you say?
I said, "Fuck yeah." I may not have graduated high school, but I was no dummy. I recognized an opportunity to turn my life around when I saw it. Elias paid for everything. Flights, the 60-day treatment, even an apartment for 6 months when I got back to L.A. The man gave me a career, but more than that, he gave me my first proper shot at making something out of my life.
I shake my head. I'm blown away.
I know some people have a problem with porn, but for me it was my saving grace. I saved every dollar I earned, and the first thing I did was pay Elias back in full. I did night classes and got my high school diploma. I studied online and got qualified in business and marketing, and I have never, ever touched a drop of alcohol since.
He angles his head toward me and lowers his voice a fraction.
With my savings, I bought the animal shelter outright, without even coming out here to look at it. Porn was a stepping stone to this, the start of my real life. I'm so close to doing it, starting fresh and fulfilling my dream of helping animals.
Bishop pulls back, his jaw bunching up. He opens his mouth as if he's about to say something else, but then snaps it shut.
I'm scared, because I don't know what I'm doing, but I also would rather try and fail spectacularly than go to my grave never having given it a shot, you know?
His voice drops off, and my chest is swelling so much it feels like it's about to pop. My mind is officially blown right now. Bishop, you are one of the strongest, most amazing people I have ever met. And like I've already told you, there's a local vet who is more than willing to lend a helping hand. The bottoms of Bishop's ears tinge with a bright pink.
Oh, yeah?
Our eyes meet, and he scratches his chin as a smile sweeps its way across his mouth.
See, the thing is, I have a very strict selection criteria when it comes to vets.
I perk up.
My cock does, too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Why don't you fill me in? He gives a light chuckle.
Well, they have to have impeccable taste in t-shirts. They have to be cute, smart, and funny, with the side of quirky. Oh, and the most important criteria.
I lean forward, my lips parting in anticipation. Yes?
They have to be able to wear the shit out of a pair of manties.
Now it's my turn to blush. I nudge my steam-filled glasses up my nose. I think I may know someone who fits the bill. Bishop smiles. It reaches his soulful, cocoa-colored eyes, lighting them up beautifully. Our fingers remain entwined on the table. I'm blown away by his honesty in the best way possible.
I have zero problems with his porn past and nothing but admiration and respect for the man he is today. Kind, caring, smart, honest. All good qualities. But it's even more incredible that he managed to become such a good person, given all the shit he's gone through. I'm nothing special, he says softly after a few minutes. I just want a fresh start. I'd like to have the chance to get to know someone where my appearance isn't the main focus, you know? Oh, I do. Believe me, I really do. 14. Bishop. That's a good girl, I say, bending over to pick up the covered-in-saliva ball that's been dropped at my feet. I throw it as far as I can and yell, "Fetch!" Scrappy speeds off, leaping through the grounds with that happy look on her face. It's been exactly a week since Fulton dropped her off here. The first day was a little touch and go, which was to be expected. She was a little hesitant with me and scoping her new surroundings out. But since the second day, she's been practically glued to my side. Wherever I go, she follows. I love all animals, but there's something special about the human-canine connection. They're so loyal, so joyful, so in the moment. In some ways, they have a lot to teach us humans. Scrappy returns, and I throw the ball for her again. As I watch her running, I smile. I'm expecting my first arrival of animals next week. Brookhaven Vet Clinic called a few days ago and informed me about a litter of kittens that were left on their doorstep. I don't know too much more than that, other than they want to keep them in for observation for a few days. I keep playing phone tag with them since we keep missing each other when we try to call. I'm not too worried, though. I've fixed up the last remaining issues with the enclosures, and everything on that side of things is set up and good to go. Part of me can't believe that it's really happening. Accepting my first litter of animals that needs my help is both profoundly sad and exciting at the same time, but I'm determined to look at the positive. I'm not going to dwell on what brings these animals to me. All I'm going to focus on is giving them the love and care they deserve, and finding the right people to give them the best life possible. Scrappy returns and nudges into my leg, panting like crazy. I scoop the gooey ball up. We've been playing for 10 minutes, so I think it might be time for a little rest. Let's get you some water. I head back in the direction of the bowl of water I've planted next to the SUV. As we walk past the first enclosure, I shake my head. Despite it being new, clean, and warm, I couldn't get Scrappy to settle in there the first night, or the second, or even the third. Her preference? The passenger seat of my car right beside me. She fits snugly on it, and even though fall is around the corner, I can open all the doors during the day to air out the doggy smell. Still, as the nights get colder, the arrangement has a ticking timer counting down until it gets too cold for either one of us to be sleeping in a car. While Scrappy noisily inhales some water, I plonk my ass into the driver's seat. I know I have to do something about the house, but what? My options are few and far between, although an idea has been niggling in the back of my mind. If I went back to L.A., I could probably earn the cash I need to fix the house in a few months, maybe half a year tops. It's hardly ideal, but spending a Virginia winter living in my car with Scrappy doesn't sound too peachy either. Before I reach for the folder where I've been collecting the few extra building quotes I've received this week, I let my thoughts detour from my current reality and slide back to Fulton and our date last Friday. I rest my head against the back of the seat, enjoying the way that even the memory of that night invokes a sense of calmness in me. I'm glad I opened up to him. Granted, it was a little more than I expected to share, but fuck it. I'm not ashamed of anything I've had to do in my life. Fulton's reaction was cool. More than cool, actually. The feelings swirling between us are starting to take shape, solidify. The date ended chastely. Fulton had a 4 a.m. start the next day, and while a part of me was obviously disappointed we weren't going to be boarding the Mantes Express, another part of me was content with the intense make-out session in the restaurant parking lot. I may be insanely turned on by just the sight of Fulton, but my attraction to him runs deeper than that. Besides, absence only makes the cock grow harder, or something like that. It's only when my thoughts turn to Fulton's friends that I feel concern creeping up my neck. And all the time I've been in Brookhaven, of course it had to be on my first date with a guy I actually like that I get recognized. It would be stupid to think I can outrun the internet. The simple fact is that people will always recognize me, even in smaller towns like this. But the timing. Porn fame is a funny beast. On the one hand, any kind of recognition feels good. It's nice to be recognized, admired even for your work. On the other hand, well, that's just the thing. I have the kind of fame that only requires one hand, an internet connection, and maybe some tissues to clean up afterward. Hardly anything worth shouting about. Even though everyone watches porn, very few dare to admit it. Fear washes over me. It's one thing for Fulton to say he's okay with my past when it's just him and me, but when it collides with his friends or his family, what's he going to do then? Hi, Mom, Dad, meet Bishop. He starred in such illustrious movies as Dawson's Crack, Ocean's 11 Inches, and Lord of the Cock Rings. If things progress between us, would Fulton push me away or keep me as his dirty little secret? I can't decide which option would be worse. Scrappy jumps into the passenger side and distracts me with her cute face. I give her a few pats on the back as she gets comfortable and plops down, ready for one of her countless mini-naps. Seriously, the life of a dog. I run my fingers through my hair. Fulton's been crazy busy all week, so we haven't seen each other since our date. He wasn't kidding when he said he worked a lot. I think he's clocked up close to 40 hours, and it's only Wednesday. We've been texting every day, though. Quick, fleeting exchanges, but it's nice all the same. He also wasn't joking when he told me he was obsessed with cats. His text-to-cat meme ratio stands at about 4-to-1. I don't mind, though. It's so adorably him. I pick up the folder and start thumbing through the various repair quotes I've received for the house this week. Funny how the more I glare at them, the numbers don't magically go down. 32,800, 29,500, 42,000. A heavy lump lodges in the base of my throat at that last one. I fish out my cell phone and log into my bank accounts. My chest tightens as I take in the numbers in my two savings accounts. $242.78, $1,017.90. I rub my palms over my face. What am I going to do, Scrappy? She lets out a little snore, which I tell myself is doggy speak for, you'll survive. You always have. Scrappy makes a good point. I've had to hark back to my homeless LA days for some creativity, but I've got a pretty good formula going. I swim at the local municipal pool twice a day. That lets me get my 2 daily showers in when I use the changing room facilities and keeps me in semi-decent shape. There's a laundromat not too far, so I can stay on top of that. And even though it's expensive to run the heat in the car at night, at least I do actually have a roof over my head. I also have a saving grace in the form of a credit card I haven't touched yet, but I'm keeping that as a seriously last resort for when I exhaust literally every single other option. Getting into debt is the last thing I want to do right now. With the hefty exhale, I log out of the bank accounts. The last web page I was visiting lights up the screen on my cell. I bite my lip, holding back a smile. I should have gone ahead and done it the very next day after my date with Fulton like I originally wanted to. I ignore the dire straits of my savings accounts and decide to do it, telling myself that it's better late than never. With a few taps, I place an order for the largest bouquet of flowers that Floral and Hardy stocks, type in the address to the Vet Shop Boys Clinic, request for a message to be added to accompany the flowers, and confirm delivery for first thing tomorrow morning. 15. Fulton. Hello, beautiful people. Noah and I chuckle to each other as Gus's voice booms from the waiting room all the way down the hallway and into the staff lounge we're sitting in. Chase and a few other staff members are floating around, getting ready for what promises to be another busy day. When Gus strides into the room, I notice Tyler is only a half step behind him. I lean over to Noah. Hey, have you seen either Gus or Tyler at all this week? Noah scratches his jaw. Now that you mention it, no, I haven't. But I don't know everyone's schedules. There are times when you and I barely see each other at all. When Gus bounces over to me and hands me my herbal tea, I thank him for it and tack on, "Where have you two been all week?" He exchanges a guilty look with Tyler. "Last-minute trip to Vegas," Gus replies over his shoulder as he continues swanning around the room, handing everyone their drink, as is his usual Thursday tradition. Tyler slides down onto the couch opposite where we're sitting. "Oh, look," he points to Noah and me with a dramatic hand flip. It's the president and vice president of the Itty-Bitty Dicky Committee. Shut up, Tyler.
Noah whips back before turning to me with a happy, stunned look in his eyes.
Yeah, okay. This new catchphrase totally works.
I nudge into him, grinning. Told ya. Tyler laughs.
Gus told me about the whole shut up Fulton thing in Vegas. I'm honored you're passing it down to me.
Gus comes over and sits down beside Tyler. Why Vegas? I ask. He shrugs.
Why not? There are only so many places you can go out to in Brookhaven. Thought it might be nice to get away for the weekend. It's Thursday,
Noah points out. Gus lifts a shoulder and winks at Tyler.
It was an extra long weekend.
Noah sends me a questioning look, but I'm not going to pry any further. Hey, Fulton, these came for you? I can only hear Harmony and not see her because her tiny frame is entirely blocked by the largest bouquet of flowers I have ever seen in my life. Thank you. I get up and take them from her, placing them onto the coffee table.
Oh,
Tyler perks up, rubbing his hands together.
Are they from T.D. Wilson?
Who? I ask, crouching down, looking to see if there's a card. I snatch the small white envelope and sit down as Tyler explains.
T.D. Wilson, a.k.a. the Twink Destroyer. You know, the guy we saw you having dinner with last Friday?
Bishop did mention he performed under a stage name. He never told me what it was, so I guess Tyler's probably right if he's familiar with his work. I know him as Bishop Turner, I say, flipping the card in between my fingers. Given I'm in full view of everyone, I decide to open it later.
Why is he called the Twink Destroyer?
Noah asks, looking over at Tyler. A smile lurks at Tyler's lips as he waves for us to huddle in closer. Harmony steps in, too, and is met with a confused look from Tyler.
Sorry, this is gay boy stuff.
She glares down at him. Hey, I'm part of the crew. Do not even think about not sharing this with me. I want to know. Tyler glances over at Gus, who gives him a quick nod.
It's cool. She's even got a Grindr profile.
Tyler grins and looks up at Harmony with newfound respect in his eyes. I'm Dom Daddy 38. She smiles and extends her arm. Nice to meet you, bitch.
Tyler snorts as he shakes her hand. Moving on, Tyler, you were going to tell us why he's called the Twink Destroyer?
Noah prompts.
Oh, yeah, right.
Tyler's eyes twinkle.
Who here has seen his cock?
Tyler raises his hand. So does Gus. And Harmony follows suit.
Harmony?
I shriek in disbelief.
Really?
She grins. Yeah, he was incredible in The Hunt for Pink Cocktober.
Oh, did you see him in Star Trek: The Next Penetration?
Tyler squeals excitedly. I did. Harmony's face goes solemn. Even though I'm a Star Wars girl, those poor Klingons had no idea what was coming to them.
Or on them.
Gus jumps in, and the three of them cackle with laughter. I clear my throat. Geez, you guys have the attention span of a Gen Zer. Care to clue Noah and me in?
Sorry,
Tyler says, wiping a tear from his eye.
Okay, so the guy basically has a monster cock. He's got enough D to feed an entire football team. In fact, in one of his more memorable movies, that's what he does.
What do you mean?
It's an iconic scene. 5 twinks dressed up as football players, bent over on a couch, asses exposed through their jockstraps. He plays the coach, or fan, or something.
Tyler waves his hand in front of him.
I don't know sports. Anyway, TD walks in and makes his way down the procession, fucking each of them senseless until the end, where they all turn around and he showers them with a massive eruption of...
Okay, I interrupt. I think I get it.
So yeah, that's who you were having dinner with.
Huh. It's a little hard to reconcile the person, or rather the performer, that Tyler just described with the man I've been getting to know. The man whose face was riddled with concern over a dropped half cupcake. The man who's lived a life of hell and somehow managed to come out the other end ready to fulfill a lifelong dream to help animals. The man who showered me with nothing but tenderness and care during our 2 sexual encounters.
I need to get going.
Gus claps his thighs, the noise jolting me back to reality.
You and TD, I mean Bishop, should come out with us tomorrow night. We're hitting the clubs.
Yes, 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 Tyler squeals excitedly.
I want to meet him. Properly this time. I offer a non-committal sound as Gus, Tyler, and Harmony grab their drinks and head out of the staff room. Noah's left next to me. You okay, Full? I take a deep breath. Yeah, I am, I think. What Tyler just said was a lot. I chuckle. It's funny. Tyler's only, 10 years younger than us? But it feels like they're just so much more open and communicative than our generation. The only filters they know about are the ones on Instagram. I share a smile with my best friend. But I wasn't referring to Tyler. Noah continues. I was talking about what he said about Bishop. How much of that was new information for you? Bishop told me about his past. I knew he was a performer. We didn't get into details like his stage name or the specific movies or scenes he was in. Fair enough. Noah looks up at me and cocks his head to the side. Does it change anything for you? I take a sip of my tea. No, I answer steadily. You know what? It doesn't change a damn thing. What kind of an asshole would I be to judge someone for making choices they had to make in order to survive? There's nothing wrong with what he's done. But you know what the most incredible thing here is, Noah? He shakes his head, so I tell him. He's been nothing but upfront and honest with me from the first day we met. And that is what's important. Noah gets to his feet. I agree with you. 100p. I snicker and wave Noah off. My eyes drift to the colorful bouquet of flowers. It's made up of sunflowers, cream and red roses, yellow gladiolus, lush greens, and a few other types of flowers I recognize but don't know the names of. I look down. I'm still holding on to the envelope. Before I open it, I check in with myself. Am I really, truly okay with Bishop's past? I like to consider myself as someone who wouldn't sex shame or judge another person, but sometimes you gotta dig deep and really challenge your beliefs. Because if there's even a sliver of something resembling judgment running through my veins, I want to rip it out of me right here and right now. I don't ever want to take any of my unresolved shit out on Bishop. But as I sit and breathe and think, the only thoughts that float up for me are all the things I like about Bishop. So, I push myself, playing the devil's advocate. He slept with heaps of guys. Nope, I'm cool with that. No problem there. He slept with heaps of attractive men. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. He slept with guys who aren't deformed freaks like I am and can actually take their shirt off in front of someone. My throat dries. That. Not Bishop's issue at all, it's mine. And that's something I need to work on. Keep working on, like I have been all my life. I've been trying to block out the god-awful feeling of having guys see me and then literally back away in disgust. I swore to myself I would never put myself in that situation ever again. I'd never let anyone see me shirtless. That means no beach time in summer, no getting changed in the gym locker room, and sex in the dark only. Always. No exceptions. I'm so lost in my own thoughts that the envelope slips out of my hands. I bend over to pick it up. I bite the inside of my cheek as I pry it open. The words bring tears to my eyes. Thank you for a wonderful date. You are beautiful inside and out. Can I see you again? I choke back the emotion rising in my throat. Bishop Turner just hit me right in the feels. I lean forward and take a whiff of the flowers, breathing in their sweet scent. Fulton, Harmony rushes in, jolting me back to reality. There's an emergency. I need you in the theater, now. I shove the card into my back pocket and race down the corridor into the theater. The rest of the day gets away from me. After dealing with the emergency, treating Moxie, a 3-year-old Labrador who had ingested an entire slab of chocolate and was experiencing violent seizures, it messed with my schedule, and I was running behind from that point onward. It's difficult to try and make up time because I don't want to shortchange anyone else. You don't bring your animal to the vet for a social visit, so I always make sure I give clients my full attention and all the time they need, answering all of their questions, so that they leave the clinic well-informed and feeling reassured.
Of course, that also means listening to Mrs. Neal tell me all about her guinea pig's obsession with The Price is Right, and how she swears Pinky has a nodding system to help her guess the correct price, or smiling and nodding politely as Mr. Young drones on and on about his elaborate system for breeding his angelfish, which he insists will be his entryway to chairing Richmond Reefers, the largest aquarium hobbyist club in Virginia. But hey, Brookhaven is nothing if not full of delightfully unconventional characters. It's not until almost 3 in the afternoon, when I'm finally free to take a very late lunch break, I decide to forego food and instead take out my phone. I've felt horrible all day about not getting back to Bishop sooner, but I simply haven't had any spare time. I tap out a message. Crazy busy day. Thank you for the flowers. Got them this morning. Been working nonstop until now. I drop my phone into my locker, leaving the door ajar as I step into the private changing room to put on a new shirt. I still have at least another 4 hours left, and I'm in dire need of a mid-shift freshen-up. I hear my phone buzz, and I race back to my locker. My eyes light up when I see the text is from Bishop.
Just wanted you to know I'm thinking about you. A lot, but not like in a creeper way. Don't work too hard.
I smile, and I realize it's the first time all day that I've done that, as in genuinely smiled. I pat down the front of my new shirt, wondering if I should ask Bishop something that's been playing on my mind since this morning. Oh, what the hell, I text. Feel free to say no, I won't blame you, but my friends are going out tomorrow night. Not really my thing, but maybe we could go for a while with them and then hang out after, just you and me. It takes him a little while to respond to the message. I finish up in the changing room and cross my fingers I've left something that hasn't passed its expiration date in the staff fridge. I actually am quite hungry. As I fish out a Greek yogurt from the back of the fridge, my phone vibrates in my pants. It's only a one-word message from Bishop, but it's all I need to give myself an invisible high five. Yes. 16. Bishop.
I was standing naked in front of the mirror in the municipal pool changing room, getting ready to meet Fulton and his friends, and my eyes drift down to my dick. I blow out a heavy breath as I stare at the thing that made me a star. Well, a porn star anyway. The thing that allowed me to make the kind of money in a few years I don't think I'll make in the rest of my life. The thing that guys see, want, take, and then leave. The thing that I get reduced to. I know, it's hard to feel sorry for a guy who's packing a 10-inch cock. Boo fucking who, right? I get it, believe me. And I'm not entirely ungrateful. My cock has opened up a lot of doors for me. Let's face it, without porn, I'd probably still be a high school dropout living on the streets of L.A. So I do appreciate everything that has come, so to speak, from being well endowed. It's just that there is a downside to it, too. A steep one. Guys only see one thing when they look at me. They fixate on it. Most of the time I feel like a dick with a person attached to it. That's why I'm 32, and I've never had a relationship that's lasted more than a few weeks. It's as if once guys get their fix, they move on. No one's ever taken the time to dig deeper to get to know the real me. Until Fulton. I shake my head and let out a small smile. I didn't know what to expect when I told him about my former career in porn, but his reaction was everything I didn't know I needed. I like to think I'm a pretty perceptive guy, and generally a good judge of character. I had an inkling Fulton wouldn't be outright rude or judgy about it, but you never know. The fact that he was able to put my porn past into such a neat box right off the bat blew me away. He didn't hurl a million questions at me. His eyes didn't light up in excitement or suddenly see me through a new porn-filtered lens. No, he saw it for what it was, something I did to make money, to survive and get my ass off the streets. I loved that he wanted to get to know me on a deeper level, that he was curious about my whole life, the sum of all my parts, not just my genitals. It's a sensitive issue for me. Guess I've been burned and felt used so much that I wanted to protect myself with Fulton. Because I like the guy. I really like the guy. And I want him to get to know me, see me, and like me, not some fantasy version of me created to drive sales and streaming views. In the 2 times we've been together sexually, I made sure to keep the focus right where I wanted it, on him. The first time in the motel, I admit I didn't handle things well when he wanted to reciprocate by going down on me. It may have been selfish and stupid of me, but what we shared was so special. I didn't want him to see me naked, and for that to change things. The second time, the video call ended up working out well for me. I jacked off and was able to keep my cock off camera. Man, I came so fucking hard watching him take off that maroon lacy jockstrap and get himself off. I like the dynamic we've established, but if things between us develop and we take things even farther, and I fucking hope we do, I wonder if me opening up to him, showing him all of me, will change things. I continue getting dressed, slipping on a pair of white briefs before trying to wipe out the wrinkles in my denim. That's one of the things I miss most about not living in my apartment, a closet. I sniff around my shirts and go with a black polo. I wonder if Fulton's friends have filled him in about me. I'm guessing they have. I knew they recognized me when we were having dinner, so I'm sure they've told him all about T.D. Wilson. I actually liked that name. I thought it sounded cool and very porn star-esque, until some blogger decided to come up with the moniker Twink Destroyer. Fuck, I hated that. I was so upset I even asked Elias if we could take legal action to prevent it. We couldn't, of course. There was nothing I could do but watch aghast as that name took on a life of its own. It caught on like wildfire, and the studio used it to their advantage, promoting the crap out of it on social media with every new release. Hashtag Twink Destroyer even trended on Twitter once, right next to hashtag Megxit and hashtag Mom Texts. Look, porn isn't real, it's acting. Most of it pretty bad acting, with some scorching hot sex scenes thrown into the mix. Taking on a stage name was a good idea because it created distance between real me and porn me, because I may be many things, but I am not a Twink Destroyer. In my personal life, I don't approach sex or the people I have sex with as conquests to be mastered or controlled or demeaned in any way. That's not me. Just because I have a big dick doesn't automatically mean I wield it like a weapon. The kind of sex I like to have is soft, sensual, connected, passionate, emotional. Hell, in my own personal sex life, I don't even like to top. Sure, I'll do it if required, but I'm a natural-born bottom through and through. I finish getting dressed, shove all my things into my backpack, and drive the short distance back to the shelter. I spend a few minutes with Scrappy. She's doing so much better. It's an amazing experience to witness an animal returning back to their true spirit. It's amazing what a little love and proper care can do. A vet from Brookhaven Vet Clinic came out and took her bandages off today. The scars on her underside are healing well, so it's all looking good. I throw the ball for a few minutes until she's nice and tired. Whenever I leave, I make sure to put her into the enclosure. I don't like the idea of her being out on the property alone. It's as I'm tapping my fingers against my leg in the back of the car I ordered to pick me up that I realize I'm anxious. I'm nervous about going to a gay bar for the first time in months, about meeting Fulton's friends, but most of all, I'm worried about Fulton looking at me differently. He's had time to consider things. Maybe he's even jumped online to check out some of my work. The little bubble Fulton and I were in is bursting, and as the driver pulls up out the front of the club, it suddenly hits me how not ready for that I am. I step inside and, whoa, it's been a while since I've hit a club. I've forgotten how it takes a moment for your eyes to adjust to the dim lighting, how feel it in your bones loud the music can be, how excitement buzzes in the air, filling it with a heated charge. Or maybe this is just what being 32 feels like. I spot Fulton waiting in line at the bar. He looks nothing short of drop-dead stunning in a pair of tight, dark pants and a bright button-up with an intricate floral print. My heart twists happily just looking at him. As I make my way over to him, he turns my way. Our eyes meet, and I can see how his soften around the edges as he smiles at me. There's music, people, lights, whirling around us, but just for that brief moment I'm transported to a world where it's just him and me. I sidle up next to him. Hello. Hi. You look incredible, Fulton. He drops his gaze for a moment, dragging his eyes up and down the length of me. Thanks. So do you. Before I even realize what I'm doing, I hook my fingers under his chin. He peers up at me from behind his silver-rimmed glasses. I don't know whether I bend down to him or he leans up to me, but either way our lips find a way to each other. One of my hands sinks into his silky smooth hair, the other curling around his waist. Our bodies melt together. Then I never want the kiss to end. "Get a room, you two." Fulton pulls back slowly, almost reluctantly, as we take in one of his friends. "Bishop, you might remember Tyler. You met briefly at dinner. Tyler has promised to be on his best behavior tonight." I'm pretty sure I see cartoon daggers flying out of Fulton's eyes, aimed squarely at his friend. "Oh, I know who this is." I push back the familiar feeling of mild panic rising in my throat. It's been a few months since anyone has recognized me, and I remind myself that he's a friend of Fulton's, so I assume he will at least try and restrain himself. "I did some calculations today," Tyler explains as we shuffle a little closer to the bar. "I've watched 12 of your scenes. If I've masturbated at least 10 times to each, and just between us, that's a conservative guess, you've given me over 120 orgasms." "Tyler!" Fulton thwacks him across his chest. "We talked about this." "What? I'm just fanboying." "It's fine," I interject. "I'm used to it. Comes with the territory." I dart my eyes between the two of them. Pun intended. Tyler throws his head back and lets out a high-pitched laugh. Fulton keeps his eyes trained on me, finally relenting and offering a small smile. The rest of the night continues to unfold like a seesaw. Things go well for a while before dipping into uncomfortable territory. We order drinks, and Fulton introduces me to his friends. Gus and Chase I recognize from the restaurant, and there's a few others as well, including one petite-sized lady who pins me with a very heated stare. They all seem really nice, and are easy to talk to. But when I excuse myself to go to the bathroom, I see more and more guys starting to recognize me. The guys standing either side of me at the urinal don't even pretend to be discreet as they check me out mid-piss. "Dude, you're packing," the guy on the right says. The guy on my left elbows me. "Want a quick blowy?" I stare straight ahead, force a polite smile, zip up, and leave. When I'm back with Fulton and his friends, I instantly feel better. Even his friend Tyler has toned it down to an 11. I like being by Fulton's side, but what I like even more is that he's kept his arm wrapped around me the whole time. Oh, and he's only been sipping on lemonade all night. It's a small gesture, an unnecessary one, but very much appreciated all the same. "You hate this, don't you?" Fulton leans up and whispers into my ear. "No, not at all." Liar. "What are you two lovebirds whispering about over there?" Tyler leans in, a gleam in his eye. "I'm just checking in to see how Bishop is feeling. I've been noticing some guys looking over in our direction, that's all." It warms my heart that Fulton's been observing the same thing I have been. "Isn't that a good thing?" Tyler asks. "I mean, how can having a massive dick and being famous be a bad thing?" I take a few steps so that I'm facing both Fulton and Tyler square on. "You guys really want to know what it's like?" Fulton raises his hand. "For the record, I do not want to know." No, it's okay, Fulton," I say with a grin. "This'll be fun." Fulton frowns. "What will be fun?" I grab them by their shoulders, bringing them closer to me. "We're going to play a little game." "Oh!" Tyler claps his hands excitedly. "Is it called having a threesome?" Fulton shoots him the filthiest look I have ever seen while I chuckle. "No, not a threesome. You guys wait right here. Don't move. I'll be back in 5 minutes." Okay, so maybe it's a little closer to 10 minutes by the time I'm back. The convenience store is a few more blocks away than I thought. Then I have to line up again out front. I'm still a little out of breath when I rush up to Fulton and Tyler, who, to their credit, look like they haven't moved a muscle the entire time. "There you are," Tyler says as I approach. "I was beginning to think this was some sort of prank where you just make me sit still for the entire night." Fulton brings the back of his hand to his mouth and stage whispers, "Personally, I don't think that would have been such a bad thing." Tyler lets out an unimpressed huff. "I heard that. Gentlemen, I assure you that tonight there will be shenanigans, but you won't be required to stay still." Fulton furrows his brow, and damn, that man is freaking gorgeous. I'm keen to see how he responds to the little challenge I have in mind. "So what are we doing?" Fulton asks. "This." I lift my hands up beside my face, and in each one, I'm holding a piece of white bread. If Fulton and Tyler looked confused before, they're positively baffled now. "And what are we meant to do with a slice of white bread?" Tyler asks. "It's simple, really," I respond with a bright smile. "Sure, you might think it's all fun and games to have a big dick." "For the record, I do not think that," Fulton interjects with a pleading smile. I put the bread down and grab his hand. "I know you don't. And I know you're not the kind of person who would ever judge or make assumptions about a person based on something as trivial as the size of their genitals." I send Tyler a pointed look and enjoy watching him squirm a little. "But trust me, this'll be fun." "What will be fun? I still have no freaking clue what we're doing," Tyler prompts. I grab the bread and shove a slice into each of their hands. "You want to know what it's really like to walk around with a big dick? Go to the bathroom, put this bread down the front of your pants, and you'll be able to see for yourselves." 17. Fulton. "This is the craziest thing I have ever done," I announce with a giggle. I'm standing in a bathroom cubicle with my jeans around my thighs, shoving a piece of bread into my underwear. I'm silently thanking myself that I opted for a black jockstrap and not the ultra-sheer and super skimpy manties I'd been considering putting on tonight. I don't know how well lace and carbs mix. "I don't know about craziest," Tyler, who's in the cubicle next to me, retorts, "but it's definitely in my top 10. The way Bishop explained it to us, this is a trick that a lot of TV shows employ to make their male TV stars look big down there, but in a way that doesn't look too X-rated for prime time. The challenge he's set for us is to stuff our pants with a slice of bread and take one lap around the club to gauge the reaction of people. It's kind of like the literal version of walking a mile in someone else's shoes, or with someone else's package in this case. I realize how totally silly this is, but part of me is actually keen to experience it. I can tell Bishop's been out of sorts. I've been noticing it all night. The way his eyes are constantly scanning around the place, the stiff set of his jaw, the way his shoulders bunch up near his neck. That's why I made sure to keep one arm around him the whole time. It probably didn't help much, but I wanted him to know that I was there right by his side. I also feel a little guilty for some of the tension Bishop is experiencing, especially Tyler opening with his "I've jacked off to you over 100 times" fanboy gush. I'd spoken to him at the clinic today about reining it in. The scary thing is, I actually think that was Tyler holding back. I shudder to think what he would have said if I hadn't asked him to tone it down. To his credit, Bishop handled it with charm and grace. I loved introducing him to Gus and the rest of the gang from the clinic. Bishop is great in social settings and was able to make small talk with everyone, but when he came back from the bathroom, his demeanor was different. And then as the evening wore on, I noticed more guys paying attention to him. I even heard a few hushed whispers aimed our way. Bishop did his best to play it off, but I could tell it was affecting him. This silly little dare he's come up with is the first thing to really make him smile all night. So I'm happy to go along with him, and as much as I'm doing my best to understand him, there's a part of me that doesn't. There's no way I can relate to guys lusting over me like they do him. I've never been the object of someone's fantasy the way that he is. If shoving a slice of bread down my pants is a way to get to know him a bit better, then grab some peanut butter and jelly, because I am all in. I giggle one more time as I zip my jeans up, the bread pressing against my skin. It's not ticklish, it's just squishy. Wow, wow, wow. First I see you smile, Fulton Meyer, and now I'm hearing you giggling. Do I need to take you to a doctor? Shut up, Tyler, I retort, and with that, we each step out of our cubicles. His eyes drop. Oh my God. I look down at him, too. I know it's rude, but I can't help but point at the bulge he's sporting. Oh my God yourself. We waddle over to the mirror. How does he manage to even put one foot in front of the other with this thing? Tyler asks. We stare at our reflections, and yeah, the bread makes a significant difference. It's basically a push-up brawl, but for our dicks. Well, your big mouth got us into this. I point toward the door. So you can lead the way. Fine. Tyler takes one more look at himself, shimmies his shoulders, and sets off. Follow me. A few moments later, we're doing what Tyler calls a whore lap. The term spikes my shame-o-meter, but he assures me it isn't offensive. Usually it means circling a club in search of a partner or partners, but we're not doing that. We're just taking our enhanced bulges out for a little stroll. It doesn't take too long for me to understand Bishop's point. It's like our cocks have magnets, because that is literally the only thing guys are paying any attention to. Sure, they glance at our faces when they first see us approach, but once their eyes drift down to our groins, they don't come back up. It's a strange feeling, one I've never experienced before. I feel horrible about my body, so I have never put myself out there like this. If anything, I'm usually going to great lengths to hide and not draw any attention onto myself because I've spent my whole life being so self-conscious and insecure about how I look. I've never stopped to consider that having something people think is a good thing, like a big cock, could actually be a bad thing.
"Hey, big boy."
A guy, maybe in his late 40s, smirks as we pass each other, and then the fucker reaches down and just grabs my groin. I pull back hard, and before I know it, Tyler is up in his face telling him to back the fuck off. He stumbles away, pushing through into the sea of bodies on the dance floor. Tyler turns to face me. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," I nod, swallowing. That guy was just a creep. Tyler leans in. "A lot of guys are. I hate to say it, but I'm starting to see a downside to having a big old dick." "Same," I agree. "And when we get back, I'm going to apologize to Bishop." "What for?" Tyler looks at me, and for the first time, I can see the softness underneath his loud and overly confident personality. "For how I've been speaking to him. In my head, he's always been a fantasy, a dream guy. But he's more than that. He's an actual person, and he deserves to be treated like one." I pat Tyler on the shoulder. "You know, you're actually not so bad. In a way, you kind of remind me of a younger version of myself." "With not as great fashion sense, though," Tyler points out, smiling warmly. "Well, you're only human, my friend." We trudge back over to Bishop, who's standing by himself at the end of the bar. "Well?" He tilts his head, an amused grin lining his lips. "How did it go?" "It was an eye-opener, that's for sure," I reply. Tyler doesn't say anything. Instead, he just throws himself on Bishop so hard the poor guy almost topples over. "I am so sorry for talking to you like a total dick pig before." Bishop gazes at me wide-eyed. I bring my hands up and shake my head. "It's okay," Bishop reassures Tyler. "It happens all the time. I'm used to it." Tyler pulls back and steadies himself on his feet. "That sucks. You shouldn't have to get used to other people's shitty behavior. I'm truly sorry for the way I acted." And with that, he turns on his heel and leaves. "What was that?" Bishop asks once Tyler is out of earshot. I barely understand millennials. Don't even ask me to dissect Gen Zers. Bishop chuckles, and then he slowly traces his finger across my jawline. "And what was it like for you?" The bartender comes over, and I order 2 glasses of water. It was weird," I confess. I'm not the kind of guy who draws attention to myself on purpose, you know? "No, actually I don't." Bishop pauses as the bartender slides 2 glasses over before returning to our conversation. "You are without a doubt the most attractive man I have ever seen." He takes a sip of water. "And I've worked in porn." My throat clogs with emotion. I don't know what to say. My heart stutters in my chest, knowing there's no way I can find words to even begin to describe the complicated way I feel about myself, my body. Harry. Bishop's hands close around my face, locking our eyes together. "I don't know why you don't believe that, Fulton. Why you don't see yourself the way that I do." I open and close my mouth a few times. Bishop waits patiently. Finally, when nothing comes out, he goes on. "I also know that it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. If you don't believe it, all the praise in the world isn't going to make a damn bit of difference to how you feel." I'm lost in his eyes, his words washing over me and bringing me a sense of relief he can't even possibly begin to understand, but maybe, in some ways. He and I aren't so different. Guys both look at us and only see one thing. They judge us for it, define us by it. It's weird, but this whole crazy shenanigan feels like it's brought me closer to him. I swipe my hand down the front of his shirt. Hey, you want to get out of here? A smile rolls over his lips. Yeah, I'd like that. The whole time Bishop and I have known each other, he's been nothing but honest and decent and good-hearted with me. I feel a pull inside of me to do something I've never ever done with the guy before. Cool. I swallow sharply. So, should we go back to my place? Bishop's eyebrows shoot up. Wait, I distinctly remember you saying you never brought guys home. I nod. Yeah, I know. My breath is shaky, but I really want to do this. Once he gets there and sees my setup for himself, he's free to turn around and run screaming for the hills if he wants. Or judge the fuck out of me. I won't blame him whatever he does. I know it's super fucking out there. Even for me. I press my lips to his softly and murmur, but I'm willing to make an exception. 18. Bishop. The evening is definitely back on the upswing. Seriously, so far this night has had it all. Ups, downs, bread and pants, leering urinal neighbors, emotional Gen Zers, and now this. Fulton and I sitting in the back seat of a car going back to his place. A part of me hopes that the evening has something more in store for us, too. I know it's a big deal for Fulton, bringing me back to his place. My mind is racing 1,000,000 miles an hour trying to figure out why that might be. All I can really come up with is that maybe he's embarrassed by where he lives. I certainly hope that's not the case. I'd hate for him to feel bad about something like that. As if I'd ever judge a person based on how big or nice their house is. I'm living in my SUV, for fuck's sake. You okay? I keep my voice low so the driver can't hear. Fulton glances over at me, the streetlights streaming ribbons of light across his face. Yeah, he whispers back. I want to do this. I nod. I'm glad. We don't say anything else after that for a while. I lean against the headrest, my eyes not really focusing on anything that's flying past the windows. I'd been worried that this night would be a total disaster, that maybe even if Fulton really was okay with my past, that his friends wouldn't be, and that it would somehow cloud his opinion of me. That didn't happen. And it's more than just a little refreshing that Fulton doesn't give a shit about my dick size or my porn past. It's freeing. When people are only blatantly interested in just one part of you, when you've been reduced to being an object or accessory for so long, being around someone who doesn't give that shit any energy is the most amazing feeling in the world. It also does something else. It reminds me that I'm more than just the way I look. Fulton sees me. The real me. I'm not saying I'm perfect, far from it, but I do my best. I work hard, I'm an honest and decent guy, I treat people well, and that's the me that Fulton sees. When the driver drops us off, I can immediately feel Fulton tense up. We get out, and I look at his house. It looks just like any other of the houses on the street. It's a cute cream bungalow with a low-pitched gray roof that extends over a large front porch. Walking in silence, we reach the few steps that lead onto the porch, but Fulton seems hesitant to go inside. I offer him my hand, and he takes it. I can feel how clammy his palm is against my own. We get as far as the top step, and that's when he freezes. It's like his legs are filled with lead, and he can't take even one step farther. I have no idea what's going on with him, so I suggest, if this is making you uncomfortable, I can leave. No, he reaches for my arm. I don't want you to go. Okay, I say softly. I look over at the 2 large chairs on the porch. How about we take a seat? Fulton nods. He settles into one of the chairs, and I do the same. This night has already taken so many turns. I feel like we're on the verge of another one. Whatever is going on with Fulton, though, tells me that it is important to him. So I sit and wait until he starts talking. I've always loved cats. Like, Some people love them, but I am probably a little more obsessed than the average cat lover. It's really hard to explain. As Fulton continues telling me about his passion and connection for his feline friends, I'm listening, I'm nodding, but I'm not connecting the dots between his love for cats and what that has to do with him never having brought a guy home. He drops his gaze to the ground, and that's when I see it. A silent tear falling down his cheek. There was an accident when I was a kid. My heart lodges itself painfully in my throat as Fulton replays the horror of that fateful night when he was just a 7-year-old kid. When he gets to the part about his older brother not making it out alive, we both lose it. I reach over and bundle Fulton in my arms. He's shuddering, sobbing against my body as I rub my hands up and down his back. He pulls back from me slightly to speak. Do you want to know what saved us? I mean, apart from Mom and Dad. I nod. Of course. Grumpy. Grumpy. The smallest smile falls on his lips. He was our cat. Total grumpy bastard, hence the very appropriate name. Okay. He was the first one to see and smell the fire. He dashed into my parents' room and started howling. Dad said he'd never heard a more wretched sound. If Grumpy hadn't woken my parents up, there's a good chance we'd all be dead. Oh my God, Fulton. I press him into my body hard. God, I would do anything to be able to take even a sliver of his pain from him. My heart is clenched so tight I forget to breathe. When I do, hot air wheezes out of me. He runs his hands over his face. I have a lot of cats. 8 of them. I don't just love them. They make me feel safe and protected. I completely understand that. You do? Of course. I card my fingers through his hair. It makes perfect sense that you would have a connection and affinity with an animal that literally saved your life. Fulton smiles. I always thought I was crazy. I like how you put it. Almost makes it sound normal. Who says normal is a good thing? But I'm still a little confused about what this has to do with you not bringing guys back to your house. He chokes out a laugh. Why don't you see for yourself? Getting up, he opens the front door and waves me in. After you, he says as I approach. I clasp his face in my hands before entering. I want to give him an out, one final chance to change his mind, and whatever he says, I won't hold it against him. Are you sure? If you don't want me to see, I do. I want to show you how I live. I press a kiss to his forehead, and when I step inside, holy shit, I feel like I've stepped in through the looking glass into another universe. I'm thrust into a world of elaborate, multicolored tunnels, platforms, perches, ramps, and crosspieces that run under the ceilings, above windows, and along all the walls. There are cutouts in the corners of the rooms so that the cats can walk between them, painted to resemble the open mouths of various animals. Fulton entwines our fingers and guides me into the kitchen. My mouth flies open when I see the centerpiece of the room. No, not a massive oak wood table or a sprawling marble-topped island. My eyes are transfixed by a swirling spiral that runs from the floor to the ceiling with a giant cat bed made of wicker, although it looks more like a cocoon, hanging snugly in the middle at about chest height. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. This is like a permanent Disneyland dream vacation for these cats, I mutter. All my cats are rescues, but my first 2, who have both unfortunately passed, they were hit by cars. They had reconstructive surgery, but they suffered a lot of trauma after their accidents. They were afraid of the outdoors, so I wanted to create an area inside they felt safe in, but that also gave them all the exercise they needed. Fulton, this is incredible. I feel his fingers pulsing against mine. His face lights up. Would you like to meet them all? I smile. Of course. As much as I love cats, they're not known for being the most cooperative of animals. Somehow, and following an impromptu game of hide-and-seek, Fulton manages to find them and points out all 8 to me. Chocolate, cheesecake, muffin, coffee bean, cookie, poppy seed, poppy for short, wasabi, and donut. Donut, a cute little caramel and cream number, proved hard to find, but Fulton finally tracked him down in a little nook between the living room and entryway. We wind up in the living room. Fulton gestures toward the couch, and we both take a seat, our fingers still connected. I sense he's nervous by the way his eyes keep darting over to me as if he's silently trying to coax a response out of me. I'm a little speechless, to be honest. I can't quite believe what I'm seeing. It's a lot to process.
"What are you thinking?" Fulton asks, grazing his teeth into his lower lip.
I look around the room. I see a few cats napping in various spots, looking like they're living their best lives. I turn to face Fulton, and everything that's been whirring around in my head flies out, and all I'm left with is, I'm thinking that men with such kind, loving hearts as yours are rare. Fulton's throat bobs.
"Oh,
That's really nice. He drops his gaze. I was scared you'd think I was crazy or something. Hey. I slide over until our thighs are pressed firmly against each other. I would never think that. I would never judge you. In the same way you've never judged me. He looks up, his mixed color eyes filled with so much warmth.
I haven't,"
he breathes. I wouldn't. My heart flips wildly as my lips stretch out. I know. Our eyes meet, and we stay perfectly still, staring at each other. I don't know what's going on for him, but for me, I feel like I'm falling. Fulton is beyond anything I could have ever hoped to find in someone. He's kind and considerate, he's strong and independent, and he cares so deeply about animals that it touches something deep within my soul. If he can love animals this much, is there a chance he could share some of that love with me? At that moment, Coffee Bean, wait, maybe it's Wasabi, leaps down the series of ledges on the far wall, letting out a loud and extremely satisfied meow when she lands on the ground. It startles me, but Fulton simply smiles. You get used to all the noises after a while. I actually find it relaxing. When I come home and I'm feeling stressed, I sit down and take in all the sounds around me. It soothes me and calms me down completely. I'm so happy you've got a place that makes you feel like that. You've inspired me.
"Really?"
I nod. Yeah. If this is what you can do in your home, it makes me think I can do a whole lot more in the shelter. Fulton grazes his fingers up and down my forearm. I can't solve the world's problems, but I can solve this tiny problem for these cats. He says it so softly it almost sounds like a purr. I let the beauty of his words sink in. How is it possible that this man just keeps getting better and better? I take a whiff of the air. Also, how is it possible that this place doesn't absolutely reek, what with all these cats crawling about in literally every inch of the space? I straighten up. How come this place smells so normal? Fulton snickers as he gets up and walks over to a litter box. It's placed in the corner of the room. Above it is what looks like a protruding column coming out of the wall, but when he presses on the bottom corner, a panel opens up revealing a fan. I run ventilating fans 24/7. I've got 7 of them all over the house. He says it with a smile in his voice, and I'm so freaking happy that he's feeling comfortable. He's in his element, his home, his safe space, and he's allowing me to see all of it, all of him. They ventilate outside, so there's negative air pressure in here, hence no smell. I also have 2 Roombas that are running constantly, so there's not that much cat hair on the floor either. Wow, that's amazing. Fulton shuffles on his feet, a light blush rising up his neck. I haven't finished giving you the grand tour. There's one room you haven't seen yet." The words linger thickly between us. He stretches out his hand, and I take it. He leads me until we reach the door at the end of the hallway. "Is there anything cat-related in there?" I tease. He shakes his head, grinning. "Nope. That's the one place in the house that's mine. I may be batshit crazy, but I'm not completely batshit. Hey." I press my thumb over his lips. "Please don't finish that sentence. Fulton, your home is one of the most incredible things I have ever seen, and it's a testament to the kind of man you are that you want to rehome animals who have suffered, and not only that, provide this wonderful adventure playground for them to enjoy." He angles his head. "You really mean that?" "I do." I smooth my fingers against the edge of his jaw. "Thank you for bringing me here and showing me your home. It feels very special." Fulton opens and closes his mouth a few times. After waiting a while, I'm about to say something when his words cut in. "I really like you, Bishop." My palms cradle the sides of his warm face. "I really like you too." And with that, I swoop down and take Fulton in a kiss. It's soft at first, our lips teasing out a gentle caress against each other. Slowly it deepens. Fulton parts his lips ever so slightly, and I probe my way into his mouth. His tongue meets mine, tangling, playing, swirling around together in an airy kiss. At some stage, Fulton manages to pry open the door to his bedroom, and once we stumble in, we go from Disney PG to something a lot more hardcore. It's as if crossing the threshold into his room unleashes a hunger that we've both suppressed for way too long. Our tongues are lashing around wildly in our mouths. My fingers slide through his hair, and his hands grip and squeeze my ass with a rapid urgency. We fall onto the bed with me landing on top of him. I elbow myself up so I can see Fulton's face when I tell him, "I've been craving your taste like you wouldn't believe." His eyes snap shut, and he lets out a tiny groan in response. I swoop down, launching a series of smaller, rushed, fumbling kisses around his mouth, nose, chin. I just want to inhale him in every way I possibly can. My hands plunge down to his pants, the outline of his erection firm and pulsing under my fingertips. With our lips melded, I take on the gargantuan task of multitasking, kissing the fuck out of Fulton while unbuttoning his pants. Somehow I manage to tug them down his legs. I deserve a gold medal, but I'll settle for the beauty of what I see before me. Whoa. The word emanates from my mouth, my brain fried and incapable of anything more than one-syllable responses at this point. Fulton is wearing a black jock strap with a neoprene front, the thin waistband hanging low on his hips. The material feels smooth as I run my fingers over it. I hit a wet spot, and our eyes meet. I massage circles under his crown. Fulton's eyes roll into the back of his head. Feels so good. I shuffle myself away from his face and dive down the bed to meet his hard-on. With one firm pull, I tear the jockstrap down his legs. Fulton's cock flies out, the head glistening, tempting me as it bobs in front of my face. I lean in to take him in my mouth when... oh, shit. I force myself to heave back away from him. I can feel the muscles in Fulton's thighs tighten. What is it? What's wrong? Oh, you taste like bread, I reply. That draws a slight giggle out of him. Is that a problem? Could be. I tip my face up to him. I have celiac. Can't eat anything with gluten. Fulton scrambles to reposition himself, tucking his legs under his body and twisting down until we're face to face. Oh shit, I am so sorry, I had no idea. Let me have a shower. It's my turn to laugh. Okay, cool. Thank you. Fulton bounces onto his feet and strides over toward his ensuite. One gluten-free dick coming right up, he announces over his shoulder. He disappears inside, and I hear the water start running. A few minutes later, Fulton reemerges. He's got a towel wrapped around his waist, and for some reason he's put his shirt back on as well.
"I should be all good now,"
he says, a hint of nervousness in his voice. He's looking at me, looking at him, and I'm wondering if he's feeling self-conscious about the shirt. I hope my next words put him at ease. "I believe I was about to suck you off." His shoulders relax, and he flashes me a wide grin as he crosses the room. The towel lands on the floor, and with a newfound confidence, Fulton bounds onto the bed and straddles me, inching himself up until his cock is right up in my face. "Well, then, please proceed, kind sir." He doesn't have to tell me twice. I grab the base of his fully hard cock and give it a few slow strokes. A bead of pre-cum slips out. I place the flat of my tongue against his crown and teasingly drag it up, right through the center of his slit, collecting the tangy drop in my mouth. Slight tremors leave Fulton's body, so I cup my hands around his ass to steady him in place. His fingers thread through my hair, gently coaxing me to take more and more of him. So I do, inch by glorious inch. I take Fulton's cock until the base of it hits the back of my throat. Oh, that's so good. I pull back just as slowly, content to take my time. As much as I want Fulton, as much as the tension between us pushes us toward going fast, hard, dirty, I want to show him another side of me. One where I still feel all those crazy impulses, but savor every last drop of him at the same time, too. I find a comfortable middle ground, bobbing my way up and down the length of his shaft. At one point, my hand accidentally skirts the bottom of Fulton's shirt. I pull it back immediately and let out a muffled, "I'm sorry," around the mouthful of cock I've got stuffed in my mouth. Fulton doesn't say anything, but I notice his body doesn't tense like it has before at the accidental touch. He also doesn't push my hand away. Still, I'm not about to take not getting slapped away as a sign of consent. Whatever is going on with him, and for whatever reason he wants to keep his shirt on, that's his issue, his boundary. After working in an industry that at times exploits them, I'm all in when it comes to respecting people's limits. Tonight, all I want to do is tip Fulton over the edge of ecstasy as many times as I possibly can. 19. Fulton. The next morning, I feel like I'm floating on air. I'm wrapping up with Mrs. Harrison, who brought in her bouncing black and white Boston Terrier, Bark Twain, for his yearly checkup, when she taps me on the arm and says, "You know, Dr. Meyer, I don't think I've seen you smiling this much in all the years I've been coming here." She winks at me before adding, "Whoever he is, keep it up." "Mrs. Harrison," I clutch a hand to my chest, pretending to be shocked. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Sure, she says around the friendly cackle. "I'm 77 years old, and I may have cataracts, but I can spot a man in love a mile away." Once I've helped her and Bark into the waiting room, I step back into the consult room to finish off my notes. They should be simple. Bark is fine, and apart from some calcification on his right hind leg, which I make a note of, there's not much more to say, really. I should be able to sum it up pretty quickly. No more than 2, maybe 3 lines, but can my brain cooperate? No. My mind is consumed by the events of last night. It may sound silly to count bringing a guy back to my place as some sort of victory, but for me, that's exactly what it is. Apart from Noah, Gus, and Chase, I've never shown anyone the inside of my home. I know it's way over the top and too much, but it makes me happy, and I feel safer there than anywhere else in the world. I had a feeling Bishop wouldn't bail the second he saw it. That's just not who he is, but he could have been entitled to think it was a little extreme. But instead, he saw it the way I intended it, as a safe haven for animals that I love so much. My cock starts stirring as I think about what else we did last night. I can't believe how great Bishop is at giving head, but I also know that it has to stop. That was the last time we will ever do that, at least until we sit down and have a proper discussion about sex. It's not lost on me that out of our 3 sexual encounters so far, they've all been focused on me. That doesn't sit right. Yes, I've got my issues about my home and about Harry, but that's still no excuse for things being so one-sided between us sexually.
I guess I've been hesitant to bring it up because I'm worried that even though Bishop is not the man he was on screen, what if some of that is what he likes to do in his personal life, too? I've managed to resist the urge to Google anything about him. For some reason, it doesn't feel right for me to do that. I'm only going by what Tyler said, which made it sound like Bishop only ever topped on screen, never bottomed. I'm curious if he's ever tried bottoming, and, more importantly, whether he likes it or not. It's something we need to talk about.
You look like the cat who got the cream.
Noah's voice snaps me out of my thoughts. Oh, hey, I say, looking up, seeing him standing in the doorway. You got a minute? He nods and steps into the room, closing the door behind him.
Give me one guess what you were just thinking about.
I snort. Am I that obvious?
Yes, you are. I'm glad to see you beaming. It's a good look on you.
Noah takes a seat. I blow out a deep breath. I told Bishop. Noah's eyebrows squish together as his eyes roam my face.
About Harry?
No, about the accident and why I have so many cats. I brought him back to my place last night. Noah almost topples off his seat.
Whoa! Seriously?
I nod. Yep.
And how did he react?
Amazingly. I can feel my cheeks burning from the smile. He said it was a wonderful thing that I was doing, and he didn't make me feel like a weirdo. At all.
That's because you're not a weirdo.
Noah reaches across the desk and grabs my hand.
Well, you are, but you're the good kind of weird. The kind the world needs more of.
Thank you. The words I've been wanting to say are dancing on the edge of my tongue. I clear my throat. I think that if things keep going the way they are, I'm going to tell him. No, wait. I'm going to show him. Harry.
Wow, Fulton.
Noah bites his lower lip.
I am so happy for you. You deserve to be with someone who lights you up like this.
A happy feeling washes over me. For the first time in my life, hope flickers in my chest that maybe I've finally found someone I can give my heart to and show them all of me. Scars and all. Vet life is a busy life. That would actually make a good t-shirt. I've worked back-to-back 16-hour shifts over the past 2 days, so when Gus told me to knock off at 5 today after only starting at midday, I wasn't going to argue with him. Bishop and I have been texting every chance we get, but since I'm leaving the clinic at a reasonable hour, I decide to not respond to his last text, which is really hard because it's a freaking cute cat meme, and surprise him in person instead. I go home and play with the cats for a few minutes before showering, slipping on some hella sexy manties, and heading to Bishop's place via the grocery store. I want to cook dinner for him. He's starting to get more animals coming into the shelter now, and I know he's been working really hard. Besides, I figure making him a meal would be the perfect time to have our much-needed sex talk. When I pull up to the driveway of the shelter, it's starting to get dark. I wonder if he's even home since none of the lights are on inside the house. When I get out, I hear another car door slam shut. I turn around and see Bishop heading toward me. He looks surprised, and not in a good way. I bought food, I say, lifting the brown grocery bags so he can see them. I thought I'd spoil you and cook dinner. His expression looks like it's set to mildly pissed off, so I quickly add, I made sure everything was vegetarian-friendly and gluten-free.
It's not that.
His voice is low, almost like a growl. That's when it hits me. It's not the food that's irritating him. It's me rocking up here like this, uninvited, without so much as even texting him that I'm on my way. I'm sorry, I mumble, staring down at the ground and feeling like an idiot. I shouldn't have shown up out of the blue like this. That's so inconsiderate of me. He grabs my hand and his fingers are icy. That's when it hits me that when I pulled up, Bishop approached me from his SUV and not from the house. He squeezes his eyes shut for what feels like a really long time. When he opens them, they're tinged with wetness.
I have something to show you.
He takes the bags from me and leads me toward the darkened house.
This place may look nice from the outside,
he says as we step onto the porch. He puts the grocery bags onto the wooden floor.
But I didn't do my due diligence. I bought this place sight unseen, and Well, the house is unlivable.
He opens the front door and I follow him inside. The first thing that hits me is the putrid smell. It's a damp, pungent odor that makes it hard to breathe. After a few short seconds, Bishop grabs my hand.
Come on, let's get out of here.
He holds the door open for me, and once we're outside, it takes a few breaths for the smell to clear from my nostrils. Bishop's staring at the ground, almost as if he's ashamed to make eye contact with me. "Hey," I say, and he jerks his head up. "Where have you been staying all this time?" He looks out toward his SUV. My eyes widen. "Your car?" I practically bellow the words out. I grab the groceries. "Oh, fuck no, that stops right now. You're coming back home with me." I freeze, shocked by the authority in my voice, the desperate desire to take care of this man overwhelming me so much that the words spilled out of me before I could take even the slightest moment to consider what I was saying. "I mean, if you want to, that is. Sorry, I wasn't trying to tell you what—" His finger nudges against my mouth, thankfully halting my word vomit. A smile teases the corner of his mouth.
"Hey, Fulton. Shut up."
I chuckle. Well, actually, it's "Shut up, Fulton." And also, we're over that now, and on to a new catchphrase. He shakes his head, his smile engulfing the lower half of his face.
"I can't tell you how much I like it that I don't get your special brand of weird sometimes."
"Just sometimes?" I grin. "You're ahead of the curve, then. Most people don't get me any of the time." We're standing so close now I can feel his warm breath on my cheeks.
"I've never met anyone like you."
He breathes out heavily through his nose, his eyes searching me.
"Thank you for your very kind offer. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm embarrassed."
He closes his eyes for a moment before opening them and saying,
"But I'm also not stupid. The nights are getting colder. I can't keep using the municipal pool as a bathroom. And a warm house sounds like heaven right about now. There's just one thing."
"What?" He gestures toward his car.
"Scrappy."
"Oh, she's coming." I wave my hand in the air. We couldn't leave her behind. Just because I'm crazy about cats doesn't mean I'm canine phobic. A low rumble escapes from his chest, but his face turns serious again when he asks,
"Will your cats be okay with a dog, though?"
I let out a snicker. Yes, they'll be fine. Cats and dogs hating each other is a lie the cartoon industry sells to generations of children. It's not based on reality. I've brought dogs home before when all the shelters in town were full. Trust me, they'll love Scrappy. Bishop hugs me. No, I mean like squeeze all the air out of my lungs hugs me. And it feels fucking divine. I cannot believe that all this time he's been in Brookhaven, he's been sleeping in his car. Part of me is furious that he didn't tell me. I feel terrible. If I'd known, I would have offered him to stay with me straight away. But another part of me just wants to take him home and cook the man a damn good dinner. 20. Bishop.
We're both pretty quiet once we get back to Fulton's place. He was right about the cats. None of them seem bothered by Scrappy's presence. Half of them haven't even reacted beyond giving her a cursory glance and then resuming whatever post they were scratching or tunnel they were climbing through. Fulton's making a vegetarian, gluten-free lasagna, busily chopping an assortment of ingredients by the sink. I've offered to help at least 4 times, only to be told to just sit down and relax. Fulton's kitchen is actually quite big, so I'm perched on a high-back stool near the middle island. I still can't believe I'm here. I was mortified when I saw Fulton pulling up at the shelter, which was such a conflicting feeling. It had nothing to do with seeing him and everything to do with knowing that my lie was about to be exposed. I've been homeless before, and really my current arrangement wasn't too bad. "Oh, I just remembered I forgot something," Fulton says, snapping his fingers. "It's in the other room." "Let me get it for you," I offer. A funny look settles on Fulton's features, and for a minute my dick twitches in hopes it's something naughty. "No, you stay here. I'll be right back. You can keep an eye on the vegetables." I'm confused. "But you've only just chopped them. They're on the cutting board." Fulton shrugs and smiles. "Are you arguing with me?" I chuckle at his ridiculousness. God, how can one person embody absolutely every single thing you want in another person? I don't get a chance to answer my own question because when I next spin around, I almost fall out of my chair. Holy fuck. Fulton leans against the wall, smirking. He adjusts his glasses up his nose. You like what you see? My eyes drop. The cheeky fucker has stripped off his pants, so I'm looking at him wearing a white crew neck with the words, "Cat guys do it better," scrawled across it, and the same red manties he wore when we met on his half-birthday. He's also taken off his socks, so he pads along barefoot to the sink and resumes cutting vegetables, like it's the most normal thing in the world, like I'm not having to summon every single cell of willpower I have in my body to not close the distance between us and explore 1,000,001 different ways to ravage him. He flicks me a searing hot look over his shoulder. I've never had a guest in my home before, but I believe the correct etiquette is to make sure that they're comfortable. Yeah. I can barely swallow, my eyes unable to break the trance Fulton's butt cheeks have got me in. I am sure this outfit is 100% Martha Stewart approved. Fulton's sweet laughter flitters through the kitchen. He gets the tray ready, and then, sweet Jesus, he bends over to place it in the oven, although I'm pretty sure he didn't have to do it in the way that he did, with his back arching suggestively and his foot kicking up off the floor behind him. Not that I'm complaining, one little bit. He quickly throws the cutting board and a few utensils into the sink and runs some water over them. He wipes his hands on a dish rag before sauntering over to me. Dinner will be ready in half an hour. Follow me. I'm a little disappointed when Fulton leads me into the living room, and not his bedroom like I'd been hoping. He motions to the sofa. We need to talk. I sit down practically on top of him, my eyes unable to peel myself from his body. I'm happy to talk, but I'm going to put it out there, not sure how much I'm going to be able to retain from this conversation with you looking so scrumptious. His lips tip upward. Would you like me to put my pants back on? God, no! I yell it so loudly a few cats startle. One, Poppy, I think, shoots an evil look my way before fluffing his tail into the air and marching away from the couch. Don't worry, there's not going to be an exam at the end of this conversation. I let out a small chuckle. What would you like to talk about, then? Sex. Ah, I see. He tilts his head, studying me. We haven't really had a proper discussion about it. That's true. I agree. What would you like to talk about? I'm not expecting the quickness of his response. Number one, you aren't blowing me again. I shake my head. Wait, what? He turns to face me square on and gently rubs his thumb across the seam of my lips. At least not until I blow you. I'm not keeping score on purpose, but at the moment it's 3-0. That's not cool, and that needs to be rectified. I lean back and my cock twitches in my pants. Fulton sees it at the same moment I do. No argument here, I say. My cock and I are in complete agreement with you. Good. And then there's one more thing. I'm not sure I'm ready yet, and, of course, I am not assuming that you are or aren't either, but I just want to check to see if maybe one day, when we are ready to take that step, well, I guess what I want to know is I'm a bottom. I blurt out to stop the word spew flying out of Fulton's mouth. It does the trick. He leans back slightly. Oh, I grin. Just because I have a big dick doesn't mean I'm automatically a top. I'm a BDB. His brows draw so close they're almost touching. What's that? A big dick bottom. I respond with a chuckle. Right. Fulton scratches the back of his neck. It's just that with your performances and your nickname, I wondered if any of that was based on real life. No, Fulton. None of T.D. Wilson is based on me or any part of me. In fact, it's the total opposite of what I'm into. Okay. Power fucking, crazy positions, massive facials, that's all great for porn, but that's not what I want when I'm with someone. Fulton juts his chin out. What do you want? I don't know how to respond to that. On the one hand, I want him to know that I'm nothing like my performer alter ego in the bedroom, But on the other hand, I'd really like for him to discover that for himself. I try to strike a balance between reassuring him, but keeping some mystery for if, or hopefully when, we decide to make love. I want a real connection, I reply. I want to be with someone who wants to be with me, not for some fantasy they have in their head. And I want to be with a man that fulfills me in more ways than just physically. Someone who's smart, funny, interesting, passionate, and someone who can wear the fuck out of a pair of manties or a jockstrap. We laugh, and it's sexy as hell seeing Fulton smiling and happy. I think I may know someone just like that. And before I can respond, Fulton drops to the ground in front of me. He looks up at me, hunger flaring in his eyes. I want to blow you, Bishop. Please? I hesitate. Are you sure? I don't know if I'm asking him or me. Fulton nods. I am. I want this. I want you. But only if you do. Seeing him on his knees in front of me, the lightness in his eyes boring into me, his glasses tipping slightly down his nose, it fills me with the feeling I've kept at bay for so many years. Genuine, deep-felt trust. Fulton's not some fan or size queen interested in me because they're obsessed with my dick. We may have only known each other a few months, but we both shared things with each other that no one else knows. I am sure. I begin to unhook my pants when Fulton swats my hand away. I'm perfectly fine to take things from here, he says with an indignant huff. I lift my hand off my groin. I'm sorry. Just please don't feel like you're under any pressure, okay? If you can't take it all. My words trail off when I see Fulton's mouth gape open. Are you suggesting, Mr. Turner, that I may encounter some difficulties taking your cock? I'm horny, a little confused, and chuckling, which I suddenly realize happens a lot when I'm around Fulton. He is breathtakingly beautiful and so fucking quirky it makes my heart melt, and my cock throb with anticipation. I fold my arms across my chest. Be my guest. And with that, he gets to work. I lift my hips to help him drag my pants and underwear down my legs, but as soon as I feel his warm, wet mouth engulf me, I'm a goner. I don't know what I was expecting, but it sure as hell wasn't this. Fulton isn't shy or awestruck or giving off the vibe that he's overwhelmed in any way. He wraps his fingers around my base and, keeping me pinned with a hungry gaze, proceeds to swallow me whole until he reaches his hand. He slides up and down on me a few times, and I can see his jaw slackening. I meant what I said. I don't want him to feel like he has to take all of me. I know it's a fantasy, and it looks good on screen, but the reality is not everyone can deep-throat, and that is totally fine. Fulton releases his grip on my cock, taking me deep in his mouth, and then I throw my head back. He goes deeper, holy, deeper still, mother, until I hit the back of his throat. Fuck! He chokes a little around my cock, but when I move to ease back, he grabs my waist hard, stopping the movement. Oh, you like this, do you? Fulton gives a little grunt. Even though I'm well versed in the art of orgasm delay, the sight of my cock stuffed down Fulton's throat is too much for me. He pulls back and continues to deep-throat me like I've never experienced before. It's rough, raw, and so fucking delicious. Filthy slurps leave his mouth and smack in the air around us. I'm getting close, I warn. Fulton plops off my dick, and the sight of his lips so swollen and pillowy makes me come undone. Well, until he speaks, at least. Then I totally fucking lose it. Come in my mouth. I want you to feed me. He doesn't wait for me to respond before inhaling my cock in long, smooth drags, his cheeks hollowing and blowing out with the movement. When I come a few short moments later, it's a release like nothing I've ever experienced before. The physical sensation is overwhelmed by the feelings rushing through me like a waterfall. I feel connected. I feel seen. And I feel love. So much love for Fulton that it's almost too much to handle. Waking up in a horizontal position in a nice bed is something I have been missing for such a long time, but that's nothing compared to the warm body I'm pressed against. I hear the gentle whistles of Fulton's breathing over my shoulder. His arm is draped over me, and there's not a sliver of space between my back and his chest. We mustn't have moved all night, and it's the most blissful feeling ever. I reach for my phone and wince when I see the time. As much as I would love to never leave this bed, I have a vet coming from the Brookhaven Vet Clinic to do a round of checks on a litter of puppies brought in last week. I managed to wriggle myself around so I'm facing Fulton. I've never seen him without glasses before. It makes him look younger, more innocent. My cock pulses at that, knowing there is nothing innocent about him at all. He mouth-fucked me so good last night, it's a miracle my heart didn't explode out of my chest. He stirs ever so slightly. I use that as an opportunity to tell him I need to leave. Hey. His eyes remain shut, but his lips part. Hey yourself. I have to go. His eyes fly open. He fumbles around behind him and slides his glasses on once he finds them on the nightstand. Stay, he murmurs so sweetly it makes me never want to leave his side. Oh, I can't. I have appointments this morning. I'm already late. Let me make you some coffee at least. He peels the covers off, and we're both as hard as steel. That in itself should be reason enough to never leave his bedroom, but I know I can't. I have the shortest shower in history and throw my clothes on. As I'm heading out the door, Fulton races up to me, silver thermos in hand. Passing it to me, his other hand grazes my forearm. There's a serious look in his eyes. Will you come back? Stay with me? Shit, I can't believe I almost managed to forget about my disaster of a housing situation. Funny how the best blowjob of your life drains you of your memory. Of course, I say as we make our way onto the porch. It's a chilly, overcast day. It's cold, you should go inside. Warm me up, then. Fulton pushes onto his toes, and even though my hands are full, I crash my mouth into his. It's a hard, heated kiss, and I enjoy every last bit of it, hoping it will keep Fulton close to me all day. I arrive at the shelter, and there are no other cars in the parking lot. I shoot the vet a quick text to make sure he's still coming before I set about on my usual morning schedule of feeding and cleaning. When I'm done, there's still no sight of him. I grumble to myself as I dial his number. It rings out. As Fulton warned, and as I'm now learning for myself, Brookhaven Vet Clinic is difficult to deal with. I don't want to slip into a bad mood, so I decide to walk around and continue taking photos of the animals. A few of them are ready to be rehomed, so my plan is to take some cute snaps of them and post them on social media and the website as a way of generating interest. My first batch of posts last week didn't get much of a response, so maybe I need some more photos. I really hope that it says more about my marketing skills than what I think may be going on here, because it would break my heart if people aren't interested in adopting these animals just because of the way they look or the trauma they've been through. Just because an animal might be missing a limb or has deteriorated sight or hearing or suffers from post-incident trauma, it doesn't make them any less lovable or worthy. I'm hoping people can look past these things and realize that all animals deserve love, not just the pretty ones. 21. Fulton. Noah and I are settled at our usual booth in the usual bar we have our usual after-work drinks at. It's been a week since Bishop has moved in with me, and I haven't come down off the floaty high once in the last 7 days. So, how are things going with you guys? Noah asks, as if he's reading my mind. Although, to be fair, my thoughts these days are on a rotation consisting of cats, funky t-shirts, and Bishop, so it's not that hard to guess what I'm thinking about. Amazingly, he's so easy to live with. I take a noisy slurp of lemonade through the straw and leave it at that. I've never lived with anyone before, so I wasn't actually sure how it would go. Would it feel uncomfortable? Would we be tiptoeing around each other? Was he the kind of guy that left wet towels on the floor? Did he hang toilet paper with the loose end draped over the top, or under with the loose end hanging inside next to the wall? The correct response is, and will always be, over. Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions, and plenty more that my mind kept firing at me, is a resounding no. We've quickly slipped into this nice, familiar routine. Things feel easy and natural. Despite my crazy schedule, we see each other most mornings and evenings. Bishop is super chill and low-key, so he's happy spending time at home, playing with the cats and ordering takeout and spending long nights just sitting on the sofa, talking. Although he was very insistent about implementing one never-to-be-broken rule. Manties in the kitchen. Every time I cook, I have to wear them. Oh, and I'm the one who cooks. Every time. I am totally on board with that. I don't know what came over me that night when I took off my pants while I was cooking. The thought just popped into my head out of nowhere. Bishop had just told me about his shitty living situation, and I guess I wanted to do something nice for him. What I wasn't expecting was how good it would make me feel. No man has ever looked at me the way Bishop does, with hunger in his eyes and a deep wanting that practically radiates off his skin. I like teasing him, being the object of his desire. For the first time in my life, I'm getting a glimpse of what it's like to feel sexy. For someone who has absolutely never, ever thought of themselves as sexually desirable, strutting around my kitchen pantless and seeing the heated response it draws out of Bishop every single time, it's a wonderful thing. Over the course of the week, Bishop told me all about how his brother stole his savings from him, and it still makes me seethe with rage that someone would hurt Bishop like that, especially family. I already admired the hell out of Bishop. He'd been abandoned by both parents, shuttled from one family to another in a cruel and uncaring foster system, been homeless, overcome addiction. But my respect for the man grew exponentially when I saw how much he was willing to sacrifice, all in the name of achieving his dream to help animals. What have you decided about watching any of his work? Noah's question snaps me out of my own head. Not doing it. I take another slurp of lemonade. I don't need to see it. I'm not even curious. Really? Yep. I've always known that porn isn't real. It's selling a fantasy, and that has a very valid place and serves an important function for many people. I am absolutely not judging porn, at all. But Twink Destroyer Wilson is about as far removed from Bishop Turner as you can get. Why would I want to watch a fantasy when I'm on the cusp of having something so much more beautiful and real? Noah takes a swig of his whiskey. And what about Harry? Good question, I reply, letting out an uncertain sigh. I so desperately want to tell Bishop all about Harry, even show him, but I'm backed up against a wall with a lifetime of horrible memories and rejection and ridicule slamming into me. I want to overcome it, I do, and I know in my heart of hearts that if there's anyone in the world who is going to understand, it's Bishop. This actually isn't about him, it's about me. I don't know if I'm strong enough to be able to take that chance. And even though my rational brain knows there's only a tiny sliver of possibility that Bishop will reject me, that's just enough to keep me hostage to a lifetime of deep-seated fears and insecurities. Speak of the devil. Noah tips his head, and I follow his gaze to spot Bishop, Gus, Chase, and Tate coming over. Look who I ran into, Gus says happily as he settles into the booth. I know he and Bishop have met, but I don't think Bishop and Tate have. Bishop slides in beside me, our lips meeting in a soft kiss. So, Bishop, this is Tate. He's Noah's boyfriend's best friend. Bishop looks up and smiles. Got it. Nice to meet you, Tate. You too, man. Gotta say, you're a legend in the industry. Thank you. A retired legend. Bishop responds warmly. I'm living here in Brookhaven now. Permanently? Tate asks. Bishop glances over at me, and my belly tightens with anticipation as I wait for him to answer. Absolutely. There's nowhere else in the world I'd rather be. The conversation flows easily, and I love how Bishop fits into all areas of my life so well.
Talk turns to Bishop's shelter, with Gus and Chase throwing a rapid-fire round of questions his way. I can tell they're impressed with what they're hearing. I know Bishop is worried about his lack of experience, but he's a smart guy. He's done his research, and for someone outside of the industry, he's taught himself a very impressive amount of knowledge in a short space of time.
Is there anything you're struggling with?
I hear Gus ask, his voice underpinned with a genuine concern. Bishop sits up a little taller, fidgeting with his fingers.
Yeah, actually, there are 2 things.
When he fails to say anything else, Chase chips in.
We're here to help, man. We all love animals and think that you're doing an incredible thing. Lay it on us.
I can almost see the cogs turning in Bishop's brain. I know he has his pride, but he's also incredibly smart. If he weighs up the options, he'll come to the conclusion that he can share his problems with these guys.
The first is Brookhaven Vet Clinic,
Bishop begins, and I can see Gus clench up at the mere mention of their name. It's not just that we're competing clinics. Gus has a long and storied history with some of the men who work there.
What about them?
He takes a sip of his drink, keeping his eyes glued on Bishop.
I'd been warned.
Bishop throws me a smile.
And what I've heard is proving to be true. They're not responsive to my phone calls or emails. In fact, the only time I'm guaranteed to hear from them is when they're chasing me for payments.
I can see Gus's jaw clicking tightly.
I thought you said you hadn't sold any animals yet.
I haven't, Bishop states.
But they want payment anyway.
That's bullshit, Chase mutters, and Gus nods in agreement. Gus leans forward.
That is. They should at least have the decency to wait until the animal has been rehomed and you've been paid. Look, if you ever decide that the arrangement isn't working for you, I'd be more than happy to discuss a partnership arrangement between Vet Shop Boys and the shelter, if that's something you'd be interested in.
Bishop lets out a relieved breath.
Yeah, I'd like that. Thanks, Gus.
No problem. Gus tilts his head to face me.
Fulton, be a dear and schedule an appointment in my calendar, please.
Everyone laughs at my middle finger salute response.
You mentioned there were 2 things you're struggling with?
Noah prompts once we've settled down. Bishop nods.
Yeah, I'm not getting a lot of traction on the animal pictures I'm posting online.
Tate looks up.
Where are you posting them? On the website and the usual social media sites,
Bishop replies. Gus jumps in.
You mean like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Tic-Tac?
Tic-Tac? I blurt out.
Gus rolls his eyes. I don't expect someone your age to know about it.
Hey, I'm 15 years younger than you. I whip back, but Gus marches on.
But it's incredibly popular with the kids these days.
Everyone's eyes dart around, looking at each other. It seems that no one has the heart to correct Gus, and besides, a part of me is hoping to keep this little nugget in my back pocket.
If you need any help with online marketing, I'd be happy to cast an eye over what you're doing,
Tate proposes.
Really? Yeah, I have a flair for it. It's kind of my thing. That'd be great. Thank you.
And with that, I watch as Bishop hands Tate his phone and he enters in his number and address with an invitation to stop by whenever he wants to.
22. Bishop. It's funny. One of my biggest worries when I decided to pack my life up in L.A. and start a new life here in Brookhaven was about not being able to meet new people and make friends. I don't have any burning desire to hit the clubs every weekend, but I've always wanted to have a small circle of friends, a tribe that I can be myself around. I'm learning that my fears were misplaced because small city life is filled with friendly, down-to-earth people who seem to like me for me. I'm in Tate's loft, taking him up on the offer he made 2 nights ago at the bar to go over my website and socials to come up with some ideas to drum up interest in the shelter. Can I get you a drink, beer, wine? He offers. Just water would be fine, thanks. Sure thing. He grabs a bottle from the fridge and throws it over to me. Good catch. We sit down at a massive wooden table off the side of the kitchen. The loft is a massive space, and as Fulton pointed out to me about 100 times before I came over, it has no walls either. Tate gave me a quick tour when I arrived, and the place has a cool vibe. It's sectioned off by drapes, so there are rooms of sorts, but I'm guessing privacy would be in Interesting aspect to navigate. So, how's the camming going? I ask, opening up my laptop. Good, but... I look up at Tate. But... I'm moving on. He eyes the laptop. Can I show you something? Sure. I slide the laptop over to him. After a few taps, he turns it around. Cam Boy Chronicles? I read the website he's showing me. That would be me. He smiles proudly. After helping my best friend Hayes launch his business, it left me feeling like I wanted to do something more than camming. And don't get me wrong, I love it, and I still dip my toe in it occasionally, but I'm really proud of this project. That's really great, man. What is it exactly? It's just a blog. He hooks his fingers as air quotes. It's about my experiences as a camboy. It's not just all the juicy details, though. I use the experience of camming to make bigger observations about life, society, culture, that sort of thing. Wow, that sounds interesting. I'll have to check it out. Please do. I'd love to know what you think. Tate offers a warm smile. I'm not fanboying here, but I do want to let you know how much I admire your work. I smile back. Thank you. You always worked in such high-budget studio productions, the complete opposite of what camming is. What was it like to work in studio porn? It's not as glamorous as many people think. It's also not as seedy. It's just work, and sure, anytime you get a bunch of hypersexual dudes together, stuff happens, but most of the time it's all super professional. Boring, even. Sounds a lot like camming. On screen it's all fun and games, but there's a lot of work to keep things ticking along in the background. It feels nice to be able to have a conversation about the industry with someone who gets it because they work in it. At least when you cam, you get to be yourself. I always hated that stupid persona and nickname that I got. It wasn't me at all. A look of understanding crosses Tate's face. At least you get to keep that part to yourself. That is very true. I feel my cheeks flush and hope Tate doesn't notice. He turns his attention to checking out my online presence while I do my best to simmer the heated, deliciously crazy thoughts swirling in my head about Fulton. He's the only person I've ever told what I'm into in a more detailed way than a Grindr profile. He also happens to be the only guy I want to share that side of myself with. Our sex life is amazing. I mean, who's going to complain about daily, sometimes double daily blowjobs? And as much as I love what we're doing, I can sense Fulton is gearing up for more. I don't want to push him on this. I'm in no rush. He's already let me into his home. I don't want to overwhelm him in any way. Okay. I hear Tate muttering to himself as he stares intently at the laptop screen. What is it? So, I've just checked out your website and your social media accounts, and I have a few ideas. I move closer to him to get a better view of what he's looking at. I'm all ears. I think what you've got here is okay, but it could be stronger. The descriptions are clear, and the photos of the animals are good, but something's missing. I agree, I say. I just don't know what. Let me run something past you. Have you considered not brushing over the animals' imperfections? What do you mean? Tate points to a photo of an adorable part Cocker Spaniel, part Poodle that came in this week. Take this little one here. That's Bella, I say with a smile. She's got such an amazing temperament. Right, she's hella cute, but according to the description, she's blind in her left eye. I nod. Yep. Right, so I'm assuming that's why you've only taken photos of her right side. Correct. I thought it might be better, I offer. Tate considers it, his head bobbing from side to side. Maybe. But maybe you're missing your target market by glossing over the animal's imperfections. He does the finger air quote thing again on the last word. What do you mean? Tate runs his hand through his hair. The truth is, if people want a perfect designer puppy, they're going to get one. They'll find a professional breeder and drop an insane amount of money to find what they consider to be their perfect pet. But those people are not your buyers. You want to find people who don't care so much about those things, who are looking for companionship or the joy of looking after a pet. That's your target audience. I think about it for a few moments. I think you may have a point. So what you're saying is, maybe I should lean in and embrace the animal's uniqueness, because that's what people who adopt an animal from a shelter are looking for. Bingo! I know it's a little risky, but there's no harm in trying, right? I get to my feet. Thanks, Tate. I really appreciate your advice and helping me out with this. Anytime, man. Later that day, I'm back home, well, in Fulton's home, doing what has quickly become one of my favorite pastimes, watching Fulton cooking. And yeah, the fact that he's wearing a tiny little G-string that leaves hardly anything to the imagination may have a little something to do with it. Okay, a lot something to do with it. I don't even notice he's wearing a shirt like he always does, my eyes totally consumed by the sight of his underwear. Fulton's telling me about his day, and I just love sitting back and listening to it. He gets so animated when he speaks. We've now reached the pinnacle of the Fulton cooking experience, the moment where he has to put the dish in the oven. I swear Fulton chooses to only make meals that need to be baked precisely for this moment right here. He looks over his shoulder, his eyelids fluttering coyly. I sit up in my chair and take a swig of water. I suffered through enough nights of dry mouths, gaping at him like an idiot, to now know to always keep one handy. He opens the oven door and bends over to place the dish inside. The curve of his back, the strong muscles of his thighs, his foot lifting ever so slightly off the floor. I'm officially rock hard before the oven door snaps shut. Come here. I don't mean for it to come out like a wolfish growl, the sound surprising both of us. Fulton gives a cute little chuckle before shaking his head and racing out of the room. I get up and give chase, striding down the hall behind him. He flings the bedroom door open and flies in. I'm half a step behind him, slamming the door closed behind me. You want me to chase you, do you? Fulton jumps on the bed. As if you can catch me. You're on. Challenge accepted. What follows is a mix of me chasing Fulton, letting him escape my grip, and then finally clawing my arms around him so tight there's no chance he can get away. We fall onto the bed, a tangled mess of heavy breathing arms, legs, and skin. A sheen of sweat lines Fulton's forehead, and as he props himself up onto his elbow and stares at me with glowing eyes, I know this is the moment I'm going to ask him. I twist my fingers through his hair. Hey. A smile peeks through his lips. Hey. I like chasing you. I like getting caught. I sit up, resting on my elbow too, so that our faces are only a breath apart. I want to ask you something. He shifts his glasses up his nose. Go ahead. When I moved to Brookhaven, I was looking for a new start. I wanted to take a shot on a dream I've had since I was a little kid. Fulton smiles softly, his fingers grazing my forearm. I wasn't looking for a relationship, but then I met this insanely beautiful guy, sitting on a bench eating a half cupcake. His smile deepens, his grip becomes firmer against my skin. And I believe you ruined said half cupcake? Yes, I did. I hope I've made it up to him. Fulton winks. Oh, I think you have. Like I said, a relationship was the last thing I thought I wanted. But since meeting you, I can't ignore the way you make me feel. How amazing things are when we're together. You make me feel so good. And I hope I do the same for you. You do. More than anyone I've ever met. This is it. I take a fortifying breath. Fulton, would you like to be my boyfriend? My question is met with silence. After a few moments of not saying anything, Fulton's bottom lip starts quivering. He pushes up off the bed, getting to his feet. He turns to face me and, with pain seeping from his face, says, I'm going to give you a chance to take that question back. I don't understand. I move off the bed, standing right in front of him. I cradle his shoulders in my hands. I have no intention of taking that question back. I want you to be my boyfriend. He takes a few steps away from me, the back of his hand covering his mouth. When he looks up at me again, the pain in his eyes feels like it's going to shred me into a million tiny shards. You don't know everything. His voice is barely louder than a whisper. He motions for me to sit down on the bed. I do as he says, placing my hands in my lap, my eyes never leaving him. You've always been totally honest with me. I want to be completely truthful with you in return. You deserve that. So, Fulton takes a deep breath. Here it goes. Yes, I want to be your boyfriend. I want you to know that. He waves his hands around as if he's searching for the right words. My weirdness right now isn't about you. My feelings for you are strong. They're real. I don't want you to ever question that. Okay. I don't say anything else, letting him continue at his own pace in his own way. Fulton closes his eyes, the tip of his tongue sticking out of the corner of his mouth. I notice his chest heaving up and down, up and down. That's when I notice his hands. They're trembling. Every single cell in my body is screaming at me to get off my ass and comfort him in my arms. But I resist. Instead, I stay exactly where Fulton wanted me to sit and do exactly what I've been doing, listening to him. I have something to tell you. He stops himself, shaking his head. His eyes open, and he stares straight at me. Actually, I have something to show you. Wordlessly, he grips the bottom of his shirt. With shaking fingers, he hooks the fabric and begins to slowly peel the shirt up his torso. 23. Fulton. My entire body feels like I'm on fire. My fingertips feel like they're loaded with pinpricks that drive into my skin and course raggedly through my veins as I begin to lift my shirt. I'm ready to do this. I want to do this, but it's still scary as fuck. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately. Ever since Bishop has come into my life, and especially these past few weeks that we've been living together, I've actually been happy for the first time in a really long time. The walls I've spent years building up around me to protect myself have started to crumble. Nothing good happens in life if you don't take a chance. Sure, I can make a half-birthday wish for something vague like being happy, or I can do something real, take a real step, a real chance, and show Bishop a real part of me. Doesn't mean it's easy, though. It's not just my fingers that are trembling anymore. As I begin to lift my shirt, I can feel the tremors racing up my forearms, my elbows reaching into my upper arms. Do it, Fulton, I tell myself. You can do it. Wait. Bishop's voice booms around me. My eyes open, and what I see before me is a man who has nothing but love, compassion, and kindness written all over his face. You don't have to do this. I know, I say, keeping my eyes trained on him. But I want to. I'm doing this for you, but I'm also doing this for me. And with that, I inhale sharply and peel my shirt up and over my head in one complete movement. I let it fall to the floor and take a step toward the bed. Bishop, I'd like you to meet Harry. I look down at my chest and stomach, at the skin that has terrorized and taunted me for what feels like my entire life, even though the accident happened when I was 7. I honestly can't even remember my life without it. I keep my gaze focused down, my breathing fast but controlled. I'm surprisingly steady on my feet. This is the moment that's filled me with absolute dread my whole life, revealing myself to someone like this. But now that it's here, now that I'm doing it, have done it, for some reason I'm actually eerily calm. I see Bishop's feet come into view. He's wearing a pair of my bright pink and purple socks I said he could borrow. The dim glow from the nightstand catches on the hairs of his calves. He moves closer still. Silence swirls between us, but I'm not scared. I'm not going to go down a road of fear or doubt or worry, at least not until I have a damn good reason to. I believe in Bishop. I believe in us. My heart, my soul is telling me that he is a good man and he will do right by me. I'm out on a ledge, and I'm hoping, praying, and wishing with everything I have in me that he'll grab me before I fall. The next thing I see is his hand reaching out. I squeeze my eyes shut and gasp as his fingers graze the skin above my hip.
Bishop immediately pulls back.
I'm sorry. I just want to touch you. Did I hurt you or make you uncomfortable in any way?
I can't breathe. No one's ever wanted to touch me, especially not there. Run away screaming? Yeah, but actually hold me? It doesn't hurt. I shuffle on my feet. Bishop waits, saying nothing. It was kind of nice, actually. I tack on. Bishop takes my hand in his and tugs at my fingertips. I'm not sure what he's wanting, so I lift my head slightly. I see him getting to his knees. He wants me to do the same. I mirror his actions so that we're kneeling in front of one another by the foot of the bed. Not saying anything, Bishop swoops forward, the tip of his nose pressing against my chest, that's followed by lips. Wait, what? It takes me a moment to register what he's doing, and then it hits me. He's kissing my skin. So softly I can barely feel it, but I see his head trailing all over my chest and stomach, gifting me a procession of warm, gentle kisses. My whole body thrums at the contact. It's indescribable how good it feels. It's like opening your eyes from the deepest, best sleep of your life and feeling refreshed. It's like floating face up in a lake on a hot summer day with the sun shining down on you. It's like opening yourself up fully, wholly, completely to someone, showing them the part of you that you hate the most. And they respond like this, with reverence, awe, appreciation. I feel free. Bishop continues, kissing every part of me while his fingers trace softly over my skin. When he reaches my shoulder, I see him peering over. Yeah, it covers most of my back, too. His eyes sparkle. He clutches my face and sears me with a hot, hungry kiss.
You are so fucking beautiful,
he says into my mouth. In spite of the scars.
No.
His voice has that low, growly edge to it.
Because of them. Everything about you is unique. The clothes you wear, how your mind works, the beautiful home you've created, this part of you.
His fingers roam my front side.
This is another thing that makes you unique and beautiful,
he repeats. He wraps his hands around my body, and I feel the pads of his fingers landing on my back. I lean into the feeling as Bishop's hands move up and down my spine. His touch is heavenly, giving me everything I never dared to dream of. His words, though, they'll take a little longer to settle. This is a good start. I don't know if I'll ever agree with Bishop and think of myself as beautiful, but for the first time in my life, there's a tiny glimmer of hope that maybe I can try. As his fingers continue to roam my body, Bishop speaks.
Thank you for sharing yourself with me in this way. I'm not even going to pretend I can understand how difficult this must have been for you to do. But do you want to know what I think would make you even more beautiful?
Our eyes connect. I shake my head. No. Bishop drags his fingers along the hollows of my throat.
The day when you truly see and believe how beautiful you are. I don't expect it to happen today or tomorrow or even next year. If you're not ready for another 10 years, that's fine. My only hope is that I'll be lucky enough to be in your life when that moment happens.
I raise my gaze to meet his. You said when, not if. A soft smile graces his lips.
That's right. I did.
10 years, huh?
As long as it takes, Fulton.
His eyes widen as we both realize the unspoken words dangling at the end of his tongue.
Was he just going to say, "I'm falling in love with you"?
Yep, there it is. And fuck, a deep, burning, frantic need rises in me and emanates from my mouth, finding expression in the words. I'm falling in love with you too. I don't know if it's standing shirtless in front of someone or whether it's the bigness of the words we've exchanged hitting me or the fact that I'm just so damn happy every time I'm near him, but I am. I've known it for weeks. I am totally, 100p, falling for this man.
"I want you to fuck me."
Bishop growls into my ear. I plant a kiss on his mouth, a warm, wet, and needy one.
"I want you to take your time. Be gentle with me."
Bishop's voice is hoarse against my lips. "Anything," I murmur back. "Anything for you." I don't want to move and break the spell. I can't even describe how incredible, how soul-freeing it feels to have Bishop's hands on parts of me that I've kept hidden from view for close to 3 decades. The time feels right. I'm ready to make love to Bishop for the first time, but someone's gonna have to get lube and condoms. I shuffle over to the nightstand and pull out the required supplies from the top drawer before turning the light off.
"What are you doing?"
Bishop's voice cuts through the newly darkened room. Oh shit, I wasn't even thinking. It was just a force of habit. Sex equals total darkness. Always has. I can put it back on? I don't mean for it to sound like a question, but it does, and Bishop hears the uncertainty in my voice. He responds in the best way possible. His hands find me in the dark. His warm breath dances across my face.
"If this is what you want, then this is what you get."
His scent gets stronger. I feel his fingers around the back of my neck, and he pulls me in for a kiss. A tiny whimper scrapes at my throat as our lips meet.
"But,"
he growls,
"I have one extra request, too."
What is it? With silence and darkness all around us, I can't read his face or get a clue what he's thinking. Have I taken this one step too far? Not only did I show him my scarring, now I'm throwing in an extra curveball by requesting that the first time we make love is in complete darkness. I want to fuck you, but I can't bear to look at you. God, I hope that's not what he thinks. It's not him I'm afraid to look at. It's him seeing me. A few moments when I take my shirt off are okay, but not when we're making love. That's too intense. I'm not ready for that yet. I want to be so badly, and I'm close, just not entirely there.
"If we're going to make love in the dark, which I am totally fine with, by the way,"
he gently skims his knuckles across my jaw,
"that means our other senses will be heightened even more."
I nod, even though the room is pitch black and he can't see it.
Uh-huh. Which means I'd like us to take it even more slowly. I want to smell, lick, savor, kiss, touch, nip every single part of your body.
And food be damned, that's exactly what we spend the next few hours doing. After Bishop dashes into the kitchen to turn the oven off, because safety first. We don't just have sex. We're not just doing the things. We connect. Our bodies, minds, and spirits join, intermingle, and become one. There's not an inch of skin his fingers haven't grazed. There's not a single part of his body that my tongue hasn't glided over. I commit to memory the hard ridges of his shoulders, the strong planes of his back, the sensitive spot that has him bursting out in a fit of giggles right above his hips. And I feel the inside of him, too. His warmth encases my cock as we drive each other to heights of pleasure I never thought were humanly possible. I tune myself to every single sound that comes out of him. His reassuring words, his guttural and desperate groans, the way he gasps the first time my cock grazes his sensitive prostate, the way he cries out, "I'm fucking coming," as my cock slams into him and I chase my own orgasm in the quivering aftermath of his. It's not over yet, though. Bishop bundles me up in his arms. Our sweat-slicked, cum-covered bodies lie entwined on the bed, his fingers card through my hair. Our heartbeats rattle against each other's chests. We don't sleep, don't talk either. How can you even begin to put into words the feeling of what we just shared, what we created? Making love with Bishop is like coming home, finding sanctuary, experiencing true peace, acceptance, and love for the first time in my life. We stay like that, in a state somewhere between awake and blissful dreaming, until the first cracks of the light of dawn peek through the edges of the curtains. He's sleeping. I whisper it just in case he is. I can feel Bishop move slightly. My head is resting on his chest. I feel so close to him, like I'm a part of him, that every movement he makes, no matter how small, feels like it's happening in me, too.
No, just drifting.
I wait a few minutes before speaking again. Did you know? I can't see Bishop nodding, but I can tell he does by the way it makes his chest move against the side of my face.
I had a clue.
When?
The first time we were together.
He starts to comb his fingers lazily through my hair.
Remember I reached for your shirt?
And I slapped your hand away. He lets out a wistful chuckle.
Yeah. I saw it then. Not all of it, obviously. And since you've never once taken your shirt off, it doesn't take an Einstein to figure out that something was going on with you.
Why did you never ask me about it? His fingers sink deeper into my hair.
I guess I thought that you weren't ready. And I hoped that when you were, you'd feel safe to come to me and tell me.
He takes a few breaths, his chest rising and falling.
Can I ask you something?
Anything.
Why the name Harry?
It's silly, I reply wistfully. The fire happened at the end of August. A few years later, Princess Diana died around the same time. I was about 10 or 11. I remember watching the funeral procession. It was so sad. But what really got me was seeing Prince William and Harry walking behind the coffin. I'd lost my brother a few years before, but I couldn't imagine what it would be like losing a parent. Bishop says nothing, his fingers gently stroking my hair. My 10-year-old self noticed that Harry's hair was kind of like the color of some of my scars, so somehow I ended up giving them the name Harry. It stuck. And in a way, it became easier to call them Harry as opposed to... I blow out a breath. Well, I don't even know how else I would refer to it. Told you it was silly.
It's not.
Bishop disagrees.
It's perfectly you.
Silent tears spill out of me, releasing every single pent-up emotion I've carried like a chain made of stone around my neck my whole life.
Are you okay?
Bishop checks. Yeah, I sniffle out. Believe it or not, I actually am. Boyfriend? Bishop gently lifts me off his body and makes it so that our faces are a whisper breath apart. His big brown eyes pierce into me.
You mean that? Is that what you want?
I nod without hesitation. Fuck yes.
24. Bishop. I pull up into my usual spot at the animal shelter and smile when I'm greeted by a sight that has become increasingly common over the past month. Cars and people. The chilly November air hits me in the face as I get out of my SUV, and I let Scrappy lope ahead of me. Since implementing Tate's advice over a month ago, the effect has been incredible. Not only did people start liking, sharing, and commenting more on the posts of the #perfectlyunique animals, it got more people coming down here to have a look at the animals and learn more about the shelter. Not everyone who comes down to visit is a buyer, and not every potential buyer is a match. A lot of it comes down to education. People often have preconceived notions about adopting an animal from a shelter. For some, it really would be too much work and may not be able to fit around their work, family, or life commitments, whereas others are a perfect match. One conversation at a time, I'm slowly but surely finding forever homes for these beautiful creatures. The cash flow is good and much needed, don't get me wrong, but at this point, I don't care about the money. I care that it's working, that my crazy-ass idea to funnel all of my savings into a lifelong dream wasn't for nothing, that it was worth it. I know it's only the beginning, and that I have years of hard work ahead of me, but I finally feel like I might actually have a shot at making this work. And it's not just the shelter that's going well. There's also the little matter of me and my boyfriend. My heart flutters at the mere thought of him. Just when I think there's nothing more that Fulton can do to make me more insanely head over heels attracted to him, he opens up to me the way he did. Hard to believe that was a whole month ago now. I can't even begin to imagine how hard it must be to live with a permanent reminder of a horrible night that changed his and his family's lives forever. I knew something was up from the very first time my fingers went anywhere near his shirt that time at the motel. I also knew that it was completely up to him to come to me when he was ready. And boy, am I glad he did. I meant every word I'd told him. He's beautiful, not in spite of the scars, but because of them. He's still incredibly uncomfortable taking his shirt off in front of me, and sex is a pitch-black event, but I have no problem with any of that. I'll continue to do what I've always done. I'll give Fulton all the space he needs, all the assurance I can offer. My only wish for him is that one day, whenever he's ready, and no matter how long it takes, he'll feel comfortable and beautiful in his own skin. And when he does get there, and I know that he will, I plan on being right by his side. I attend to the customers, and once they leave, I set about my morning tasks. Scrappy, never too far from my side at any time. Her body is healed completely, and while she has evidence of her former abuse and the scars that crisscross under her belly, I think she knows she's safe now. I realize she's meant to be rehomed like the other animals, but I don't think I'll be able to let her go. I guess I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I'm wrapping up my feed run when I spot another car pulling up the driveway. The smile I've been sporting all morning falls from my face when I see who gets out. Luckily, there aren't any other people around, so it allows me to grit out, "What the fuck are you doing here?" I know I'm probably the last person you want to see. You're damn right about that. I don't even let my brother finish whatever groveling bullshit he was going to throw my way. I just want a few minutes of your time. I know I don't deserve it, but please, hear me out. Even though I can feel fury clawing up my spine, I suppose it can't hurt to hear the guy out. Scrappy is by my side, and she's growling at Roman, her ears pricked up. I lean forward and give her a reassuring pat behind the ears. "It's okay, girl, I've got this. But thank you." Roman rubs his hands together. It's cold. He's not wearing gloves, so yeah, I guess it would be cold. Grumbling to myself, I march over to my SUV and throw a pair of spare gloves at him. "Thanks," he says, putting them on. He glances over at the house. "Any reason why we can't go inside to talk?" "Oh, you want to go inside, do you? Great, let's do that. Follow me." I stride straight past him, taking in his appearance with an unimpressed once-over. I make sure to catch a glimpse of his pupils. They seem to look all right. He seems clean and sober. The key word in all of this is seems. I'm still on guard and not ready to put anything past him. Roman follows me, and as we approach the front porch, he asks, "What the hell is that smell?" I open the front door and wave him in. "Why don't you find out for yourself?" He barely steps into the house before he rebounds straight out of there. "Whoa, man. What the fuck?" "Exactly. What the fuck?" We trudge back over to my SUV in a heated silence. My head is buzzing with the fact that my big brother is actually here. So many thoughts are racing through my mind. Most of them involve wanting to wring his neck and scream and yell at him for the shit he caused by stealing my money. But every once in a while, other thoughts break in too. Like the time he taught me to ride a bike. It was his bike and way too big for me, but he kept a grip on the handlebars and ran alongside me until I got a feel for it and managed to steer myself straight into a flower bush. Or when we had to walk home from school, and how he'd carry my bag for me on days when it was too heavy for me to carry myself, or the night we hurled eggs at the house we used to live in because the asshole who was meant to look after us was more interested in getting high and kicking his two poor dogs whenever he felt like taking his shit out on a defenseless animal. I shoved those thoughts aside as we reached my car. You want to know why the house I'm supposed to be living in smells like shit, Roman? My voice booms in the frigid air around us. I'll tell you why. I bought it sight unseen, which admittedly was stupid of me, but I had $50,000 saved up to help me deal with any unexpected issues I might encounter, except my asshole brother decided to steal my money before skipping town, forcing me to live in my goddamn car. Roman's eyes widen with shock. You're living in your SUV? No, not anymore. I leave it at that. I have zero intention of going into the details of my private life with him. I'm fine now, but the first few months were absolute shit because of you, Roman. How could you do that to me? My face is flushed with hurt and so much anger that it takes me a while to realize that, at some point, tears have started falling down my cheeks. I hastily brush them away, mad at myself for letting my emotions overcome me like this, especially in front of him. Roman kicks at some dirt in front of him, his arms dangling by his sides. I'm not used to seeing him like this. His usual confidence is gone. He looks broken. Scrappy settles at my feet, still eyeing my brother warily. I know that sorry doesn't even cover it. But I am sorry. Truly sorry for what I did. What did you do with the money? He shakes his head as if the memory is bringing back a tide of shame and suffering. I blew about $30,000 on a massive bender in Vegas. Fuck, I muttered to myself, thinking of all the things that money could fix around here. I hit rock bottom shortly after that. Roman continues. I made some mistakes, some real bad decisions. I remembered how good rehab was for you, how you've been clean ever since. I jumped my chin out. Yeah? So I found a facility in Southern California. Did a 30-day program there. I finished it 3 weeks ago. I've been clean since. I bought a plane ticket to Brookhaven. And here, he fishes out his wallet from his back pocket. It's stuffed with notes, but I know there can't be more than a few grand left. He walks toward me. Scrappy growls, but I tell her to stop, and she does immediately. This is yours. I'll work, and I'll repay you every last cent I stole from you, Bishop. I swear it. He hands me the wallet, and I take the opportunity of standing this close to him to study his face. He's older than me, and he's aged a bit in the time we've spent apart. The lines run deeper across his forehead, and his cheeks are gaunter than I remember, his skin more weathered. But then I land on his eyes, and it's like looking at my own reflection in the mirror. They're the same color, same shape, and there's the same glimmer of hope in them that I have in mine. Hope that things can get better for a couple of kids whose parents rejected them, the system failed them, and life never made it easy for them. I never wanted to be bound by my past, and as I stare into Roman's eyes, I can't help but wish the best for him and his future. My lips stay pursed. Thank you. Don't thank me for anything. After what I did to you. His words trail off, and I'm grateful for it. I can feel emotion clogging the base of my throat again. The thing about addiction is that most people still don't get it, but I do. I've got first-hand experience of the sheer living nightmare that it is, the all-consuming and terrifying way that it invades every part of your life. Everything you've ever known can come crumbling down around you in what feels like the blink of an eye. Addiction really is a disease. It's not something you would ever choose. Telling an addict to stop drinking or not to take drugs is like expecting someone who's got a cold not to sneeze. It's physically impossible. The real tough part about it is the way it takes over and makes a person do some really shitty things, like hurting the people they love. And as I stare into my brother's eyes, I do see love there. We're the only family we have left, and I'll be damned if I let Roman face his recovery alone. He needs me now. I have to find a way to push past my own hurt, at least until his fledgling sobriety is strong enough to revisit it at some stage down the track. I run my fingers through my hair. "Where are you staying?" Roman shrugs. "I just got here. Hired a car at the airport and came out here. I'll figure something out." "Here." I stretch my arm out. His eyes drop to the wallet I'm holding in my hands, and he shakes his head. "No, Bishop, I can't. Do you have any money?" "No." "Do you have a place to stay?" "No." "Then take the damn wallet." I'm not going to offer it again. Averting my gaze, Roman takes the money from me. "I'll repay you," he says quietly. Then he tips his head up, looks me straight in the eye, and speaks with a conviction I've never heard from him before. "I swear to God, I will pay you back every last penny." Wow. Fulton shakes his head and breathes out loudly once I'm done telling him about the special visitor I had today. We're lying on the sofa. He's nestled into my body. I look up at Coffee Bean gingerly passing overhead. She's a bit of an eavesdropper, that one. Fulton's hands gently rub up and down the length of my body. The touch feels nice, helping to soothe my racing mind. After Roman left, I swung wildly from wanting to kill him for what he did to my heart breaking with compassion for the mistakes he's made and the road to recovery he's on. I know we're family. I know the hold addiction can have over a person, and I genuinely want to be able to forgive him, but I'm stuck. I can't get over the fact that he deceived me in the way that he did. Stealing that money from me has been a huge setback. Not only did it force me to live in my car, but it's made my entire financial situation incredibly tight. I'm barely hanging on. I'm so thankful to Fulton for letting me stay with him, but I hate not being able to pay my own way. Roman did that. He not only stole my money, but a part of me that I need to have access to in order to be me. My pride, my dignity. Fuck the money, that's what he really stole from me. That's what hurts the most. I know it's a hard thing to do, but there's power in forgiveness. Fulton readjusts so he's sitting up facing me. I know. I blow out. Easier said than done, though. I can feel Fulton's deepening gaze land on me. My mom is the most incredible woman I know. Fulton speaks softly, and immediately it draws me closer to him. I sit up and reach for his fingers as he goes on. After the fire that almost killed her entire family and stole one of her children away from her, do you know what she did the next time she saw Mr. Tyrrell, the neighbor who fell asleep with the cigarette in his mouth that started the fire? I shake my head. She hugged him. She told him that she knew it was a horrible accident, that he never meant for it to happen, and that she forgave him. Tears well in both of our eyes. She sounds like a remarkable person. Fulton sniffs loudly. Don't get me wrong. She grieved for my brother like nothing I've ever seen. I know there's not a day that goes by when she doesn't think about him. When I was a little older, I asked her why she said that to Mr. Tyrrell. I wanted to know why she wasn't furious with him for what he had done. What did she say? Fulton's eyes sweep up to meet mine. She told me that she lost a part of herself that night, one that will always sear a hole in her heart, but she didn't lose the part of herself that made her have compassion for a man who made a mistake and caused a terrible accident. When we don't forgive ourselves, we're the ones who suffer. I feel Fulton tangle his fingers tighter into mine. I know your brother hurt you. He needs to earn your forgiveness, your trust again, but you've suffered once because of what he did. Don't keep holding on to the pain. Maybe try and forgive him. If not for his sake, then for yours. I rub my hand across my stubbled jaw. Fulton's story has moved me, and it's changed the way I see things. If his mother can forgive the man who took away her child, surely I have it in me to forgive Roman. 25. Fulton.
"Where are you taking me?" I ask with a giggle. I lost my sense of direction a good 10 minutes ago, and the blindfold is making me scratchy around my eyes. "It's getting itchy," I complain.
Fine, you can take it off, Bishop says.
I peel off the blindfold and blink a few times, adjusting to the lights of the underground parking lot. "Wow, this is amazing. Never seen one of these before," I deadpan. Bishop smirks.
"Shut up, Fulton.
"I told you that's no longer a thing." Bishop unclips his seatbelt and leans over to me, all smiley and googly-eyed.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm going to petition the Committee of United Naming Taunts and Snark to see if I can get that decision overruled."
I throw my head back, laughing. "You realize the acronym for what you just said is C-U-N—"
"Oh, my God."
A horrified look falls over Bishop's face as he cuts me off. We're silent for a second before we both erupt with laughter.
"I rescind that joke."
I wipe away the happy tears as I remark, "You know, you're even stranger than me sometimes."
"And you love it,"
he whips back. I chew on the inside of my cheek before coaxing the words that have been on the tip of my tongue for a while now. "I do, Bishop. I do love you." His breath catches in his throat as he processes what I've just said. With the shining joy in his eyes, he caresses my jaw and says,
"I love you too."
I lean over the central console and grab his face, mashing our mouths together. Nothing but the sound of lips smacking against each other and heavy breathing fills the car. No kiss will ever be able to contain all the love and joy and acceptance I've found with Bishop. Doesn't mean I'm not going to spend the rest of my life trying, though. When we finally pull apart, an unmet need remains burning in Bishop's eyes. He chuckles to himself.
"Funny that I maxed out my credit card to spend a night with you at the nicest hotel in Brookhaven when really all I needed to do was simply book a parking spot."
I backhand his chest. "Why did you max out your credit card for a night in a hotel room?"
Because it's our anniversary."
"Holy Jesus fuck. What?" I gulp out. "But it's—" My mind races, trying to do the calendar math. It's late November. I'm wearing a cardigan, so if you split the remainder and add— Nope, I got nothing. Bishop arches an eyebrow.
"What, you don't remember?"
I shake my head, feeling like the lousiest boyfriend in the whole world. "No." He waggles his eyebrows, seemingly unfazed by my descent into boyfriend purgatory.
"Today is the 5-month anniversary of the day we met."
"What?" I shriek, relief washing through me. "That's not a real thing,"
says the guy who celebrates half-birthdays.
Bishop retorts straight back, his eyes glimmering.
"And I thought that since on that fateful day we met, we went to possibly the seediest motel in the history of seedy motels, tonight it would be my great honor for us to fuck in Brookhaven's finest and also only 5-star hotel."
My heart swells so much I swear it's this close to bursting out of my chest. I loop my arms around his shoulders and bring our foreheads close until they're touching. "I love it when you get even weirder than me." He smiles, that crazy wide smile of his.
"Say it again." What?
That word. Oh, you mean love? He closes his eyes the way someone does when they've just taken a bite of the most delicious cake they've ever tasted. Love, love, love. I start chirping around his face. When he opens his eyes, there's so much heat coming from them, it's a miracle we haven't self-incinerated. Upstairs. Now. Bishop handles the next 5 minutes like a boss. He carries both our suitcases into the foyer of the hotel. He speeds through the check-in like his butt is on fire, even insisting he'll carry the luggage to our room himself to save time. He then impatiently taps and taps and taps the elevator button for the penthouse suite. I cry out right as the door snaps shut and the elevator zooms us up to the top floor.
What can I say?
Bishop leans against the mirrored wall and sends me a smoldering look.
Can a guy want the best view in the city while his crazy, beautiful boyfriend is fucking the life out of him?
I want to step closer to him, but our luggage is in the way. I run my hand down his firm chest instead, only stopping when I reach the bulge protruding out of his pants. I can feel his cock thickening under my palms with each passing second. Oh, is that what we're doing? Ding! Ha! I pull my hand away. Saved by the bell.
Oh, I don't need saving.
Bishop grabs both bags, motioning with his head for me to go first.
I want to drown in you forever.
The second our luggage leaves Bishop's fingers and hits the floor in the penthouse suite, we transform into a human tornado of need and kisses, arms tugging at clothes, and desperate moans escaping kiss-hungry mouths. We end up just how I had hoped, fully naked.
Wow.
The reverence his tone carries fills up parts of me that are only being activated for the first time in my life. Yeah, it is a great view. I tip my head toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, which I'm sure do have a wonderful view if either one of us could be bothered to turn our heads to see. Not likely.
I wasn't talking about anything out there.
Bishop's voice carries that throaty growl that drives me wild.
I'm talking about you.
Before I can respond, Bishop walks over to the lights. What are you doing? I ask, coming up next to him.
I'm going to turn these off.
My eyes dart between him and the light switch. I can feel my pulse beating out the side of my neck. We don't have to turn them off. I push the words out of me. Look, there's a dimmer switch. Maybe we can leave them on a little? Bishop frowns as he cups the sides of my face.
Are you sure?
I swallow. Yeah, a little light might be nice. He flashes me a dazzling smile like I've just made every single one of his dreams come true. With the light set to a dull dim, we walk hand in hand to the bed. Bishop's cock is fully hard as I run my hand up and down his impressive length. His eyes flash with a burning hunger.
This is going to sound stupid, but I've been looking forward to tonight for so long that I'm already kind of close.
Not stupid at all, I reply with a smile. I can't wait to taste you. And with that, I drop to my knees and take a deep breath. Bishop has a big fucking dick. The biggest one I've ever seen, but the size isn't the best thing about it. The best thing about it is the incredible man it's attached to. That's what I'm thinking about as I slacken my jaw and take his hot flesh into my willing throat. As my tongue drags up and down the underside of his cock, I think about how he's known about Harry right from the start and how it didn't deter him from wanting to get to know me. I reflect on his kindness and patience with me, always giving me the space and room I need to take this relationship at a pace that feels right for me. And as his knees buckle and he grunts out a powerful moan, his release gushing out of him forcefully and hitting the back of my throat, I feel the rightness of this moment. How this feels bigger than just him and bigger than just me. It's destiny. Bishop and I are meant to be together. I swallow around the gooey liquid in my mouth and kiss my way up his body. You look spent, I observe when I reach his face. His lips are curved in a dopey grin.
You're kidding, right? The night has only just begun.
And with that, Bishop summons the strength to flip me over. His knees splay out on either side of my chest, pinning me down beneath him. He reaches his hand behind him, wrapping his fingers around my throbbing cock.
Someone's excited,
he teases, drawing himself lower so that the crown of my cock rests against his ass. I wave a hand in front of him.
Can you blame me?
Bishop chuckles.
Only want me for my body, huh?
I'm surprised it's taken you this long to figure it out. Before he can quip anything back, I reach up and loop my hands over his shoulders. Our lips collide in a sizzling kiss, the touch of my hard cock pressed against his ass a tease of the friction I'm craving for.
Fuck me, Fulton.
And with that, he produces condoms and a small bottle of lube out of who knows where. I tear the condom wrapper with my teeth and sheath up. While I'm doing that, Bishop's pumped a few squirts of lube onto his fingers, and I can tell he's prepping himself by the gentle coos slipping out the sides of his mouth.
I'm so fucking ready,
he hisses as I toss the wrapper aside. Bishop shuffles back slightly and slowly straddles his way lower and lower, my cock disappearing inside him until we bottom out.
Oh, I love having you inside me,
he moans as his hips start rocking back and forth.
I love being inside you,
I say back to him. I really do. It's blissful and warm, and there's no better feeling in the world. After a while, we change positions, with Bishop now on his hands and knees on the bed and me driving into him from behind. That's when I notice it for the first time. A few feet away from the bed, directly in front of us, there's a mirror. My throat tightens momentarily as Bishop's eyes meet mine in its reflection.
You're so beautiful.
His compliment hangs in the air as I continue thrusting into him, our eyes never leaving each other. Slowly, I summon a steady breath and peel my eyes away from him and onto myself. I observe what I see for a few moments, the way my body sways in perfect synchronicity with his. I also can't help but pay attention to the discoloration, the bumps, the wounds that mar my entire torso. You know what? I say, my body slowing down. I think you may be a teeny bit right. I am a little beautiful. The most gorgeous smile spreads across Bishop's entire face, illuminating his brown eyes. He crawls forward slightly so that my cock falls out of him, and he twists around. Kneeling on his haunches, Bishop cradles my face in his hands.
What you just said was the hottest thing I've ever heard in my life. Beautiful.
The way he utters that last word, the weight of reverence that it carries, truly settles my skittering heart. He angles my head up slightly.
Can I call you that? Beautiful.
My thoughts don't make it to my lips, so I swallow and nod my answer to him. He smiles softly.
If you don't like the nickname, I do have Sugar Tits as a backup option. Just putting it out there.
I splutter ungracefully, somehow managing to both ugly cry and ugly laugh at the same time. But as tempting as Sugar Tits is, I begin, dabbing at my eyes. Let's keep that one on ice. I think I'm ready to be called beautiful. But only when it's me and you, okay?
Of course. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Thank you for understanding. Bishop gently wipes the tears from my cheeks.
Anything for you. Beautiful.
26. Bishop.
It's a crisp winter morning, a few days after our 5-month anniversary, and I've just finished my usual morning routine of feeding the animals and cleaning out the enclosures. I feel like I've been on a permanent high since that night. Nothing makes me happier than seeing Fulton owning his beauty. I'm not going to pretend I have even the faintest clue of what he's been through and the effect that it's had on him. How could I? The only thing I have to compare it with is guys being obsessed with my cock. That's not even in the same ballpark. But what I do know is this. Over the past few weeks, I've been witnessing a slowly building confidence in Fulton. When Fulton requested for the lights to stay half-lit in the penthouse, I saw it as another step on his way to accepting himself and his body. The second our eyes met in that mirror, I knew we had reached a pivotal moment. If it had been too much for him, if he wanted those lights turned off, I would have leapt off that bed and sprinted to the switch to plunge the room into total darkness. But the longer his gaze lingered on mine, the more I got the sense that he wouldn't be asking for that. And when his eyes drifted to his own body and those words of acceptance tumbled out of his mouth, it was the most perfect thing ever. From the second I saw him, he took my breath away. Now, slowly, he's starting to come around and see the truth behind that. And now I get to call him beautiful, but privately, when it's just the two of us, and that's more than fine with me. It's the most precious gift anyone's ever given me, and I intend to treasure it for the rest of my life. As I'm finishing washing up, I hear a car drive up. I dry my hands and make my way over to greet my customers. They're two guys, and I'm assuming they're couples since they're walking hand in hand. They're a bit younger than me. I'd place them somewhere in their mid to late 20s. "Hi, are you Bishop?" the blond guy asks. He's the slightly taller, leaner one. "Sure am." "I'm Jason. This is my partner, Scott. I called yesterday about becoming Scrappy's new paw rinse." I smile. "Hey, Jason. Hi, Scott. Of course, come on through and let me show you your new fur baby." I'd removed all the social media posts promoting Scrappy as available for rehoming, but I'd forgotten to take her picture off the website. I'd talked to Fulton about it, and I decided to keep her with me. After all, if it wasn't for Scrappy, Fulton and I wouldn't have run into each other again. Besides, she's so damn cute and lovable. There's no way I can let her go. I informed Jason about this during our call yesterday, and while he was disappointed about Scrappy not being available, he did fall in love with a super cuddly 2-year-old American Staffordshire Bull Terrier named Billy that I emailed him about afterward. Billy needs more training than Scrappy did, which Jason said he and Scott were up for. They both work from home and have recently fully fenced their property, so they are as dog-ready as can be. As I'm introducing the guys to Billy, I can't help but feel Scott's gaze lingering on me. While Jason is enamored with the dog and Billy is affectionately snuggling into his side, Scott's got that look on his face. Yep, that look. He recognizes me. I keep things focused on Billy, telling the guys what I know about his history, as well as requiring some basic training. He has socialization needs, too. Jason filled out the application form yesterday and emailed it back to me, so we don't have to go into those details. From what I'm seeing, it's a good match, and judging by the way Billy is nuzzling his nose against Jason's, I'm pretty sure they both agree. As Scott's eyes dart furtively around the place, I feel a bristling itch under my collar. I do my best to push through it and smile, act professional, and treat them like I would any other clients. I go through the normal process, giving them some time alone with the animal and each other to discuss things. When Jason squeals excitedly that they'll take him a few short moments later, I provide him with a copy of Billy's known medical history, as well as some paperwork with some useful information they can refer to. The whole time, it feels like Scott is either staring at me or completely avoiding my gaze. It's confusing and uncomfortable, but I guess it's to be expected. From time to time, people are going to recognize me. We settle the payment side of things, and I send them off to their car with a wave, finally letting out a relieved breath I'd been holding for way too long. I call out for Scrappy. She lolls around from somewhere, her eyes bright, tongue hanging lazily out the corner of her mouth. "Want a treat, girl?" She lifts her head and lets out a happy woof. As I make my way back to the reception area, I hear someone call my name. I spin around and... shit. It's Scott. I look past him and see Jason in the background bundling Billy and all his accessories into the backseat of their car. "Hey, Scott. What's up? Did you forget something?" I ask, keeping my tone even. He steps in until he's only a few feet away. Even though there's no one else at the shelter and no way Jason can hear us from where he is, he glances over his shoulder as if he's checking just to be sure. In a low voice, he asks, "I hope this isn't inappropriate, but I've been wanting to ask you this from the moment we pulled up." Another quick over-the-shoulder glance. "Are you T.D. Wilson?" I give a clipped nod. I was. I've retired. I'm not sure how much more to say or what to expect next. This could go in a number of ways. I will say that the majority of people's reactions are pretty cool, but I have had guys lunge at me trying to kiss me. Sometimes people go speechless and they just stare at me, saying nothing. One fan I met at a club in New York literally unzipped his pants in front of me to show me his cock. So yeah, the possibilities for what could happen next are endless. But nothing crazy happens. Well, apart from Scott's eyes welling with tears. "Thank you, Bishop," I offer. Scott nods and wipes his eyes with the back of his hand. "Thank you, Bishop. You saved my life." Okay, that's a first. I wasn't expecting that. What do you mean? "You inspired me to get sober." He flicks his head back again. "Before I met Jason, I was an alcoholic. Not at complete rock bottom, but definitely on the fast track there. I read an interview you did on some online blog. You talked about your addiction and how you got clean. I've always been a fan." His cheeks turn a shade of pink. "And, well, it inspired me to get my act together, too. Stumbling upon that interview literally changed my life." I'm taken aback. I've received a lot of emails and messages on social media about that particular interview. It really struck a chord. But no one's ever come up to me face to face and spoken to me about it before. I'm glad it helped you. While I'm not proud of my addiction, I'm not ashamed of it either. I believe in being honest, and I thought it was important to use the platform I had to talk about what was a very dark and difficult time in my life. Scott nods and quietly repeats, "Thank you." I let out a relieved smile. "And, Scott," he looks up at me, "you're the one who did the work to turn your life around. I'm glad the article inspired you, but never forget that it was all you, okay?" He nods again, giving a little wave as he heads back to his boyfriend and their gorgeous new fur baby. I watch him drive off, my belly filled with a sense of pride. I know it's probably silly, but it's a nice feeling knowing you played a small part in helping someone turn their life around. As I begin heading back to the enclosures, I hear a loud smash coming from the house. Curious, I walk over toward it to see what it could have been. Maybe a bird flew into a window? Although why any creature would willingly move toward the stench baffles me. As I get closer, I catch a glimpse of a shadow moving inside. My breathing quickens as I march toward the door. I burst inside, and standing there with a dustpan and brush in his hands and a shocked look on his face is... "Roman, what the fuck are you doing here?" I grunt the words out. "Let me explain." He puts the dustpan and brush down on the floor. When he doesn't say anything, I tap my foot impatiently and prompt, "Well?" After a few more silent moments, Roman finally says, "I've been coming here at night and fixing the place up." I'm taken aback. "Why would you do that?" Roman's staring at the floor. "It's my fault you don't have the money to fix this place, so, being good with my hands, I thought I'd take a shot at it." As he speaks, I sniff and notice that the smell, while still here, is nowhere near as pungent as it used to be. Why doesn't the place reek as much anymore? Roman looks up. I didn't know where to start, so I started at the bottom and worked my way up. I got rid of all the water in the basement and began drying it out. Getting rid of mold and mildew is a bitch, but it has to be done to get rid of the stench. Right. I'm in shock, so for now, that's all I can manage to say. I knocked down and threw out anything affected by water damage, and now I'm slowly rebuilding. Roman continues. It's going to take a while, but the place has good bones. With some love and a lot of hard work, it'll be a great place to live one day. Roman, no, wait, please. I know this is nowhere near enough to make up for what I did to you. I still intend to pay you back every last penny, and you are under no obligation to ever talk to me again. I just wanted to do something to show you that I'm serious about making this up to you. I try speaking again, but only get as far as repeating my brother's name. My brain is a scrambled mess, but my heart isn't. It's so joyfully surprised and full of forgiveness. Eschewing words, I cross the floor and wrap my older brother up in the biggest hug I've ever given him.
I still can't believe he did that.
How about you finish brushing your teeth and then we can talk? I suggest with a hearty chuckle. Fulton nods around the electric toothbrush buzzing in his mouth, and I smile, watching him scamper into the ensuite. I rest against the headboard. For the first time in my life, everything is actually going well. Not perfectly by any means, but hey, who wants that? The shelter is on the verge of breaking even. I never expected it to be profitable straight away, so I'm thrilled to at least not be bleeding money anymore. If things keep going the way they have been, I should be able to make a modest living in the next 6 months. And I'll take a modest living fulfilling my dream over bucket loads of cash doing something my heart's not into any day of the week. My brother is back, and I still can't believe he's been fixing the house up at night. We still have a long way to go, but the gesture reminds me of the good guy that he is. And as his brother, I want to be there to help him stay clean and sober. That's never easy, but it's a much harder road when you have to travel it by yourself. Roman's not alone. He's got me. And then there's the one thing in my life that is without a doubt abso-fucking-lutely perfect. And tonight, as he drapes himself against the doorway to the ensuite, wearing what has to be the flimsiest sheer black lace mantee of all time, this is the moment that I know if I died, I'd have the biggest fucking smile on my face. Like what you see? Fulton purrs seductively. Take a guess, beautiful. I strike the bed cover off me, my hard cock proudly standing at full attention. It's all the answer Fulton needs as he practically skips over to the bed. I love the sight of him. This newfound confidence he has is irresistible. He swoops his head down, his lips landing on the tip of my cock. With a practiced ease, he spreads my legs, nestling himself in front of me. A shiver of anticipation zings up my spine. Fulton gives good head, but the best bit hasn't got anything to do with technique. It's simpler than that. And as he opens his mouth and takes me in, he does the thing that drives me fucking crazy every single time. He looks up. Yep, that's it. Who knew that such a simple gesture as maintaining eye contact is effective at taking me to the edge in record time? I guess it's because it makes me feel connected to him, like we're doing something together, sharing an experience, a moment. The only time Fulton breaks eye contact is when he swallows me whole. Fuck, I hiss, my fingers gripping his shoulders as he deep-throats me and holds the position. I can feel the air pumping out of his nostrils against my stomach. He finally pulls off me, my slicked-up cock slapping loudly against my stomach. Fulton reaches for it and begins to jerk me off. I'm close, I warn. Good. He ducks down, positioning his open mouth right in front of me. With a few more hurried, rough strokes, my orgasm hits. I fist the sheets and lift my hips, spilling my release into Fulton's willing mouth. There it is again. Eye contact, as the last shakes of pleasure dribble out of me. Fulton smacks his lips noisily. Delicious as always. I chuckle as he lands on top of me. Are you ready for more? His eyes light up with a deep yearning. Always. But first, Fulton hops off the bed and strides toward the door. Where are you going? I ask, scratching my face. You'll see. Don't move. I slide down the bed. Yeah, as if I could, even if I wanted to. Fulton returns a few seconds later, carrying a mirror. What's that? My stupid post-orgasm mouth sputters, since I can clearly see what it is. Fulton smiles as he rests the mirror on a dresser, positioning it so that the bed is in the center of the frame. I thought it might be fun to watch ourselves, he announces once he's got the angle of it just right. Turning back to me, he lifts an eyebrow. Is that all right? My brain snaps back into gear. Very all right. Good. Fulton marches back over to the bed. Now get into position. I comply straight away. Getting fucked doggy style has always been my favorite position. The only downside to it is the lack of eye contact, but Fulton's mirror hack solves that dilemma quite nicely. I hear the smick of the lube cap opening and then feel 2 coated fingers rub against my entrance. I close my eyes and get comfortable on my hands and knees, shuffling slightly until I find the right position. In the mirror, I see Fulton putting a condom on before lining up behind me. Our eyes find each other in the reflection when he suddenly raises a hand in the air. Oh, one more thing. Almost forgot. He bounces off the bed, and I watch him as he strides over to the light switch, turning on every single light in the room. I know most people's idea of a romantic setting usually involves soft lighting and candles, but I am more than happy for full-on, bright, beaming lighting to become our new romantic normal. Are you sure? I ask, sneaking a quick glance over my shoulder as Fulton returns to the bed. This is a huge moment for him. We've never gone past the dim lighting of the penthouse. I can sense a sliver of hesitancy, but as Fulton takes a deep breath, his features relax and he replies in a steely tone, "More than I ever thought possible." And with that, he slides into my body, driving his cock all the way into my ass. As he settles into a comfortable groove behind me, I keep my eyes pinned to him in the mirror. In the full light, I have a clear view of the parts of him that have kept him hostage for so many years. I'm glad that, in a small way, I'm helping to slowly free him from that cage, because he really is beautiful. I've never said it out of pity, or because I felt obligated to, or because I didn't want him to think I'm some superficial asshole. I've always said it for one reason and one reason only. Because I fucking mean it. Scars, wounds, warts, and all, Fulton Meyer is my idea of perfection. And there is seriously nothing hotter than watching my beautiful boyfriend as he drives into me. I'm getting close. He pants. His movements are getting stronger, harder, more urgent. Come for me. I see Fulton give a shaky nod before his torso twitches and rocks as he crashes into his orgasm. Okay, I stand corrected. There is something hotter than watching Fulton fuck me, and that's seeing him coming inside of me. Fulton carefully slips out of me, and we make our way to the top of the bed, our heads landing on the soft pillows. Lying on our sides, facing each other, I thread my fingers through his soft hair. I love you, he whispers the words, a smile drawing on his lips. I love you too, I murmur back to him. So fucking much. 27. Fulton. So, yeah. His brother is back, and that's what he's been doing. Noah's mouth has been gaped open for pretty much my whole retelling of Bishop's brother's return and how he's been repairing the house at night as a way of making amends. That is amazing. Hey, Devos. Tyler brushes past us and slides into a chair on the opposite side of the table. Whose brother? What's he been doing? And what's so amazing about me? Let's keep it to the top 3 things because I have my next consultation in 10. He taps his fingers on the table. Bring me up to speed. Noah and I chuckle to ourselves. Seriously, this kid. Bishop's brother is in town, Noah informs him. It takes a moment for Tyler to remember that Bishop is T.D. Wilson, but when the cogs in his brain do eventually turn, he lurches forward and gasps out, His brother? Ooh, is there a family resemblance? Not really. I mean, I don't really know, I admit. I haven't met him yet, and the only photo I've seen is from when they were a lot younger. They have similar eyes, but different hair color, face structure. I wasn't talking about that.
Tyler leans all the way back in his seat and does a karate chop motion toward his groin. All right, you mean his dick, I respond. I haven't spoken to Bishop about how well endowed his brother is, but tell you what, when I do meet Roman for the first time, I'll be sure to ask him to pull down his pants so I can take a look and compare. Tyler clutches his chest and blinks a few times. You would do that for me?
Shut up, Tyler,
Noah says with a wry smile, and the three of us laugh. Hey, guys. Gus strides into the room and sits down next to Tyler. I hope your calendars are free this Friday night. Why, what's happening this Friday night? I ask wearily, dipping my head to peer at Gus, because if it's a nightclub or a surprise trip to Vegas or any other sort of wild and out there crazy adventure, I'm out. Gus rolls his eyes. It's nothing like that, Grandpa. I'm having a meat, wine, and weed night at my place, and you're all invited. We really don't have to do this, I say for possibly the millionth time tonight. Bishop simply chuckles and squeezes my gloved hand with his. I want to do this. It'll be fun. I like your friends. But out of meat, wine, and weed, you can literally do 0 of those things, I point out again, also for possibly the millionth time. Bishop laughs, a puff of air steaming out in front of him. Thank you for your concern, Fulton. I really appreciate it, but I'm sure Gus will have salad and pop. That's all I need. Oh, and you. I turn to face him right as we get to Gus's front door. I push up onto my toes, the tips of our icy noses meeting. God, I love you. Well then, we're in agreement because I love you too. Oh my God, if you two are having one of those lovey-dovey arguments over who loves who more, I am literally going to throw up in my mouth. Hey, Tyler, I say, pulling back from Bishop, whose eyes are still locked on me. Nice to see you too. Tyler huffs, but I can see the corners of his lips are turned up. He pushes past us and opens the door. We follow in after him. Gus has a really nice place. It's in a gated estate and right on the water. We step into the massive open-plan living room that spills out onto the deck with the incredible views of the lake. Gus has rounded up a decent amount of people, but we head over to the vet crew hanging out in the corner of the room. Noah, Chase, and Harmony are all here. I glance over at Noah. No Hayes? He's working. He's always working, I comment. Noah smiles proudly. I know. He's really making something out of that business. We wouldn't happen to be talking about the business I inspired with my wonderful ass, would we? Tate wanders up from behind, flinging his arms around Bishop and me. That'll be the one. Noah tips his glass at him. What are you doing here? I ask Tate. Sorry, I hastily correct. I didn't mean for that to come out rude at all. Tate snickers. All good, man. Gus invited me. At that spicy nugget of an admission, Noah and I exchange a best friends look. His says, have you noticed a certain something happening between Gus and Tate? My look sends Noah the message of, yeah, hello, I have eyes. I can totally see something going on there. I even quirk an eyebrow, for added emphasis. Oh, hey, I hear Bishop say to Tate. I've been meaning to thank you. Your ideas have really helped the shelter take off. They break off into a conversation about website optimization and social media metrics. I take the moment to just breathe and let it all sink in. I'm feeling so much different than I was 5.5 months ago, sitting on that bench by myself with a half cupcake in my hand. I was trying so hard to convince myself I was okay that I forgot being happy shouldn't take that much effort. I feel so much better about myself, my life, my body. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to start taking shirtless selfies and posting them on Insta, but with each passing day, I am feeling better and better about the way I look. Being naked around Bishop feels like the most natural thing in the world. Just as importantly, I've decided to fix the mirror onto my bedroom wall. I'm done avoiding looking at myself. My body is what it is. Bishop makes me feel beautiful, and while it's still a strange feeling, it's one that I'm starting to lean into more and more. Penny for your thoughts. I see Tate sauntered off, over to Gus, naturally, and Bishop's leaning in nice and close, his lips curved in a smile. I slide my palm down the front of his shirt. I was just thinking about you, and me,
And the mirror in my bedroom? He lets out a soft growl, and I can feel the vibration under my fingertips. He pulls in even closer until our noses are almost touching. Then what the fuck are we still doing here? I grin. Good question. I was actually thinking I might like to hang that mirror up on the wall. Permanently. Something flashes in Bishop's eyes. It takes me a second to figure out what it is. Pride. He's genuinely happy for me. Granted, it's a small step, but it's in the right direction. I think that's a great idea. He stops himself, chewing down on his bottom lip to keep the word from escaping. And in that moment, I know that it's okay. I want to hear it spoken, out loud, right here, and I don't care if anyone else hears it. I skim my fingers across his lips. It's okay. You can call me beautiful. Bliss erupts in my chest. Move in with me. The words rush out of me. He angles his head. Yeah? Yeah. I want you with me. Forever. Deal. Bishop scoots in closer and presses his lips to mine. Now let's go back to our place and hang that mirror on the wall. I giggle. That sounds like a euphemism for something dirty. Oh, it is. Bishop mutters low and hoarse. You'd better believe it is. Epilogue. Bishop. 6.5 months later. What's a guy like you doing on a park bench like this? The sound of Fulton's sweet laughter fills my ears as I sit down next to him. An accusatory finger points in my direction. This was all your idea. What can I say? You're not the only weird one in this relationship. Good. His lips lift in a gorgeous smile. I love your quirkiness. Speaking of, I reach around and produce a small cardboard box. Fulton's brows furrow. What is this? One way to find out, I tease. He delicately unwraps the thin pink ribbon and pries the overlapping lid open. He peers inside. Oh, Bishop. He pulls out one of Mrs. Evans' famous cupcakes. Or half cupcake, I should say. She said she went crazy this year. Apparently she used nutmeg and vanilla. We both chuckle at that. You want a taste? He asks. Our eyes meet. Of what? He gives me a playful slap across the chest. Of the cupcake, silly. He scoots in closer until our thighs are pressing together. You can taste me later. I dip my finger in the frosting, bringing it to my mouth. I intend to. After spending a few minutes enjoying the half cupcake, the sunshine, and the beautiful lake in front of us, we decide to head back home. Where are we going? I ask when Fulton doesn't take the turn he should have to our place. Fulton glances over at me briefly, grinning. You'll see. A few minutes later, we're pulling up at the shelter. There are 5 other cars in the parking lot, and I can't help but smile. The shelter is doing so well I've had to employ 2 staff members full-time. I also got out of my arrangement with Brookhaven Vet Clinic. They only got less and less responsive as time wore on. Good thing for me, I've got an in with another clinic in town. Fulton takes me by the hand and leads me to the house. When we get to the front porch, he produces a blindfold. I shoot him a quizzical look. No questions, just put it on. He helps me tie a knot in the back to secure the black material in place. Not too tight? I smile. No, it's perfect. With one hand holding mine and his other around my waist, he carefully guides me inside. After we've taken a few steps, I feel him releasing the knot. I blink, turning my head around a few times. Holy shit. What do you think? Roman asks tentatively as he approaches from the kitchen. It's all done. I've been wondering why you banned me from coming in here. He's done literally everything, Fulton exclaims, raising his hands in the air and twirling them about in the freshly painted den. The smell's completely gone. The floors are fixed. Walls that had to be torn down due to water damage have been rebuilt and painted. The place looks incredible. Even better than the original listing photos. Come here. Fulton grabs my hand and drags me into the kitchen. I'm looking around at all the new cabinetry. It's like Roman gutted the place and rebuilt the kitchen from scratch, which, by the looks of it, he has. Fulton's by the sink. Look! He turns the tap on, then off, then back on again. Water! He shrieks excitedly. Actual running water! He then marches over to the light switch. With a few frantic flicks, he confirms that it, too, is working. I'm speechless. Roman walks up to Fulton, and they begin talking away about something. I'm in awe of what he's done with the place, and especially proud of the fact that he's stayed clean and sober the entire time he's been here. He's found himself a job in the local hardware store, and he spent every night working on the house. He insists on paying me back, but I'm not interested in the money. I'm just glad to have my brother back with his life on the right track. Oh, and the fact that he and Fulton get on so well is icing on the half-cupcake. I cross the floor and wrap my brother in a tight bear hug. Thank you for this. You've done an incredible job. Don't thank me for anything. After what Hey, I cut in. You made a mistake. You fucked up. That's in the past. I glance over at Fulton and smile before repeating some sage words I heard from him. We're the only ones who suffer if we don't forgive. I've forgiven you, Roman. I think it's time you forgive yourself. I can see him choke up, so rather than have his little brother see him cry, he pulls me in for another hug. After Roman gives us a grand tour, we say our goodbyes and leave. Any more surprises? I ask with a chuckle once we're back in the car. With me? Always. Fulton replies with a smirk, his fingers drumming against the steering wheel. I lean back and smile. As we travel from the shelter to our house, the same road I drive along almost every day, I'm struck by how familiar this place feels to me now. I was so lost when I left LA a year ago. I was burnt out by the industry, and I'd been betrayed by my own brother. I honestly didn't know if I was going to make it, much less run an animal shelter I had no experience with, but somehow it's all come together so beautifully. Fulton and I spend the rest of the afternoon playing with Scrappy and the cats. There's been an addition of 2 more to our feline family, Peanut Butter and Jelly. As I settle Scrappy in for the night, my heart blooms in my chest as I think about how much Fulton and I have grown together since we met a year ago. I had no way of knowing what would happen when I startled him that day by the lake. All I knew then was that I was drawn to him. Something outside of me was making my feet move toward him. I was intrigued right from the start, and even though we know each other so much better and so much more deeply now, not a day goes by when he doesn't do, say, or wear something that makes me uncover something new about him. I think he's surprising himself, too. He's rediscovering parts of himself that he kept dormant and out of view for so many years. He really is beautiful. And now, the best thing is they're not just my words anymore. It's not some abstract concept that I'm trying to convince him is real. It's something he feels himself, and that, right there, is the best thing in my life. I feel Fulton's warm body adjusting behind me as he snuggles into me. I want to tell you something, he says softly. I spin around to face him, lightly running my fingers along his shoulder. His blue-green eyes swoop up to meet mine. I feel beautiful. Emotion hitches in the back of my throat. I've been waiting for this very moment for months, even though it pales in comparison to the years, no, decades it's taken Fulton to reach this point. I know how far he's come to get here, to accept his body the way it is. I press our noses together. You are beautiful. A rosy hue creeps up his neck, breaking over his jawline. He adjusts his glasses and says the thing I love hearing most from him. I love you, Bishop. I close my eyes for just a moment, letting his words soak into me. I love you too. Beautiful. This concludes Got Me Wishing by Casey Cox. Narrated by John Solo. Copyright 2021 by Casey Cox. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Casey Cox and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.